Let's have a round of applause for the guys in the back. Nice job. Okay, so here's what we're going to be doing this morning. We are going to be talking about some light meter basics. How do light meters work? Because they're a little different than other devices you may have used. We're going to go through our metering modes. We are going to explain histograms. We'll probably take our morning break in here, and then we're going to go through putting together all the information we've been learning in the previous classes. Shutter speeds, apertures, ISOs. You should kind of know all those different settings, but now we're going to combine them, and we're going to start making compromises. And we got some fun things planned, so stay tuned. All right, let's begin with some light meter basics. All right, so let's say you're going to photograph an object. What you really want to know is how much light is reaching that subject. It doesn't really matter what the light is or where it's coming from or anything else. It will later in the composition section. But for right now, what you want to know is how much light is reaching this. And the way that we used to do this is with a handheld light meter called an incident light meter. And what we would do is we would take this light meter right down here and we would click it and get a reading. And you've probably all seen a Creative Live workshop where a photographer will go up to a model, they'll take the light meter reading and they'll check the reading right there, right what's landing on their face. Because they want to see how much light is landing there, not where they're standing. Now, if you want, you can go down to the photography store and any place it online and you can buy a light meter like this. And it's a great tool because right here it gives you the magic numbers. Shutter speed, aperture, ISO, and it's exactly right every time. It's amazing. But we're a little too lazy to use this all the time. And the fact is that there's another light meter that's in our camera, but it's a different type of light meter. It's a reflected light meter. So it's measuring light bouncing off of this into your camera. All right? Now, inside your camera, you may recall that we talked about how you view through the mirrored system. And I talked about this secondary mirror down here for focus. Well, I don't know if I've talked about that yet or not. But there's a secondary mirror in here that bounces light down to a light meter. So it's constantly reading light as you're looking at subjects. So that's what's going on in your camera. Now, measuring the light coming here. Now the problem is that your camera's light meter doesn't know what's going on here, and it doesn't know what's going on up here. And so it's trying to guess. And the guess that it's going through, it's presuming that whatever you're shooting is 18% gray. And if you can still find it, they have Kodak 18% gray cards where you could calibrate your meter and make sure you're getting your light meter off of exactly the right subject. So what people would do with these gray cards is they would put them right in the scene that they were going to photograph, take a light meter reading off the gray card, and then they knew everything was going to be spot on in their camera. But these are kind of inconvenient to carry around this 8x10 gray card with you all the time. So hopefully you're shooting pictures only of middle-toned gray objects. You can't shoot pictures of anything else, all right? If you shoot a picture of that sort of object, you will get a very nice result. Your camera's light meter will love you for that. All right, so let's think about objects that are very dark in nature, all right? So forget about color here, it's just light and darks. We have the same amount of light hitting this object, but because it's black, it's reflecting less light to the camera. So what is the result going to be like? Is it going to be a black object because it's dark? No, what's going to happen is that because less light is going to the camera is going to go, whoa, we don't have enough light. We better change our shutter speed and aperture and let in more light. And rather than a black object, this should be gray because everything in the world is gray. Remember, your camera thinks everything in the world is gray. And so you need to make some sort of adjustment for objects that are very, very dark. Same thing with very light-colored objects. Light hits this, but in this case, more light is bounced back to the camera. The camera starts to freak out. Whoa, what are you doing with all this light? We better change the shutter speed. We better close down the aperture. We don't want it to be this bright. So while you would like to get a nice light-colored object, your camera is going to make it gray because it thinks everything is gray. So you're going to need to make some sort of adjustment, and we'll be showing you how to do that in this class in a little bit. So just be aware that you need to be really cognizant of how light and how dark your subject is. So if you have a model that's wearing all black, that's going to affect your exposure. If you're up on the ski slopes and you're up around a lot of snow, that's going to affect your exposure, and you're going to have to make some adjustments in your camera. All right, so when you look through your viewfinder, and this varies tremendously with the type of camera you have. Chances are down here at the bottom is something that goes by the names exposure indicator, light level, but it's mostly known as the light meter in the camera. And so it's got a little scale along the top where you're underexposed or you're overexposed. And Nikon users, be really aware where the plus and the minus is. Nikon's a little bit weird and counterintuitive on where they put things, but they're fixing it on their new cameras, and so they've changed it. So it depends on which camera you have. So just be aware of that. I know Nikon's have some issues with that. And then you have the indicator down here, which is going to indicate if you're underexposed or overexposed, which basically means, are you going to get a dark picture or are you going to get a light picture? So just be aware of that. Take a look in your camera, make sure you're comfortable and you know what your camera's light meter looks like. All right, so your camera has different ways of reading light, and there are different patterns in the viewfinder that it is looking for. Now, traditionally, cameras used what's called a center-weighted metering system. And what that is it's a large circle in the middle of the frame, and it measures the light and darks in this area, and it doesn't pay much attention to everything else around the outside. And this was a simple, easy to work, generally pretty accurate system. But photographers wanted something that was more precise. It was just too large of area. They wanted to read the light on a small area. So the next type of light meter that we saw on cameras was a spot meter. And this was really nice because with a bird on a branch, you could measure the light off of the wings rather than the bright background or potentially the dark background. Portrait photographers found this very, very helpful because what they could do is they could measure just a small area of skin tone value, and they can make an exposure reading that way. Nature photographers also liked it because what they could do is they could take multiple light readings and then they could figure out an exposure based on the range of light. This is how Ansel Adams did his work. He would take multiple readings and then he would have a fairly sophisticated exposure system to make sure that he could capture the full range in meters. And so most cameras these days have the center weighted and the spot metering system. And so they're potentially very good systems. If this class was being held 20 years ago, we would talk at length about doing spot metering and exposure in some ways. But it's gotten so much easier these days. Digital has made things much, much better in the exposure world because we can see the results. Now, one of the newer inventions, not that new, but of the more recent of the metering systems, is what I generally call a multi-segment system. Now this goes by different names. Canon calls it evaluative metering. Nikon calls it matrix metering. And sometimes they even have longer, fancier names. But that's kind of the short, quick name of it that you'll see in your camera. And they all do generally the same thing. They break the scene up into individual areas. You might think of these as individual spot areas. And then they look at some dark areas down here, they'll look at some bright areas, and then they average them all out. And in my opinion, these do a pretty awesome job most of the time. And this is where I leave my camera most of the time because they do such a good job. It's pretty rare that I will need to go in and use one of the other metering systems, but it's nice to know they're there for certain types of special situations. And so just be really aware, and right here in the class, if you want to go through your cameras right now, looking through your different metering systems. Now, they each have their own little graphic system to explain what metering mode you have chosen. And I know it looks like Canon has an advantage here because they have 4 modes. Their last one, partial, well, if this is spot and that's center weighted, partial is in between. It's just an in-between size circle. With Nikon cameras, you can go into the center weighted and you can customize the size of it. You can have it various different sizes. And so they have more than enough, but for the most part, I'm just fine with multi-segment metering most of the time. I think it works very, very good. And so I don't know if we have a lot of questions on this topic in particular, but let's just check in real quick.
We have some questions about light meters, and I would love to hear your thoughts on them as well. John, can you recommend, this comes from Mom Talk, John, can you recommend a particular light meter? I know they range in price. Does a cheaper one work as well as an expensive one?
I would hope that any light meter that you bought was accurate. I think what you're mainly going to be buying for, and it's been a long time since I bought a light meter, is you're going to be looking for features. What does it do? There are ambient light meters that would just work, right here, just how much light is falling right here. There are also light meters. Most often people have light meters in studios and they want to measure flash. And so if you want to do flash photography, make sure that your meter can do flash. Kind of the next level on meters is being able to record color, to check color. And that sends the price quite a bit higher. And it's not necessary for your average day-to-day. I don't think your day-to-day photographer needs a handheld light meter. But there are certain people who like using them. Working in a studio and working around flash is really, really nice. It can be a shortcut. The shortcut to not having a light meter is to take a test shot and look at your picture on the back of the camera. And when we talk about histograms, you can fully tell if you're getting the right exposure in camera now. So which is why I don't really use it very often, but I still have a light meter and I have no intention of selling it because occasionally it's a nice little tool to have for a photographer.
All right, interesting question from King of Hearts. I've heard it said that with film you overexpose the negative and underexpose the print. Is it the opposite for digital, and can you explain that?
Well, this class isn't specializing in film, but they are correct in that. And I think we'll probably be covering that in the next section on histograms because we'll be looking at how to set the exposure.
So you'll have a slide for that?
You want to do one more, or do you want to move on?
Let's do one more.
Okay. Along the lines of light meters, again, Photographic Elements is wondering about Sekonic, PocketWizard, or an app for the iPhone. I'm really curious about the iPhone one. Have you tried those?
I have not tried it. I heard about that recently.
Yeah.
I would be suspect of that. I'm not really sure. I think Sekonic is, if I had to give one name, who's kind of the main manufacturer, Sekonic would be the go-to brand. And there's some other ones I didn't realize that PocketWizard was making.
I didn't either, actually.
So I would look at the Sekonics kind of as the go-to and then compare to Sekonic to see how good prices and features are in that regard.
Great. Let's continue.
All right, let's go move along. Okay. We're on to histograms. What are histograms? All right, so in the back of the camera, when you play back an image, if you press the info or the display button on your camera, hopefully at some point by continuing to press that, you're going to get one of these little graphs here. And this is a graph of the tonal distribution. Graph of the tonal distribution. That sounds like the most boring statement in the world. Graph of the tonal distribution. All right, let's try to explain this in a little bit more fun way. Okay, so imagine a black pixel, imagine a white pixel. And let's have a bunch more pixels, forget the color, just go with light and darks, and we have a bunch of different gray and dark gray and light gray pixels. And you wanted to know, I wonder how many gray pixels there are, exactly middle tone gray pixels in this collection. It'd be very hard to kind of figure out which ones they are. So what we can do is we're going to organize them. We're going to put the black pixel on the far left, and we're going to line up all the pixels of the appropriate color in different columns. And now we can clearly see how many middle gray pixels we have, and how many white pixels, how many black ones. And in general, we can just look at this as a nice shape. And we can see really quickly, oh, okay, there's a lot of gray pixels, there's a few black and a few white. And you get a quick reference of what the brightness of this image looks like. Now your camera records light not just in 10 levels of brightness, but in 256 levels, excuse me, of brightness. So each of this, there's 256 columns here. And we can see here that this picture is pretty middle tone gray, maybe just slightly darker than average because that's the big hump here. Now, in all of these histograms, the very far left side, these little columns right over here at the very edge are the very, very dark pixels. In fact, the last column is pure black. We then have our shadow areas, our midtones, and then over here at the right, of course, we have our highlights. Now, there's a lot of people who say that there is no such thing as a perfect histogram, but I think this is a perfect histogram. And what I think is perfect about it is that over here on the left column, it's empty. There are no black pixels. And what's nice about that is that with an image like this, you can go into Photoshop or any other photo program, and you can make it a little darker. And you can take a pixel that is almost black and make it black. That's very easy to do. It's a little bit harder to take a pixel that's black and lighten it up. Because it doesn't have any color to it, it doesn't know what color to become. All right, over here on the right-hand side, we have no pixels in the white-most column on the right-hand side. And that's the same issues down there. If it's pure white, it doesn't have any color to it. And if you try to darken it down, it doesn't know what color to become. Now, we can always take something and kind of brighten it up and make it brighter. So it's nice to contain all the light information. So we've gathered the brightest light, we've gathered the darkest light. Now, the way that you see this on your camera might be with what's called a brightness histogram, which is just a simple color shape, or the red, green, blue histogram. If you work in Photoshop or Lightroom, you might see a little bit more expanded one that shows you the colors and their complementary colors, as well as an overall brightness one, kind of all combined into one. A little bit more information, but they're both showing us exactly the same idea. So here's how to kind of read a histogram. So this perfect histogram is from a wild tiger in India. And this is what a correct exposure should look like in that general range. If I or my camera had done something horribly wrong, overexposing it, this is what the histogram would look like. Remember, the right-hand side is the bright side. So in this case, you can actually see that it's going above the chart here. So it's gone off the chart of pixels that are just super, super, super bright. So this is actually important because if you've ever been in India riding an elephant, it's actually very hard to see how good your pictures are coming out. But it's very easy to look at a shape, and when you look at this shape, you can say, oops, I'm making a major problem. On the underexposure side, this is what an underexposed picture would look like in a histogram. So anything that's way off to the right and way off to the left is bad news. All right, so let's look at some pictures and histograms to try to get a feel for fine-tuning this. So every picture will have a unique histogram. It's kind of like a fingerprint to the photograph. A mountain in the middle, a mountain range is all generally fine. These are all good exposures for these very different types of photographs. So let's look at some photographic problems and how we can realize them and how to fix them in camera. This picture here, some penguins on South Georgia, you'll notice that the sky is completely blown out. All right? Now, I shot this picture before sunrise, okay, before the sun had come across the horizon, and you don't normally have blown out skies when you do that. And we can look over on the histogram and we can see that there's a lot of pixels that are just way, way too bright. And by whatever means, ISO, shutter speed, aperture, it really doesn't matter for this section. You need to make this picture darker, okay? So if we make it a little bit darker, we can now see a little bit of color information. We can see the moon up there, and this is a better exposure. Overall, it's darker, but this picture needs to be a little bit darker. If we look at our histogram, we can see that we don't have any white pixels over here, which is good. Got a lot of information here, which is probably the sky, a lot of information over here, which are the penguins and the beach and the mountains. And yes, we do have some black pixels, and I would bet anything that there's some pretty dark sand and some shadows right next to the rock where there are some black pixels. And this is fairly common of things that we shoot. There's likely to be some areas that are very, very dark. It's not too often that we have super bright lights that we're pointing our camera at. And so you generally want to avoid really bright lights over on the right-hand side. All right, sticking with the penguin theme, a lot of white here. We got snow, we have the white chest, and this is an appropriate looking histogram for it. This is most of the snow and the chest of the penguin, and maybe the little black head is going to be right down here. And so it's not pure white, there's no pure blacks. We have lots of information. When we get this into the computer, we can make it a little darker, we can make it a little lighter. We have lots of room to work with this image. All right, from Australia. If we were to just look at the histogram, kind of looks like the penguin histogram from before. Whoa, we got a problem here. Look at all this brightness over here. Well, when you're out in the field, you'll be able to be a better judge. But what's going on here is this is taken on the shores, and there's a cloudy overcast. I don't know if you've ever been at the ocean, and it's just really bright skies. There's no detail in the sky. There's no discernible clouds. It's just overexposed brightness. All right. If you were to just look at the photograph of the tree, the didgeridoo player, the sand, it's properly exposed. It's just this background is really, really bright. So the picture is actually just the way it should be. The histogram is kind of giving you a warning here, and this is where you as the photographer needs to make the decision that says, that's okay. This is an unusual situation. That extra brightness is just part of this picture. And I'm going to guess the tree and the sand are probably these two little humps down here. And so once again, every once in a while somebody asks me, does this mean it's over on the right side of the frame? No, that's a complete coincidence. It just means that these are the dark pixels and these are the light pixels. Excuse me, these are the dark pixels, these are the light pixels. I sometimes speak too fast, and I'm about a sentence ahead of what I want to say, so I will occasionally make mistakes. I realize that. I am sorry. All right, so here's a situation. Photographed in the middle of a bright sunny day. Not the best time for portrait photography. But you shoot what you can when you can. Now, if we look at this histogram, we have a little bit of a problem. Actually, we have two problems. We have a little spike on the right-hand side, blown out highlights, and if I had to guess, I would say maybe off the cheek, maybe off some of the clothes. We've lost some information here, which I don't like losing information. We also have some shadows in the back that have gotten very, very dark. And so we're not able to see in this sheep pen as much as we would like to. Now, does anyone in the studio audience, because I'm looking for a quick answer, know how to compress the histogram from the sides? You can just shake your heads. Does anyone know how to do that? If you can figure it out, please tell me, because I think I can make a lot of money, because I don't know how to do that. You can't compress it. The solution, the real true solution in this situation is to come back in about 4 or 5 hours when the sun's got lower in the horizon and it's not quite as bright. Some people suggest, well, how about using a flash to fill in the shadows? Well, that might help in the foreground, but it's not going to help in the background because it just wouldn't reach there. But it's good thinking, good thinking. So in this case, if you can't come back, what you have to do is just do the best you can at that time and place. And as I said before, you don't usually have a lot of bright lights. I mean, there is some fairly bright reflections here, and this is a pretty good compromise. We don't mind areas back here that are very, very dark. It's kind of intolerable if his face was so bright we couldn't see it. And so we're trying to compromise and just draw a middle ground between what we're losing on the blacks and losing on the whites. We generally don't want to lose much in the way of the whites. All right, here is a photograph with a histogram that is very, very much on the dark side. It's heavily on the dark side, and if you just saw the histogram, you'd probably say, well, we need to make some exposure adjustment to brighten this image up. But if we look at the photograph, we know that we have some very dark areas, we have dark skins, we have shadow areas, and the subject that we want seems to be properly exposed. So we really don't need to change anything. This is the right exposure here. You'll notice over on the bright side, there are no pixels that are perfectly white, which is perfectly fine. And so every picture has its own unique histogram. And I think it's kind of fun to look at a histogram and try to guess what's in the picture as far as tonal range, what's bright, what's dark. And you'll never be able to guess content, but just what's this picture going to look like? And when you see the picture, can you draw the reference, okay, now I can see what's what. And so what's going on here is the water is the little bit lighter part, the green is the darker part. How about this image, this histogram? I think this is kind of a fun histogram, and I think it's a fun photograph too. How about the worst histogram I've ever shot? Is that pretty bad? How about this? Now, the fire is causing the highlights to kind of go off the chart, you might say, and the black sky is over on the black side, and as the trees get further from the fire, it changes on the exposure. I like histograms, and I was thinking someday I might like to have a gallery display of my best histograms. No photographs, just histograms. And I've been joking around with that with my students for quite a while until I saw recently that somebody is actually doing a gallery show of their histograms. And so good luck with that show. All right, so students at home, students in the classroom, prepare a white sheet of paper and a pen. We are going to have a quiz. All right, so here is the quiz. I'm going to show you 3 photographs, and I'm going to show you 3 histograms, and I want you to line up 1, 2, 3, and then figure out which histogram goes with which photograph. I will give you a moment to look at that and think about that at home, and we will see if there's maybe a quick question or two I can go through.
Surely there is. Let's see here. It's a matter of choosing one. Let's go with this one. Richard Austin, your underscore name. Will RAW look different on the histogram? So if you're shooting RAW or JPEG, do those look different?
No, RAW and JPEG will look the same, but that kind of brings up another little highly technical fact that we'll bring up, is that if you do shoot a RAW picture, the histogram that you see on your camera is of a JPEG version of that RAW. And the thing to be aware of is that whatever that histogram shows you, if you shoot RAW, you're likely to get a little bit more out of it than you see.
Okay.
So you got a little bit of wiggle room if you shoot RAW in that case.
DPix is wondering, how does lost information clipping affect printing?
Well, if you lose a bunch of highlights, you're going to print an image and it's just going to have a white blob in that area. There's going to be no detail. Same is true on the other end with black.
Okay. Do you want to keep going or you want to take another?
Let's do one more question.
Okay. How about this? John, do you use the RGB histogram in your camera?
I love the RGB histogram.
Really?
It's not that it provides me with that much more valuable information, but it looks nice and it's easy to read. And it's nice graphics. I appreciate nice graphics, I'll have you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great.
All right, I think they are coming to a conclusion here, and so you can pay attention at home. Maybe we'll have something else that you can participate in, but we just wanted to get some quick answers. Okay, what's actually somebody pick up a microphone. What's the easiest one of these three images to kind of figure out what the histogram is? What do you think?
Number 3.
Number 3. Which one would you guess? What letter is that one?
B.
B. And I seem to have moved these around a little differently, but yes, that is correct. So we have this very, very bright, cloudy background here, which is causing this, and these prayer flag sticks are as this nice little smooth information over here. And then in this picture here, what's going on is we have a lot of dark area, which is the bottom and the top of this picture, and it's a very quick gradation between the bright area to the dark area. Now in this particular picture over here, what we have is we have some chains in some cloudy light, and as you get deeper into the chains, it gets slowly darker, which is a little bit more this type of curve. It's got a few areas that are somewhat light, and then it gets darker and darker and darker. Okay, let's try this once again. So 3 more images, and take a look at these images and figure out which histogram goes with the image. Follow along at home, if you will. Maybe we'll take 1 or 2 more questions while we do this one.
Hey, sure, why not? Let's see here. This is from Fashion TV. John, how would you meter and expose white on white or black on black and yet still capture edge, outline of the subject? Any practical tips?
Wow, they are trying to really set themselves up for a hard situation.
Well, sometimes you find yourselves in those situations,
Yeah.
right?
Well, if you're not playing around with the lighting, you're going to have to overexpose the light stuff and underexpose the right stuff. But what they need is lighting. They need to control the lighting in some way. And so whether that's moving the subject around or changing the lights, or maybe it's a look that they want. I don't know that I have a good answer for that one. I'm sorry. That's a tough one.
It's kind of relative too, right, to
Yeah.
what you're actually trying to accomplish in your photo.
Yeah.
Donita is wondering, Donita from New River Valley, Virginia, do you adjust your histogram according to how you plan to use the picture? For example, more to the right for printing or posting online?
No, I shoot mostly RAW, and if you get a good-looking histogram in RAW, you can adjust it to whatever your needs might be. There's enough latitude with modern digital cameras that it's pretty versatile in that regard. So my practice, and you'll meet other people with different ideas, is I'm just trying to get the single best exposure I can in the field.
You want to take one more? You want to move on?
Let's see if we go with an answer here.
Okay.
So does anyone think that they want to lay out the 3-letter code here? What's the magic full 3-letter code? Maria?
Okay, I think the histogram C will go with the second image. That's
Okay.
the brightest one.
All right, 2C.
And B will go with the darkest one, so that's 3.
3.
And then the middle one would be A. I mean,
Okay.
AA would be the number one because it's sort of.
So I would say that you did a very good job. Nice job there. Perfect. All right, so kind of what some things going on here is this is taken while it's dark, and you can see that most of this is over on the dark side. One of the other things you can start to look at is at the red, green, and blue channel. And for instance, we see a lot of blue over here, and the blue is a little bit brighter in this case. And if we come over here to the tulips, the reds are very bright, and they have kind of separated from the other colors here. And then in this case, we can see that it's kind of split in two. We have a little bit darker area, but a fairly bright area. So we have this hump down here, which is probably the brighter area. And then we have this, which is the slightly darker area, and maybe just a couple little blips down here, which is our heron down here. And some people sometimes have questions on how much attention should I pay to the red, green, and blue. And it doesn't help out a lot. You can tell when you're saturated. The one area where it can help out is if you are shooting people pictures and the red channel is starting to separate like this. You may want to check your white balance because that means that you're not getting the correct color, and you don't generally want to photograph most people's faces with too much red coming out. It's the veins and doesn't always look so good, and so you may have the wrong white balance. So you could color balance the scene by looking at the RGB histogram, because if they're all lined up in the same area, that means the object you're shooting is very, very neutral in color. So kind of a other little step to it. So this is something that I think is hugely valuable in making sure that you get the right exposure out in the field. And this, in many ways, has replaced the handheld light meter. Now, I don't have to put the light meter and carry it around in my camera bag because I can shoot a picture, and if I see that it's within the walls here, in a general sense, I know that I'm going to have a good exposure that I can work with and end up exactly with what I want. Another tool in many cameras is something called Highlight Alert. This is something you can go into your menu settings and turn on or turn off if you don't like it. And what it does is it shows you, blinks at you, pixels that are overexposed. It is sometimes known as zebras in the video world. And so in this case, all the pixels over here on the right-hand side are blinking at us. And this is kind of nice if it's hard to see the screen and you really want to make sure that you're not blowing out the highlights. If you were to be photographing a wedding and you photographed the bride and her entire dress was blinking at you, you would want to adjust that exposure because she's probably going to want to see detail in that dress. And so it doesn't mean that it's a bad photograph. You might shoot a picture of a street scene at night and the lights are going to blip at you because they're very, very dark, or excuse me, very, very light compared to the other dark areas. And so don't freak out and have to change your exposure, but just be aware of what it's telling you. Okay, let's see if there's any questions on the histogram.
Yes, quite a few people are asking about exposed to the right. And John, let's see, Terry L., can you comment on ETTR, exposed to the right? John Lee 108, do you expose to the right, overexpose, and plan to correct in post?
Okay, so let me explain for everyone who doesn't know what they're talking about. If we go back to the histogram, if you had a mountain in the middle, some people like to expose to the right, so for you guys that would be this side, so that it is collecting as much light as possible so that you have good data to work with. And in theory, I believe they are correct. As long as you're not overexposing pixels, I think you're fine. The problem that I have with that is that for every picture that you have to overexpose, you have to go in and hand underexpose it a little bit in post to fix it. And I haven't seen the proof in the pudding that it actually makes for a noticeably better picture. There's a lot of things in photography where in theory it would be better if this was the case. But in reality, it just doesn't manifest itself in any visible way. And so I don't expose to the left. I mean, I don't have a problem if somebody wants to do it. You're free to do that. And technically, yeah, you may be better, but you're going to have a lot more work to do because you have to go in and customize and fix every image that you shoot a little bit to the right. And then if you do that and you're not paying really close attention, you can start clipping things on the right-hand side, which is even worse than a normal exposure in this case. And so I'm not a huge fan of it. I think it can work out in some situations. It depends on the exposure range.
Alrighty, we have Anoop Dubai and Specialist with a similar question. What does the height of the histogram signify? Are some peaks are taller than others? If the top of the histogram is clipped, is that a bad thing?
Right. So if the top of the histogram goes off the top of the charts, in general, it doesn't really mean anything. It just means there's a whole lot of pixels of that density. Now, if those pixels are at the edges of the walls, and once again, as I hopefully stated this properly, there are walls there and there's none to the left and right. But if you have it going up above the ceiling, right in the middle, that just means there's a whole bunch of pixels that are gray right in the middle, which is perfectly fine. Now, if there's a whole bunch of pixels over on the bright side, that's a problem. So it depends more where it is, not how big it is.
Okay.
And something else, and actually there's something I don't know about photography in histograms, and if anyone knows, they can email me and explain to me why some histograms use up so much of the space and some use up so little. And I haven't really been able to figure it out. And so as I say, each histogram is like a unique fingerprint, and it depends on certain light levels and contrast levels. So, some cool stuff in there.
Yeah. KJ Burnett is wondering, just to clarify in histograms, they would only be helpful after you shoot the photo, whereas the light meter gives you the information before you shoot.
Good question. So histograms is what we're going to see after the photograph, but a number of cameras are now including histograms in their live view, so you get to see this live. And I am kind of excited about where this is going to take us, because we haven't even talked about, well, we've talked very little about the light meter. And that's that little indicator down there. And the histogram, think how much more information that gives us. We can see whether it's bright or whether it's dark, but exactly, is it mostly bright with a little bit of dark? Is it mostly in the middle but with some brights and more darks? We can see a lot of detailed information in a histogram. And personally, I would like to see the traditional light meter in a camera done away with and just give me the histogram down there, because it's a lot more information that's valuable to me, because I can see the range of exposure. The light meter in the camera is trying to consolidate all the information in a histogram in one point. And so I think if you have live view histogram, that's a great thing to use. I would like to see it in the viewfinder, which none of the camera companies do at this time, and I don't know why.
And that would be a game changer for a lot of people.
It would be nice. I would like it. It would be a
lot.
very good feature, and it's totally technically doable. It's just do it.
Cool. All right. Do you want to keep moving along?
Do a couple more, yeah.
Okay.
Here's a good question. I think you've kind of touched on this a little bit. This comes from Amy V. So when you're taking photos of a person, do you make the judgment call on whether the photo exposure is okay by looking at the back of the screen or just by assessing the histogram?
Well, it depends on the lighting situation that I'm in and on the back of the camera. Because if I'm out in the bright sunshine, my camera's screen doesn't give me a good representation of what I'm getting. And so in that case, I would use the histogram more often. If I am in a studio or a darker environment where I have a good clear view of the screen and my camera has a good screen on it, I will sometimes just go with the screen. But for anything really important, I'll check the histogram before. I'll do a couple of test shots. And different people have different procedures. The kind of system that I do with all my types of photography is I figure out what I'm going to shoot a picture of. I do a couple of test shots, just to make sure the camera's working, check the light levels, get my shutter speed and aperture narrowed down. I look at the results, and then I'm ready to go for the actual event. And so when I do that, one of the things I often am looking at is the histogram if it's a tricky situation. There's some simple situations where I won't even look at it. I know I got it.
Or if you're just going to eyeball the back of the screen, I know with my camera, it automatically adjusts its brightness level.
Yeah.
Do you turn that off?
I turn that off. Yeah, it's something I do in my fast start classes. I tell everyone to turn the auto brightness off, because the brightness can change on the LCDs, the back LCDs of your camera, depending on how close you are to it or whether you're blocking the light or letting some light in. And so that drove me nuts at first, and I had a friend tell me, turn that off. And I have done that and do that on all my cameras now.
Is there a brightness level that you would suggest? You leave it right in the middle?
Generally just leave it right in the middle. Yeah, I've had some times where I've been trying to review images under bright light, and I've had to boost the brightness in that situation, but in general, just leave it right in the middle.
Got it. I'm going to do that today
with
my camera.
Yeah.
All right, Abigail K., what is happening inside the camera when you use the exposure compensation?
Exposure compensation is something that we're going to deal with in just a moment. Maybe we
slide
should just
for
go
that.
ahead and move on to that right now.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay, so let's see where we are at this point. we're moving our way through here quite quickly. Okay, but this is going to be a bigger section. So we're going to talk about exposure modes. All right, chances are you've got a camera that's got a dial on the top. Most of our cameras do. Not all of them do. Some of them have a mode button. Some of you high-end Nikon and Canon folks will have that. And so what's going on here is this mode dial is controlling the shutter speeds and the apertures in your camera. Now, all the cameras kind of have their own little letters, codes, and pictures and so forth like that. But in general, these basic letters up here, usually on the top half of the dial, deal with controlling the camera in a somewhat manual fashion. So you have control over things that are going on. And then you're going to have a green zone or a little camera mode, and then a bunch of little icons. And these are going to be generally automatic modes. Definitely, in all of these modes down here, the camera is going to control the shutter speed and the aperture. But it's also going to do a bunch of other stuff. And some of those things might be, well, we're going to control the exposure. We got the shutter speeds, apertures. Going to take care of that ISO that we talked about. It's going to do all the focusing. It's going to pop the flash up whenever it thinks it needs flash. And here's what I really don't like. It's going to limit what menus you can go into, and it's going to disable a lot of functions that you might want to go in and change. And so if you've watched this class up to this point, trust me, you're not going to be happy with these modes down here. I kind of consider these modes here the child safety locks, the training wheels, which really don't let your full creativity flow. Something to know about these is that there is nothing the camera is doing that you can't do on your own. Okay, there's no little magic mojo that it's doing that it won't allow you to do in a manual mode so long as you know how to do it. The little green zone here is just horribly irritating for me because, well, one, I can't do all this other stuff, but for most cameras, if you have a built-in flash, it pops the flash up. You know, you're in the top of the stadium shooting some event, 100 yards away, flash pops up. That's not going to do you any good. And so this is the mode that you put your camera in when you hand it to a friend to take your picture. All right, first off, they're going to get at least a reasonable average picture, and they're not going to screw up all your settings. And so that's the hand it off to somebody else mode. Now, there are these other little scene modes, and we're not going to get into all the little scene modes. The camera does slightly tweak the camera for that situation, whether it's sports or portrait. But my problem with those, once again, the child safety locks. And from a technical standpoint, when it comes to shutter speeds and apertures and ISOs, it never does the same, it never makes the same choice I would. It generally doesn't go far enough. So for instance, if you're shooting a landscape shot and you have a rock or some flowers right here in the foreground and you got the mountain in the background, it'll never ever choose f/22. And when you're shooting a portrait and you have an 85 1.2 lens, it'll never choose 1.2. And so you're taking this class so that you can avoid all of those. So let's turn it over to a little bit of the more manual modes. Pretty much all cameras are going to have a P mode. It does not stand for professional, it stands for program. And in reality, it is very similar to the green zone or the auto camera mode. It's going to set apertures and it's going to set shutter speeds for you. But no child safety locks, no training wheels. You're free to make any other setting you want on the camera. So, in the program mode, what's going to happen is with the apertures and the shutter speeds, it's just going to choose a combination that it thinks is going to let in the correct amount of light. And in general, it's a very, very good job. If you just put your camera in program right now, point it someplace, take a picture, and you look at the result, it's probably going to be the right amount of lightness and darkness. And the way your camera is figuring this out, kind of the first rule that it goes by, because it's got this whole algorithm, and the first rule is don't let them use too slow a shutter speed. And so they generally won't go below 60th of a second. Your camera has no idea if you're on a tripod or if you're trying to pan with somebody running down the street at a 15th of a second. It doesn't understand that. So it just thinks you're hand holding a basic shot. And so it gives you these middle of the road settings. Now luckily, you can go in and you can tweak this. Usually this is called program shift. And what you're going to do is put the camera in the program mode and you're going to start turning one of the dials on your camera. And what happens at that point is that the numbers start shifting, and they start shifting in unison, both going kind of in opposite directions, if you will, to let in the same amount of light, but with a different combination of shutter speeds and apertures. And this is actually a nice, quick mode. I kind of consider this the tourist mode, where you got your camera in the camera bag. It's in the program mode, so you know you can just fast shoot anything, and you're going to get something out of it. And if you decide, oh, I want to shoot a portrait, dial over a couple of clicks one direction, and you can get to one side of the scale to get that type of setting. You can go to the other side very quickly by just adjusting the dial on the back of the camera. What you have to be really careful of, and the reason that I don't like this mode, is that the camera likes to reset itself. It might be when you turn the camera off. It might be when you let the camera go to sleep after 6 seconds. And this is really, really irritating. For instance, you decide, oh, okay, I'm going to take someone's portrait. And you set your camera up exactly at the aperture, the shutter speed that you would like. And you're shooting portraits, and then you kind of set the camera down for a moment. You move to a new position, and all of a sudden you got to reset everything on your camera. And so it's not good for any series of pictures where you might be shooting the same thing over and over and over again. And so it's not something that I usually use. But if you're kind of doing one-off shots, I call it the Disneyland mode. Oh, there's a picture of Space Mountain, and oh, there's Goofy. We'll do a portrait and we'll do a landscape, and every shot's a little bit different. It's fine for that. But to maintain more precise control, you're going to want to go to one of the other modes. Next up, time value, probably more commonly called shutter priority. So let's talk about what's going on here. In this case, you get to choose the shutter speed, and the camera is going to figure out the aperture. All right, so you maintain control of the shutter speed. If you want a 60th of a second, it's going to figure out the right aperture. Now, something that hopefully you have noticed, you'll notice that there's a long list of shutter speeds, right? I forget how many. I think there's like 17 shutter speeds depending on which camera you have. How many aperture choices do you have? 6, 7, 8, depends on the lens that you have. And so that's going to be a little bit of a problem in shutter priority because you have so many choices that sometimes you can go out of range with the aperture. So in this particular case, 1,000th of a second, we're getting f1.4, but we could go to 2,000th of a second and take a picture. And if you want to do that right now, even in this classroom, go ahead right ahead and take a picture in the shutter priority mode at 2,000th of a second. And I can guarantee you that you're going to get a very dark picture. I know from the light levels in here, there's not enough light for you to shoot a picture at 2,000th of a second with these lenses. All right? And what's going on in your camera is that you're making the call about shutter speed, and chances are when you take that picture or just before you take it, there's going to be something that's warning you that you're underexposing. There's going to be a little light, there's a lightning bolt that recommends using flash or something like that. And so you do have to pay attention when you are using shutter priority because it's very easy to go out of the range. And this is one of the reasons why it's not my favorite mode. I mean, I love shutter speeds, and I think that's a big part about what photography is, but it's not necessarily the best way to set your camera. And if you wanted to set a shutter speed of 30 seconds in here, you would get a very overexposed picture, I would guess, because you don't have the right aperture. And so I'm not a big fan of the shutter priority mode. There are instances where it is valuable if used in the correct way, but I think for the average person, I think you'd be better off avoiding using the shutter priority mode. As I said, 18 different shutter speeds in many cases, 8 aperture choices, which leaves you with 10 unusable settings. So that's 10 opportunities to make a mistake if you're not 100% sure about the range you're in and what you're doing. So be a little bit careful in the shutter priority mode. In lieu of using shutter priority, I'm usually using manual. But the other similar mode to shutter priority is aperture priority, or aperture value. This is where you get to control the apertures, and the camera is going to take control of the shutter speed. So let's take a look at what we got going on here. So here we have our list of 7 or 8 apertures, depending on the lens, and the camera's got a long list of shutter speeds to match it up. And if you want to open your lens up wide open, I encourage you in the classroom right here, put your camera in aperture priority, open the aperture up to the widest opening setting, which would be 1.4, 2.0, 2.8, depends on the lens you have. Take a picture, and I bet you anything that you're going to get a reasonably exposed picture, so long as nothing else is funny set on your camera. How are your results looking? Are they looking like normal exposures? Good deal. All right, now if you want to close your aperture down to the smallest opening, like f22, you will be getting a very slow shutter speed. And forget about blurriness of your photographs. You could take a picture at f22, and it's still going to look very similar. And so this is an easy mode that you can set. You know you're going to get the right exposure. You know you're not going to overexpose. You know you're not going to underexpose. And so it's a good mode for a thinking photographer as their quick and easy mode. Now, most of the photographers that I know use two modes on their camera. They use aperture priority and manual. Those are the main modes that most serious photographers use. There's lots of reasons for using other modes, but those are the most common ones. And so I'm a big fan of aperture priority. When I'm kind of in my simple, kind of quick mode, when I'm shooting a shot here, a shot there, then I probably have my camera in the aperture priority mode. So if I'm on vacation and I'm walking around Disneyland, maybe I'll do that someday, and I want to shoot a landscape shot, I'll just have my camera in aperture priority, dial it down to f16, get lots of depth of field and get the landscape shot. Then I'm going to go over and do the goofy shot. I'm going to dial it down to 1.4 so I can get a portrait. And if I want to get a bunch of portraits, my camera is not going to change from its 1.4 setting. And so it stays where I set it until I actually move the dial again. And I don't know, I don't have a break in here for going to questions, but do we have a couple of quick questions might be nice to take?
We have a lot of questions. The Q document is just nonstop right now.
It's growing by the moment.
It is. Marion from Montana is asking, how does ISO affect shutter priority and aperture priority?
Well, we're trying to only talk about these modes here, and throwing ISO into it messes up the idea that we're talking about. But what I like is I like setting everything manually, and then stepping in and occasionally adding an automatic setting to it. So, for instance, going from full manual, then come into aperture priority. I generally don't recommend auto ISO, and I know this wasn't directly with their question, but I know there's some fans out there of shutter priority, and they might be getting mad at me that I'm telling people not to use it. It's just that it's a little bit dangerous, but potentially with auto ISO and shutter priority, you can make use of those two. It's a little bit more than we're going to get into in this class, but there's some special situations where that combination works out quite well.
All right, one more quick one. Peter from NYC. John, could you talk a little bit more about Nikon's flexible P mode? It's the mode where the P appears with the asterisk next to it.
Yeah, when we were talking about the program mode, I called it program shift, but
Okay.
Nikon calls it flexible program, so it's their name for that.
Okay,
So it's
got
kind
it.
of the same thing.
I think we're good to move on.
Okay. All right. So we've been talking about the program, shutter priority, and aperture priority mode. All of these have something in common. They are auto exposure modes, which means the camera is making the final determination about how bright or how dark your image is. And so the light meter in your camera, if you can see it when it's in one of these modes, is going to have this indicator right in the middle. It's expecting that everything you shoot is middle-toned gray. All right, so remember to look in your viewfinder what it looks like. Most cameras look something like this. Some cameras have a +1, -1, and it's not so much a visual scale as it is just a number. And what these numbers indicate, once again, is when the indicator is in the middle, even exposure. If it's off to the minus side, it means the object you are shooting is very, very dark. And if it's over to the right-hand side, it means the object is very bright. Now, most meters are going to go 1, 2, and there's some new cameras that'll go 3 stops. But 2 is pretty common in this mode. So we have our light meter in the middle, gray object. Well, what if our object is like half black, half white, maybe a little bit of gray in there? Well, that averages out to be this. If we had a histogram, we would see a big spike over here, and a little spike here, and then a big spike here, which would be much more valuable information because it would tell us a lot more information. But right now, it's all summarized and averaged into one little point here. And so if it's evenly averaged out to gray, it's going to be right in the middle. Okay, in class, should this be on this side? Point to which side of the meter the indicator will show up on with this object. Is it going to be the left side, or is it going to be the right side? Is this mostly light, or is this mostly dark? Let's see your fingers. Just point to one side or the other. You're looking at him. You're cheating. But yes, that is correct. This is mostly dark, correct? And so if we want to represent this properly up here, we're going to say that, yes, this is a mostly dark object. So we have to kind of match this meter with what we see with our eyes. We have to be able to tell the camera, hey, this isn't gray, this is mostly dark. And it would be exactly the opposite with a very white object. The idea is not, as I first thought, to always have the indicator under the zero. Okay? That's a good starting point. You have to match this with what the object is in reality. And this is why you have to use your eyes and your brain to figure this out, to tell the camera. So, in the auto exposure modes, the camera inherently is starting out at 0. So with objects that are very bright or very dark, you're going to have to go in and tell the camera, no, this isn't average gray, it's brighter than average, it's darker than average. And the way you do this is with a device called exposure compensation. Some of your cameras will have this little plus minus symbol on it and a button or a dial that's associated with it. Some are not so obviously labeled, but they're on your camera. They're on just about all the point and shoots as well. They're definitely on all the SLRs and all the serious cameras. And it's going to look something like one of these buttons right here. So what you're going to need to do is press the button, turn a dial, whatever the procedure is for your camera, to adjust this to match what the object is in reality. Could be -1. It's pretty rare that it goes to -2 or beyond that, but it's possible. Usually you're dealing with somewhere around the +1 to -1, but it varies tremendously. All right, so let's do an example. All right, you've seen this photo before. I think you can all assume and you know that this is a very bright photograph. And so this is where the indicator should be, because this is brighter than average gray. If you don't make any adjustment, if you just shoot it in these automatic modes, including the green zone, the happy zone, the smile zone, the dog zone, and all those other little scenes down there, here's what's going to happen. The camera thinks it's middle tone gray, and it darkens everything up. Now, maybe you want to get a silhouette, but that's not what the intention is in this photograph here. So how do we fix this from where the camera starts? Because this is the starting point for the camera. We're going to go into exposure compensation, wherever those dials and buttons are, and we are going to do a +1. Now you could do a +2/3 or +1 1/3. It's enough to get it away from the 0. We need to tell the camera this is brighter than average. So we bring it over to +1, and we brighten the photograph up where it is supposed to be. Now, I know this feels a little uncomfortable for some people because I like to have things neat and orderly, and I like to have this under the 0. It feels good. But in this situation, this is the right way to do it. All right, let's try it with a dark photograph. All right, remember this photograph? Very, very dark areas. On average, it's darker than average. This is where it's supposed to be. Here's what happens if you don't do anything. The camera will just try to lighten it up. And this is too bright here. So we're going to go into our exposure compensation, and we're going to do a minus EV, minus exposure value, 1 stop. So we're going to cut the light in half. We're going to make this picture darker, and it's going to look better. And this is very counterintuitive for a lot of new photographers. It doesn't make sense. Dark, and we're going to make it darker? Yes, because the camera is trying to override what it sees with its light meter. And so we have to correct for that. So getting very comfortable, if you are going to use these modes, these auto exposure modes, aperture value, time value, program, getting used to using exposure compensation. All right, so you guys ready for an absolutely ridiculous animation?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Thank you, thank you. Yes. All right, so let's just say, here's how it works in the real world. You're going to shoot your neighbor's house, and they happen to live in a 18% gray cartoon house, all right? And you're setting up your cameras, and you got everything exactly the way you want it. You're going to go to aperture priority, because that's a nice, easy mode to use. And what are we going to do here? Let's just go with a nice, fairly middle aperture here of f5.6. And you check your light meter out, and let's see what sort of shutter speed does that give you? 1/60th of a second. Okay, so 5.6 at a 1/60th of a second, because it's a middle tone gray house and it's filling up the vast majority of the scene. You're going to get a perfect exposure. And you're there, you're just about ready to press the button, and suddenly your neighbor comes home in their white car, reflecting a lot of light back at the camera. And so what's going to happen here is that your light meter isn't going to change. And notice what happened with our shutter speeds. They automatically changed on you. Why did they change? Well, we're in the aperture priority mode. We get control of the aperture. So this is going to stay locked in, and the camera changed the shutter speed on us. It saw the extra bright whiteness, and so it said, oh, too bright, we need a faster shutter speed. Now, what you need to do is go into your exposure compensation and add in a +1 exposure compensation like that. And that's going to get us back down to 60th of a second. All right? Now what happens? Yeah, the husband comes home in his black car. All right? Now what happens? Look what happened with our shutter speed. The camera saw this black and said, whoa, we need to let in a lot more light, and it dropped it all the way down to a 15th of a second. So what you need to do at this point is you need to get this all the way down to the minus side, because this is darker than average scene, and now that's fixed it back at a 60th of a second. Now if we get rid of the cars and go to manual, let's try doing the same thing with manual exposure. All right? So you manually set it up at 5.6. We're going to look at our light meter. Got our indicator that we're well more than 2 stops off here. And we're just going to change our shutter speeds until the light meter evens out at 0, wherever that happens to be. Oh, 60th of a second. Perfect. All right, so now you're totally locked in because you're in manual. You got total control of shutter speed and aperture. Lights hitting the building, coming off, you got the perfect reading. Now, the same scenario happens. Here comes the white car. What happens? Does your shutter speed change? No, because you're in manual. But your light meter changes, and you're a smart photographer, and you realize, white car, it's going to be a little bit on the bright side. I'm totally good. You can still take the picture. Now, when the black car comes in, what happens? Does the shutter speed change? No, because we're locked in manual. The light meter dips down to the minus side, but you're totally good because the same light is hitting the situation in both scenarios. Now, if the car takes off, what happens then? Light meter comes back to the plus side. All right, if we get rid of the white car, it's going to go back down to the 0, and our shutter speeds and apertures have never changed. And this is why I like to use manual, is because no matter what happens within the scene, once I've measured the light, I'm locked in. I got the right exposure. My camera's not trying to fix problems that really aren't happening at all. And so that's why I highly recommend using the manual mode when you're in a situation that you have some control over. You're shooting in an environment that the light is not changing on you. So are there any quick questions? I got another little segment we're going to do kind of like this again, just in case anyone didn't get that one. But
we do have some quick questions. I was wondering about this myself. This comes from Ant. How do you know when you have the right amount of plus or minus? So the white car pulls up, the black car pulls up, and you're like, oh, we just adjust. But how do you know how much to adjust?
You don't at first. You can look at the histogram. It's going to be some experience. You're going to have to do a little bit of guessing. Did it fill up a predominant amount of area? Maybe it needs to be on the +1, +2 side. So a little bit of experimentation with using exposure compensation. And this is where getting out and practice helps out.
Okay.
All right. Meebee Planner asked 2 quick ones. Would it be an appropriate way to remember exposure value by saying over plus equals adding light and minus equals taken away? And 2, my camera Nikon recently flipped what plus minus does, and I can't figure out what happened.
In general, yes, they're correct. In that minus is going to make it darker, plus is going to make it brighter. And yes, for those of you who own Nikon, I don't know what was going on at their factory, but Canon had this idea. Let me see if I can do this right for you. Canon had minus on the left side and plus on the right side, which for anybody who's thinking mathematically kind of makes logical sense. And I think there's this thing between Canon and Nikon. It's like, well, what are you doing? Okay, well, we'll do the opposite. And so Nikon decided to put the plus and minus on the opposite sides. And so if you have a camera like a Nikon D7000, they're reversed. Now with the, and I'm trying to remember which camera they switched it with. It was either the D800 or the D600. They decided to switch back the same way that Canon does it. But in a number of the cameras, and I believe the D7000, the D600, the D800, on all of those you can switch them back and forth. So if you got used to the reverse Nikon system and you buy one of the new cameras, you can flip it around to the oddball way. Or if you have some of these not too distant Nikons, you can flip them to the more normal way. But then you may have to flip the control dial so that they're moving directions. And so there's a lot of controls in there. I talk about it a little bit more in the Fast Start classes, but that's enough to get you going for here.
Okay, we have about 2 minutes before break. Do you have a little bit more to cover?
Oh, we have a lot more to cover. So
Okay,
we're going
let's
to
keep going.
we're going to take a late break today because
Okay,
we
no
got off to
problem.
a slow start.
Okay, no problem.
All right, so let's get on to this next section, which is kind of similar to what we did here. I just had a different scenario. So in this case, I've got this little vase here, and I have a very light background, all right? And my indicator is way off here to the right side. I'm at F11 1.0 for anyone who likes to know kind of the stats that are going on. And this is pretty close to what I'm supposed to have. Now, if I, in the manual mode, if I even my light meter out, it's going to darken this down a little bit, actually a little bit darker than average here. If I bring my shutter speeds back up to 1.0, my subject is properly exposed. And so in this case, what I'm trying to separate is my subject from the background, what's going on. If you change to a black background, that's going to throw your light meter off. Now, in some ways, I don't care how light or how dark the background is here. I'm worried about the light on my subject. So if I try to fix my light meter according to what my background is, what's happening in my background, I'm going to be able to see this black background, and I'm going to totally overexpose my subject. So I'm mostly concerned about the light on my subject, not the other things going on in the photograph. And so in this case, if you have a seriously black background, your exposure meter in the manual mode might be way off to the minus side here. So get used to this exposure indicator being away from the center in various situations where it's either very dark as far as the overall scene, or it's very bright. Now, there are other ways to deal with this. For instance, and I don't go far into this, but just to let you know, you could meter this with your spot meter, and that way you don't worry about all that. And so there's a couple different ways to approach any of the problems, and that would be another very valuable approach. Some people like switching the light meter to the spot meter. I'm not a big fan of it. I'll just adjust my exposure till it's appropriate. And so here's a real-world example of why I shoot manual most all of the time. All right, I'm shooting the cross-country race. The runners are coming in. And if you could look over my shoulder, right onto my camera, what my camera is telling me at the time I am taking these photographs, here's what it would read. Now, you notice the difference in the light meter. Now, does anyone in the class, can anyone in the class explain why the light meter is doing this in these three photographs? What's changing? And why is the light meter? Grab a microphone and go ahead and throw out an answer. Thanks.
It looks like the background and the weather on all the way on the right side. You've got highlights in the sky.
Correct. So what's happening is I'm panning with the subject as they're coming in, and there's a little bit of a bright tree here. There's more here, and it's almost entirely filling, and it's super bright over here. Now, has the light on the subjects changed?
No.
No. Okay, and
But
that's
the entire scene has.
Right. The entire scene has, but not where the subjects are. And so I'm choosing a shutter speed and aperture and light for the subjects themselves. Now let's just switch this around and imagine I had my camera in any of the automatic modes. Would the camera do a better job? Let's see what would happen. This is what would happen if the camera shot it. All right. Does this make sense? Because it's so much brighter here, it's trying to darken things up so that it gets an even exposure. Now your camera, if it could speak to you, if it had a personality, it would be like, dude, I nailed every shot, perfect. And you're like, no, you didn't. You totally blew it. You were paying attention to the wrong thing. And so if you have a subject that's going to be in an area that you know, sports photography is a great scenario. You know where people are when they do sports. They're going to be within the basketball court line. You know if they're in the marathon, they're going to be coming straight down the street. You know where the course is on the ski slope. You can tell what type of light they're going to be in. The only exception to that is when light is changing very rapidly or they're going in and out of shadows, at which point I would go try to find a place that has even, consistent lighting. Because then you can set up your manual exposure well before the runners get to this part of the course. You can do some test shots on the grass and other people standing around, figure out your exposure long before you actually need to start taking the picture. And this is why I shoot manual exposure, because I can walk away from the scene knowing I got the right exposure. So in India, this picture here, if you were to look at my light meter, would be well kind of overexposed. If I was to follow my camera's guidelines, here's what would happen. Down at 0, it would darken the picture up. Not exactly what I want. So one of the ways to get around this is to zoom in or pan away from the bright sun. And we're going to look at this area, and now we're going to set our light meter reading for this area, because this is a good, more even area. Now that I have the light meter set, my shutter speeds and apertures are set, I pan back, and now I can see the whole area. Down in Antarctica, had this huge tabular iceberg that we took the boat around. And the first picture is nice and easy because it's half bright, half dark. So I just put the indicator right in the middle, set my shutter speed and my aperture, and then for the rest of the time, whether I zoomed in, zoomed out a little bit, I kept the same shutter speed and aperture, but my light meter over there was kind of bouncing around a little bit. But I was just kind of keeping check. Maybe it's darker than average, maybe it's lighter than average. So let's kind of sum this little section up here. So recommended exposure mode. So here's what my recommendations are for anyone on where to set their camera and the good things and the bad things about it. All right, let's start with the little auto modes down here. So the green zone, the automatic modes. Okay, so these are fast and easy. That's the big benefit to them. The problem is that you have very, very little adjustments. And you're not taking this class to use this mode. I know that, and you know that. Next up, we have the little scene modes. Now these are slightly better than the pre-programmed auto modes, and that's slightly better. Not a horrible situation. They're a little bit more specific, and they do work as a good cheater mode. So if you're like, I totally forget everything John said, and you're shooting sports, put it in the sports mode, kind of take a look and see where the camera set things, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I remember that now. So it kind of is a little refresher. Now the bad thing is that you just can't get in and make a lot of the adjustments that you can in manual or in some of the other modes. And it doesn't go far enough, as I've said before. Next up, program mode. Use the shift for better exposure, so that's the Flexi program with Nikon. Now the problem is here is that things kind of reset themselves, and it varies on how and when according to the manufacturer of the camera. And the bad side is that it also resets. The good side is that it resets. It depends on what type of photography you're doing. So you may be needing that exposure compensation if you use that. The shutter priority or the time value mode, well, you get an exact shutter speed, but you got to be careful because you may go outside of the range. You may need the exposure compensation to brighten things up because the camera wants to put everything in the middle. And it's easy to exceed the exposure range, too bright or too dark. It's easy to choose a shutter speed that might be too fast for that situation. Aperture priority, I do like this one quite a bit. What's great here is it's very, very, very fast to use, and it's very safe too. You're going to get a proper exposure. You've got to make sure that you're not getting too slow a shutter speed with it. And you may need to use the exposure compensation to really nail the perfect exposure. And then finally, manual. Highly recommend that. You get exactly what you want. Isn't that great to get exactly what you want? You know what you're getting into. And the settings don't change in there unless you bump the dials on the camera. The only bad thing is that it takes a second or two more in the setup time. And the better you get at photography, the more you use this, the shorter that setup time will be. And it does require a little bit of thinking, but I think that thinking is a good thing. And so if we had to kind of narrow things down a little bit, manual is my favorite mode, aperture priority is my second favorite, and then there is from time to time when the settings really aren't important, I'll throw my camera into the program mode just to get a quick shot off. But those are the modes that I would concentrate on, and if you start working in manual, you will learn so much. You really have to get into manual to learn it well. So, there we go.
There we go.
There we go, that's it.
In a nutshell, exposure. That answered a lot of questions for people out there on the internet.
Excellent.
Thank you. All right, we are a little over.
We are indeed, so I think we're going to have to go right to break,
I
yeah?
think so.
Okay,
yeah.
So, but I think we'll have some more time for questions later. And actually, we thought we were going to finish early. And here we are.
And there's a lot more information. Okay, so we're going to take a quick 15-minute break. What do you have for us when you come back?
Well, we have some excitement because we've been talking about exposure, but we really haven't mentioned much in the way of shutter speeds, apertures, ISOs. So we're going to be talking about the strategies for combining them all together, and we're going to try to do it in a fun manner.
Right on. I'm excited for that. All right, some fantastic quotes from the internet this morning. Lady JT is saying, so excited about another day with John. This class is amazingly wonderful for a newbie like me. And Susie Q, I have been shooting almost forever. I saw this last year and learned tons. I'm watching again and learning even more.
You know, when the camera's on John, what you don't see is Lorraine and I glancing at each other every 10 seconds and just shaking our head in disbelief because there's so much incredible information here. And the slides, as you've seen, are unparalleled. These are incredible slides. The chat room agrees with me, I know. So if you're a beginner, you're trying to learn all these photography fundamentals. Maybe you're an experienced photographer like we are, and you're relearning some concepts here that you thought you knew, but now you're like, whoa, wait a second, I totally had that wrong. I had the light meter totally backwards, and in the auto exposure modes, I learned some stuff there too. So if you're really enjoying this class so far, I already know that you're probably going to want to revisit this content. If you've decided that you want to revisit this content at a later point, be able to pause and rewind, you can purchase the course right now. The live price is only $99, and you can go back, rewatch this content anytime you'd like. We're going to head to a 15-minute break, so now's a great time to do that, and we'll see you back here in just a little bit. Welcome back to day three already of the fundamentals of digital photography with John Gringo. I think we're just going to hop right back to you, John, let you educate us some more.
All right. Well,
Let's do it.
we're in the middle of the trenches. We're deep into it now, folks.
All right.
And we're actually going to get to what I think may be my favorite section in the entire 5-day, 10-section class. And we're going to be talking about exposure values. When we talk about values, we're talking about apertures, shutter speeds, and ISOs. Value meaning numbers. So we're going to be dealing with all of these numbers, because getting these all matched up and right for any type of photograph is, well, that's a big part of what photography is all about. So I'm a visual person. I like to see these things up here. So I want to have my apertures listed, my shutter speeds there, and my ISO. So we have big openings at 1.4, small at 22. We got long shutter speeds, short shutter speeds, and then of course the sensitivity of our ISO. And the reason I set them up in this manner is because if you remember back at the beginning of the class, where we had the diagram of the camera. So what happens when you take a picture? Light comes in. The first thing that controls the light is the aperture, and then it goes through the shutter, and then it comes to the ISO, which is set to a certain sensitivity setting. So kind of thinking left to right in some ways, aperture, and then shutter speed, and then ISO. Now, I will have to admit that this is not the order that I make these settings. We're going to be playing with this in just a moment. But with all of these options in here, I think for any photograph, there is a best combination of shutter speeds, apertures, and ISOs. But the question becomes, well, which combination should you choose? Because there's a lot of options, you know? And we're not even considering the third stops. And so you can't just randomly guess or have favorite numbers that you plug in to use. You got to have a little bit of a strategy. And so what I'm going to talk about here is setting some priorities on how you make those changes to your ISO and your shutter speed and aperture. And here's kind of the decision tree that you need to ask yourself. First off, what's your subject? That's always a good question. What are you really trying to take a picture of? And what's really critical about this is if the subject is moving or not, because that changes everything about what you can and can't do with that particular subject. Let's say the subject is moving. All right, if it is moving, you have essentially two options that you can go with. You can freeze the motion, or you can blur the motion. All right, now let's say the subject is not moving. Okay, what are your options there? Well, you can maximize the depth of field, or of course you can go with shallow depth of field. And there is also one other option. Those of you remember when we were talking about lenses and their sharpest point, we can also go for something that I call to maximize the sharpness of the lens, setting that middle aperture range. So these are the 5 basic things that you can do in photography, and for the most part, just about everything in photography falls into one of those 5 categories. So let's think about what these 5 categories are actually doing on our camera here. Freezing motion is just simply choosing a fast shutter speed. How fast? Well, it depends on how fast the subject is moving. Blurring motion is choosing a slower shutter speed. Maximizing depth of field is choosing a really small aperture opening like f16 or 22. The sharpest area on the lens is in the middle of the range. Depends on the lens, so somewhere in the middle of the range. And shallow depth of field, of course, is when your lens is wide open. So let's kind of walk through some pictures and how we would take them. All right, you're going to Africa, you're on safari, you want to take some pictures of some giraffes running through the field, and you want to freeze their motion. Let's set our cameras up to take this type of picture. All right, we've got all of our apertures, our shutter speeds, and our ISOs over here. Now, what do? Well, kind of the first thing, and this is maybe my style of photography, is I leave my camera at ISO 100 most of the time. We talked about having your camera set at its best ISO as the starting point. You don't want to get your camera out at 6400, take a bunch of pictures, and realize that it's now at 6400. This is a good starting point. But what are we trying to do here? We're trying to freeze the motion in this picture. So in this case, we want a fast shutter speed. How fast? Well, 1,000th of a second would certainly stop the motion of these giraffes because they are moving very quick here. Now, where should we set the aperture on here? That's the question. Well, we don't want the trees in the background in focus, and there's really only one giraffe in the foreground that's really significant. So we don't need shallow, well, we don't really need the super shallow, we don't need a lot. We could just kind of set the aperture almost anywhere, and we're going to be okay. And so this isn't how I would take the picture yet, but this is kind of my hopes, my dreams. This is my ideal settings, what I would like to have. I'll then look at the light meter. And what does the light meter tell me? Ooh, darn. Okay, so this is telling me that I am 2 stops underexposed. I need to let in more light. And the little red indicator here means that I am more than 2 stops off, which means I'm going to need to go over here and let in some more light. So let's see, what would be a good way to let in some more light? The aperture, in this case, I can let in more light down here at f4, and it doesn't really change the nature of the photograph in this case. And now I've got rid of this little red indicator. So I'm at -2, and I need to let in 2 stops of light. Let's see if anyone in the classroom, if you want to grab a microphone, how should I let in 2 stops of light? What change on my camera settings can I make to let in 2 stops of light to kind of fix this problem? What do you have?
I would do 2 things. I would bring the shutter speed down to 500 and take the ISO up to 200.
Okay. And you didn't go with aperture because there's nothing left to do here, right?
Right.
Right. So it's going to be in one of these 2 areas. And I'll give you credit for that. I think that's a pretty good answer. Now, what I actually did in this case is I went to ISO 400 because these giraffes were moving pretty quick, and I had never photographed giraffes before, and I wasn't sure if 500th of a second would do it because they're not humans, and when you get to the fast shutter speeds, there's kind of the acceptable one, which for human movement would be 500th of a second, and then there's kind of a safe one, which might be one beyond it. And so we're not going to get too picky about one shutter speed or the other, but that's what I chose and how I got to this scenario. Does that make sense? All right, let's try another scenario. Blurring the motion. Okay, I think we may have seen this picture before. So I'm panning with my subject, and I want to get this blurry look and have just a little bit in focus. Set it all up, and we're just going to assume from these on out that I'm starting at ISO 100. That's the base. I'm always trying for the best. Now, let's see. Does anyone in the classroom here have a recommendation of what setting we should set first? What's the first thing that we're going to do if we want to take a blurry motion shot?
Set the shutter speed.
Okay. What would you recommend? What would be a good starting point?
Maybe a 15th of a second.
Ooh, great answer there. So that's a good choice in the answer. All right. Keep the microphone since you're on the hot spot. All right. Now, what aperture should we choose for this photograph? Do you have any thoughts?
Well, your shutter speed is pretty low, so I think you're going to have to go with a higher or a smaller aperture, so probably like f16.
Okay. So you're already one step of where actually I want you to be, because you're thinking about how much light you need to let in. Let's forget about the need for light. Let's just say for aesthetic reasons. Is there a reason to choose 4.0 or 22 or anything else?
The background is going to blur with the motion, so probably just somewhere in the middle
Okay. Why would you choose the middle?
to make your subject as sharp as it can be.
Right. The middle of the lens is the sharpest area. And in theory, let's just say we set f/22. Would the background be in focus? No, because we're choosing a slow shutter speed. And so in some ways, aperture doesn't matter. And if aperture doesn't matter, you're exactly right. The middle of the range is a good place to start. So you could be at f8 or f11. Now let's take a look at the light meter. And in this case, this is always a good problem, folks. Folks, if your light meter is overexposed, that's almost always a good thing because that's an easy problem to fix. How would you fix one stop overexposure? And something that some people may still be just catching on to, each stop here, one stop, two stop, indicates exactly one stop, two stops over here. So we're moving in nice even increments. So we need to let in half as much light. How should we do that over here?
I would stop the aperture down to f16.
And if you want to say, like I said before, which is exactly what you said before, which is perfect, nice job, great job. And so that's how you would set up this type of picture in this case. All right, let's do a different type of picture. All right, so we want to maximize the depth of field. So we got something really close to us in the foreground, and we have some background that we also want in focus as well. How do we take this picture? What are we going to set up first? Do we have a volunteer in the class to help me out with this one? Where might we want to set, what do we want to set first, and where do we want to set it? Thank you.
Well, unless you have a tilt shift lens, you'll have to go with an aperture.
Yeah, let's assume we don't have a tilt shift
right.
lens.
And so 22.
f/22, exactly right, because we want the maximum depth of field with this extreme difference in here. Now, shutter speed. What sort of shutter speed? How fast do sea stars move?
Well, if you have a tripod, you could just set it to, as slow as you need it, in order to keep the ISO at 100.
Right. Well, I like the fact that you're bringing up the tripod. That's encouraging. Now, what if you didn't have a tripod?
You just have to go with a light meter.
Just go with what the light meter says. And so a reasonable hand-holdable shutter speed might be around 125th of a second. Let's take a look at the light meter, see what the light meter says. And it says that we are woefully underexposed. And so in this case, what we're going to do, because the subject's really not moving that fast, we can just bring down the shutter speed until our light meter evens out. All right? And that should do a pretty good job. But in this particular case, let's take a look at the picture. It comes out a little too bright. Why? Anybody know why this picture would come out brighter than average?
Got a lot of contrast.
Microphone.
You've got a lot of contrast
A lot of
between the
contrast.
sky and the
What else do we have over here?
landscape.
A lot of dark tones in your
A lot
image.
of dark tones in here. Most of this picture is seaweed. And that's kind of the main problem in this picture, is that the camera's light metering is reading this little area up here, and it's reading all this dark area. So it's trying to overcompensate for this dark area. So what we need to do, what do we need to do with this? Should it go to the minus side or the plus side?
Minus
They're
side.
indicating the minus side. We need to make this picture darker. Okay, for anyone with a microphone, what's a good way to make this picture darker over here? What would you change?
You could bring the aperture down, or you could...
If we bring the aperture down to 16, is it going to make it darker?
No.
So we can't do anything with the aperture.
Right. So
Can we
if-
make it darker with the ISO? No, we can't. So that really only leaves us one choice, right? We go to the shutter speed, and what do we do?
you just make it shorter.
Shorter period of time means it's going to be darker, so we bring that down to 1 second. This goes off to the minus side, and this becomes a little bit darker the way it is in real life. Nice. Very good. All right, different type of photography here. We're going to go with shallow depth of field. So you got your subject in focus, and you want that background, which you don't care about, really, really out of focus. All right, let's set our camera up. What do? Of course, we're starting at ISO 100. Now, need another volunteer in the class? You might just want to keep these microphones handy. Come on, folks. I love these volunteers out there. All right, so if I want really shallow depth of field, anybody got a recommendation of what I should set for really shallow depth of field?
2.0.
2.0.
2.0. Excellent. You know, if you've got a lens that goes down to 2.0 and you want shallow depth of field, you're going to send it all the way there. Okay, do we have any mothers or fathers of young children? Okay, so between you two then, 4-year-old boy, rolling around in the grass, what shutter speed do we need?
At least 500, but probably 1,000.
Okay, so we know what your kids are up to, but I like your thinking. We're going to need a good shutter speed, so let's get a nice fast shutter speed. And 500th of a second, we can be pretty sure is going to stop that motion. All right, so let's take a look at our light meter. What do we got going on here? Okay, so this is a common theme, folks. When you set up what you would like to shoot, you never have enough light, it seems like. It's rare to have too much light. Okay, so we are underexposed by 2 stops. And if we look at our aperture, we spent all the money on the 2.0 lens. Maybe we should have got the 1.0 or the 1.4 lens because that would solve the problem. But we don't have that, so we can't make it brighter with the aperture. We got some shutter speed we can play with, and we have some ISO, but you know that I have a reluctance of going to the ISO. It's kind of the cheap out, which can cost you. So what do we do here? What would you do? We need 2 stops more light for this picture.
Well, I wouldn't want to move the shutter speed down because he's still moving, so that would be blurry. So I'd probably have to change the ISO.
That would be the result of doing that. Now, the fact is that he is on the ground, and he's rolling around, he's moving, and it's not as fast as, say, a soccer player running around. And so we could edge down a little bit on the shutter speed without a problem. I probably wouldn't want to go down to 125th, and we're cutting some very fine lines in here. And this is where we would then bring it up to 200. So we're always doing the minimum that we have to with the ISO, trying to keep it as low as possible. That gets us back to the center, and that's going to work out for that photograph. So good job. All right. Now, I was leading a tour in Jordan. Has anybody been to Jordan in here? No. Okay, so this is the Treasury Building, and in order to get to this building, you got to hike all the way down there. It's a great little place to go. So let's take a picture, and we want to get it nice, sharp, best quality picture we can of the front of this building. ISO 100. Now, maximizing the sharpness. You guys all know the answer, so I'm not even going to ask you. It's going to be the middle of the aperture range. F8, F11 is going to do the job. Now, the shutter speed, it's not moving, so I don't need to worry about the building. The only thing I need to be concerned about is me. How steady can I hand-hold the camera? And so if I had a choice for hand-holding the camera, I would prefer to be at around 125th of a second. It seems reasonable without going overboard. Let's take a look at the light meter, and I am woefully underexposed. And if I want to do this right, if I want to get the best picture possible, I'm not going to jump over to the ISO and throw it up to 6400 or wherever it needs to go. I'm going to put my camera on a tripod, and I'm going to dial down the shutter speed until the light meter centers out. And that's where I'm going to take a picture. And so it's a very simple way of doing that if you have a tripod. Now, as I said, there's this long walk. It's about a mile-long walk to get down to this building. And if you get a chance to go with me on another photo tour, I can guarantee you here's what's going to happen. You're going to be getting ready at 6 o'clock in the morning because we get an early start. And you're getting dressed, and right on your bed, your hotel room, is this big old tripod. And you're thinking, oh my gosh, it's going to be like 100 degrees today, and we got to hike all the way down to this building, and it's daytime. Do I need to bring a tripod with me and haul it around and hike with it all day long in order to take pictures? Well, let's imagine this scenario if you didn't bring the tripod. Okay, so in an alternate universe, you're not going to bring a tripod. Let's remember where these settings were, and let's do this same scenario without a tripod. Okay, so volunteer to answer the question of what's the first thing that we're going to need to change about these settings if we don't have a tripod?
You will have to shorten up your shutter speed.
So that we can handhold the camera, correct. Okay, let's imagine we have a normal lens. Let's imagine there's no stabilization of any sort. What sort of shutter speed would you recommend that we change our camera to?
Probably at least a 60th of a second.
Okay, 60th of a second is a good call on that one. Nice job. Now, it would be nice to go back to 125th. That's what we were asking for before. But something you might all realize is that as we move away from this, we're going to have to recover these lights. So we don't want to go any further than necessary. Now, can anyone answer the question, how many stops of light did we just lose by making that change in the shutter speed? Remember, a stop doubles it.
6.
That's correct. We lost 6 stops of light. We were down here at 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stops of light. And we're going to have to recover that 6 stops of light with the ISO and the aperture. Okay? So this is where we start compromising. All right? This is what happens when you're handheld, low light situations. And I would probably be thinking, well, you know, it's nice to shoot at f11, but that's kind of an extra that I don't have the resources for. So let's get 3 stops of light back with the aperture. That gets us down to 4.0. We're now 3 stops away. At which point, you're going to have to start moving your ISO. And here's where I actually might just go up to 400. And my technique would be to bring the shutter speed down to 1/30th of a second and lean up against the wall in the background so that I could be very steady. Because at a 1/30th of a second, I'm okay, I'm pretty good. But in this scenario, I could shoot off 10 shots. And I'll probably get at least 1 that's very, very good. And so that's how I would set up that scenario. Now, as much as I would like to think everything falls very cleanly into one of these 5 scenarios, it doesn't. You get things that are kind of in between that have different things going on. And so one of these examples is when I was in the Masai Mara, and there was all these wildebeest on migration across this hillside. It was just an amazing sight, thousands and thousands of them moving. And I wanted to get a picture where they were all in focus, and they were stopped in motion because they are walking along this field, where you can see the ones in the front and ones in the back. And so here's kind of what went through my mind, and I'll kind of walk you through it, and then I'm going to have a very important choice for you to make at the very end. All right, so ISO 100, of course, that's the starting point. Now, let's see, what do we want to do? Well, I would like to get lots of depth of field. So if I want to get a lot of depth of field, f16. Now, I could ask for f22, but I'm just not a greedy person. So I think f16 is enough. All right, now I need to stop their motion. Now, the other thing that you can't really see that's going on is I'm shooting this with a fairly long telephoto lens, and I'm in a vehicle where they don't allow you out of the vehicle, and I can't use a tripod. And people are kind of moving around, and I can't really stabilize the lens really well. And so I'm very limited as to what shutter speed I can use. And I can assure you that I couldn't shoot anything lower than 500th of a second in order to get the shot. I had to be at 500. If I had my choice, I'd be at 1,000th, because I knew I could stop the motion then. But I need at least 500. Now, let's take a look at the light meter. Woefully underexposed. I need to let in a lot of light. And I'm thinking, oh boy, how do I do this? What do I compromise on first? And I'm thinking, I'd really like to have that depth of field, so I'm just going to bump the ISO up to 400 as a first step. No dent in the change here, okay? So what are we going to do next? Well, let's kind of back off that whole depth of field thing. That's maybe not the most important thing in the world. 2 stops over there, no dent to help us out here. So, you know what? Forget about that whole depth of field thing. I was foolish. I was a young kid back then. I didn't know what I was thinking. Let's let in as much light as it can be. Now, we've lost the little red indicator, which means we're just 2 stops away. We know we're maxed out on the aperture. We're at the limit of what we can do on the shutter speed, which really leaves only one solution, and that's to bump the camera up to 1600. I don't like shooting at 1600, but I'll do it if necessary. Now, when I take the picture, this comes up right here, it comes out a little too light. Now it's kind of a dark and stormy day, and these wildebeests are really dark. And what I realize is that I need to make this picture 1 stop underexposed. That's an awesome thing, okay? I need less light, which means I could go to the ISO, reduce the ISO to ISO 800, which is going to be a noticeable improvement in the grain on the camera. I could go to 1,000th of a second to help stop the motion of the vehicle and that long lens I'm using, or I could go to f8 and get a little bit of that depth of field. So any choice I make is going to make a better picture. So let's see the hands, just hands up. I'm going to ask you with the different ISOs or different choices, which one would you choose? If you could only choose one, which one would you choose? Let me think for just a second. Each one is going to benefit the picture in some way or the other. Okay, let's see the hands from the people who would choose to change the ISO down to ISO 800. All right. Who would change the shutter speed up to 1,000th of a second? Nobody in the room's going for that. And who would go for a little bit more depth of field at f8? A couple hands for that. Okay. What you don't know is what camera I'm using. All right? How good is my camera at 1600 and 800? And for those of you who get the homework assignments, the learning projects that are part of the download, I've done the ISO test on my camera, and I knew how good my camera was, and I knew that there was a big difference between 1600 and 800. So I changed the ISO on my camera down to 800 because I felt that that would have the greatest impact on my photograph. And this is why it's important to really know your camera really well so that you can make these decisions out in the field. And the final photograph, which we'll take a closer look at again, the line in the front is in focus, but the other ones are not. And it's really not that big a deal because you know that what these are, your brain replicates that out here. So if you saw this on its own, you would have no idea. But because you see this, your brain fills in the gaps and knows about that. And so hopefully that's a good, helpful way to kind of walk through shutter speeds and apertures. Now, in my brain, this is all happening in seconds. But it's nice to walk through it in a slow manner so that you can see the reasons for it. So let's maybe take a pause for some questions and answers in here.
Well, I think you may have just answered this question, but
Okay.
let me see here. Blazing Newbie asks, if the subject is moving quickly, do you have time to make those changes, to think about those changes?
Sometimes you don't, and you just got to go with what you can. And so that's why photographers are constantly trying to anticipate what's going to happen. How fast is it going to happen? When is it going to happen? And so really trying to read all the clues around you.
All right, a question from KT James Photo from Nashville. John doesn't like to increase his ISO. What's his opinion on that in low light situations?
You got to use it when you got to use it. Yeah, I mean, I have no problem shooting at 6400 if that's really the only solution. Yeah.
I think that also is going to answer this question. Serge Scotland is asking about using f/22 and the diffraction issue and how that makes the image less sharp. My guess is you're going to say sometimes you just need to make the trade-off.
Right, and so you got to figure out what's more important, the depth of field for a particular photograph or the maximum sharpness. Because there's going to be a swing point where if you have something right in the foreground in front of you, and you may have your lens at the sharpest point, but if it's out of focus, it's out of focus. And if you need it in focus, you stop it down to get it in focus. And sometimes I will shoot a bit of a bracket series, so I'll shoot a couple of options and then pick the best one later in the computer. Mm-hmm. And that's the great thing about digital is there's no real extra charge for doing that.
Luke from Minnesota asks, I have heard that longer exposures can increase color saturation. Is that true?
That was more true with the days of film and reciprocity failure. There was a change in the way you got the colors. With most normal shutter speeds, there's no noticeable change. If you go to really long shutter speeds, there's some changes, but I haven't done enough testing to give a summary of what it does on all cameras. So a little bit of an I don't know on that one.
Okay. Question in class?
Question in class.
Yes, well, you said in the beginning of class that, or a few days ago, that you can now change or fix a lot of problems with exposure, underexposure in post-processing in Photoshop. So how does that affect the quality of the image versus, what if you just keep the ISO pretty low and then fix the underexposure later? Like, are you losing more quality with increasing the ISO, or?
I think it's a better process to try to get the right exposure in the camera. Mm-hmm. Rather than trying to boost it later. I haven't done a lot of tests to see exactly where that comes out, but it feels a lot better getting it right in camera. And I haven't seen it help out. I haven't heard of anyone who's found that better, because we remember we had a somebody else asking the question about exposing to the right. They're trying to overexpose. And so underexposing is easier because it's easier to do with shutter speeds and apertures and so forth. And I think just keeping it right in the middle is probably the best thing to do.
Ready to take some more?
Sure, let's do one or two more.
Okay, so this has to do with light metering. This comes from AGA. How do you decide on where you take your meter reading? I know you were talking about the matrix mode earlier.
Yeah, the multi-segment mode is just kind of the overall scene. Mm-hmm. And there are some people who like using the spot mode, and that's one technique. And it was very valuable in the days of film because you never had the chance to see what you were doing. With digital, I can shoot a picture in the multi-segment mode, and I can clearly see if I'm a little bit over or a little bit under, and then just make that adjustment. And so I think with the digital readout, it makes it just a lot simpler. And once again, it goes back to my procedure. I'm more than happy to take a practice picture. And if I take a practice picture and it comes out perfect exposure, I feel 100% confident about the next picture. If I took a spot reading and I was pretty careful about my reading it, I would be very confident, but I wouldn't be 100% confident. And I like being 100% confident.
All right, Tatiana Azuata, sorry if I did not pronounce your name right, but is it true that shutter speed should be one stop over the focal length in a handheld situation?
Yeah, if they recall back to what we were talking about in hand holding and shutter speed, so in this case here, I was with about a 500 millimeter lens, I needed about a 500th of a second. In the Treasury building shot, I had about a normal lens, I needed about a 60th of a second. So 1 over the focal length of the lens is a good starting point. It varies from there according to stabilization, and technically if you have a cropped frame, smaller frame camera, you should maybe have a slightly faster shutter speed, so it's a very loose rule of thumbs.
Great. I think we're good to move on if you want to continue.
Okay, so I thought this section would be a little bit short as it is, getting us to noon. And so I decided to throw some other images and some other little things together for today. So this is totally last minute. If this doesn't work out, it's your fault because you want more stuff. And people were sending in, oh, we want more, we love this stuff. And so I got this whole new section. And then I woke up at 4:30 this morning, and we're going to try my 4:30 in the morning idea. So there's 2 options. Number 1, this is going to be a lot of fun, and you guys are going to absolutely love it, which is great. Or I'm going to make a total fool of myself, and you will really enjoy yourself. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a game show. And what we have in the room here is we have couch number 1, and we have couch number 2. And we got 3 and 2, so you're just going to have to deal with it, all right? So we got couch number 1, couch number 2, and we're going to have little points. And so that we keep track of the points, we have some little things here. And let's see, I think we've had these made up for you. So we have team number 1 over here and team number 2. All right, so what you guys need to do is you need to elect a captain who is maybe the more knowledgeable one, who kind of makes the final decision for the team. And they're also the microphone holder. Very important there, because you guys want to have your microphones nice and ready. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you a photograph, and folks at home, I want you to play along as well, and I don't know how fast we have time to get things through. But here's the idea. I'm going to show you a photograph. Actually, let's get the first photograph up on screen right now so you can get a good look at the photograph. All right, so this is the photograph, and I want you to reverse engineer my photograph. I want you to figure out what lens I used, what ISO, what shutter speed, and what aperture. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you one question about one of the items. And what you can do is you can answer the question. If you get it right, you get a point for your bowl. All right? If you get it wrong, you have to take one out of your bowl and put it back. Now the other option is you can say pass. You can pass it off to the other team if you don't want to answer it. Now if you get a question passed to you, if you answer it right, you get a point. If you miss it, no harm. So you don't want to be passing off questions that you think you can get right. And I'm going to try to get our chat host in to throw in answers. So if you're on the internet, you can look right now, and what you can do is type in the focal length, the shutter speed, the aperture, and the focal length. Don't put any words in there. Don't put any questions. Just type in those so that they're nice and clear. ISO 100, shutter speed of 1/30th of a second, an aperture of 5.6, focal length of 100 millimeters, or whatever the case may be. All right, and so what we're going to do, and I have no idea how this is going to work out, and seeing how I made this game up at 4:30 this morning, I have full rights to completely change the rules or alter the game at any time I want. And when I ask you a question about something, I don't need a specific answer. Like if you want to say, that's a long telephoto lens, you don't have to give me an exact focal length. I will just kind of, I'll read your answer. Okay, so you got a good look at this shot. Now, let's bring up the numbers over here. And the first thing we want to do, team number 1, this is kind of an easy question. What do you think we want to do here? Which one of these 5 options? Do we want to freeze the motion, blur the motion, maximize the depth of field, maximize the sharpness, or go with shallow depth of field? What do you think is the most important thing that we want to do in this shot? And you have just a few seconds to confer.
We're going to go with freeze the motion.
Freeze the motion is correct. So grab yourself a little prize there and put it in your bowl. Okay, team number 2. For the rest of these, we all know that I like to start at ISO 100. Okay, so which one do we choose and whereabouts would you put it? And if you get it close, you get the prize.
Which one do we choose to freeze the motion?
So are we going to go with shutter speed or aperture, and where would you put it? See, it's kind of a two-part question.
Shutter speed.
Okay, where do you think you'd want to put it?
About 2,000th of a second.
2,000th of a second? I would say that's close enough. I'm choosing 1,000th, but I'd take a prize because that's right in the right range. So you get a prize for the bulb. All right, so now for the aperture. Team number 1. Where should we set the aperture for this? And it's not so much the answer, but the... They're thinking. It's okay. We don't have a specific time limit, but we're going to say, a small consultation.
We know that it's a pretty dark scene, so we don't want to go with too high an aperture. So we're going to go with what is 5.6.
Whoa, spot on the money. Right answer, you get a point there. Nice job. Very good with that. And you know what? I kind of forgot to ask this question. This would actually be the first question, so we're going to go back to team number 2. What focal length lens do you think I used to take this picture? And now there's a lot of different clues that you can look at to try to figure out, how big is that object, how in focus is the background, what sort of shutter speed and aperture is being used. And this is good information so that when you look through magazines and other people photograph, to try to guess what it is. All right, do you have an answer? And it can be a general category. You can say a particular lens if you want. And of course, what type of sensor size are we talking about here? What do you think? Not a question for points, but what sensor size are we talking about?
Full frame camera.
Full frame is the standard that we talk about, correct. Okay.
We're thinking it's a fairly long telephoto.
Okay. I'm going to say, So we're not going to pass it off because it might make it too easy. I don't have anything that comes up. I designed this last night at 10 o'clock at night. This was shot with a 60 millimeter lens. It's not completely clear, but I am out in a boat, and it's very hard to take long telephoto shots in a little boat. I mean, it potentially could be taken from shore. It's hard to know with everything. We have a question over here?
We were speculating over here that because we know that you probably have some pretty fast glass, and we were thinking the same thing strictly because the aperture bottoms out at 4.0.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Good thinking, but no points. Okay, is this game okay? Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
And so, our light meter is here, and then, so I did actually have to change this down to 4.0, and the final shot, I did have to bump this up to 200 in order to get the shot because I was a little bit underexposed on that. Okay, so who had the last, you guys had the last opportunity, I think? Okay, so we're going to go with team number 1 on this. And here's the shot. I'll let everyone get a good look at it. It's on the internet. And I don't know, how fast is information coming in from the internet?
There's a little bit of a lag, but
not too much,
yeah, it's
actually.
coming in.
And everyone's putting in their answers right away. They're doing great, too.
Okay. So you got the shot now? All right. And you know what I think we may need to do is we may need to jump back to team number 2 because it's kind of the first question is kind of easy, and so we'll have to jump back and forth with the first question. So team number 2, what do we want to do here? Which one of these 5 concepts do you think is really this subject here?
Blurring the motion.
Blurring the motion? Grab a prize. Nice job. Perfect. Okay, so ISO 100 is the easy one. Team number 1. What are we going to change and where are we going to put it? Get it in the ballpark and you get the prize. I kind of like this. The focus is off me for a little while. They can talk.
I love the whispers.
Yeah. It's kind of like Family Feud. No, don't say that. We're going with it.
All right, there was some deliberation on this, but what is the shutter speed of 1,000?
1,000th.
1/1000th of a second, technically?
Good Jeopardy answer.
Wrong. So you're gonna have to take a point back. All right. And so the question is I don't know. Help me. Should I give them a chance at answering that question, or has it kind of narrowed it down? What do you think? Since we're making up rules as we go along the line.
I think it should default to the other,
Okay, so they
Yeah.
get the
other
chance.
team,
Okay,
see if
they
they
get-
can answer it.
Okay,
And then
so
the ball will
okay,
be in
so
their court.
now you knew that was wrong, if he was one stop off, I'd give it to him. All right. So now you know it's kind of a ways from that.
We're thinking you want to keep up with the car but blur the background, so we're going to set the shutter speed around 125.
Take a point. Nice job. So in this case, I'm going to start off, I think, a 60th of a second. If you recall, for human movement, I'd like to do a 15th of a second. But a car moves obviously much faster, and so I'm wanting to blur the action here. Okay, so actually you got the defaulted question, so it's going to go back to team number 2 for the question about what aperture would you like to set in this case? What would be the best the ideal choice for aperture choice?
Right in the middle at about f11.
F11. Get another prize. Nice job. Okay, so what's going to happen here? So let's take a look at our light meter. And in this case, we're a little bit underexposed. So let's go back to team number 1. How would you fix this underexposure problem? What would you do to let in a little bit more light?
What is an aperture of 8?
You don't have to answer in that way. And that is spot on.
We would go down.
Grab a point. Nice job.
Thank
nice
you.
job. Okay, so let's go with the next picture. I don't know if people are liking this or not at home. Hopefully it's helped.
We're getting tons of great answers. Yeah, they come in a little bit late, so they're calling out stuff once we've picked the right answer.
Yeah, if we didn't have the delay, I was going to have the in-studio audience versus the entire internet.
Gotcha.
But you can kind of play along at home.
Yes.
Okay, so who's up first now? Are we going back to team 1, I think? Because
I
we
think
kind of
so.
switch off the beginning of it. All right, so here's the photograph. Take a good look at it. Think about some of the characteristics. So the first, let's see. Oh, you know what I forgot to ask? See, I'm totally blowing, because I haven't practiced this. The car racing one. Does anyone know what lens that was shot with? Whoever says it first. The actual focal length lens gets the point.
Long telephoto.
No. Just your turn.
50 millimeter.
No. Just say something.
100.
No.
24.
No.
135.
No.
400.
No.
35.
Forget it. It was a 35 millimeter lens.
That was my last one.
Okay, forget about it. We're now into this picture here. Okay, so are we at team 1? I think we're at team 1.
Yes.
Okay, so kind of the easy question is, what are we trying to do here? What's the object of this photograph?
Shallow depth of field.
Shallow depth of field, bingo, grab yourself a little prize. Okay, so we're going to go back to what we were supposed to do here. The second question, and remind me if I forget this because I totally haven't practiced this. What lens did I use? What type of lens did I use? What general category or focal length did we use for this shot here? And it can be a fairly broad category, but just get the ballpark.
Like a 50 millimeter?
50 millimeter, wrong, so we're going to kick it over to team number 1. And I think you're supposed to take a prize out of your bowl, too, because you missed it. Kind of forgetting these rules as we go along.
We're thinking that it's probably a macro. Well, like a medium telephoto, like about 100 millimeters, something along those lines.
Okay, I'm going to have fairly loose standards on this one. I'm going to accept that as an answer. It's a telephoto lens. It's actually a 300 millimeter, so I would have preferred a medium to long telephoto lens on this.
Okay.
Got the internet going here?
Yeah, Erfan and I guessed 200 millimeter, but the internet got it right with
Internet got
300.
it right. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay,
good job,
tell you what we're
Lifetime.
going to do. We're going to have a special prize that goes to the internet over here.
right.
You guys are going to represent the internet here.
You can get a close up on me eating this for you, internet.
Yes, so maybe the internet can clean up for any other mistakes that
Okay.
are else making.
Okay.
You guys can
I like
consolidate
that.
it.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, let's get back to this one. All right, so we're going to have to figure out about setting and shutter speed. Do you guys remember who was next? Let's see, you guys missed that one, right, to start with. So it goes to you, team one. So the question is, what do we set first? Shutter speed, aperture, and whereabouts do we set it?
Well, we're definitely going to want to set the aperture, and we're thinking an aperture of 4.
Okay, 4, close enough. We want shallow depth of field. We're going 2.8 because that's the idea. So right idea, get a point. Nice job. Okay, shutter speed. Where would you set the shutter speed? What reason would you use one shutter speed over another shutter speed? If you just had to pick a shutter speed, what would seem like the right shutter speed? And we're not even concerned about the light gathering at this point, just other things.
If you're basically hand holding a 300 millimeter lens, you're probably going to want it at about a 500th of a second.
That's really good. That is very good thinking. We're going to go with 250 because that's closer to 300. That is definitely deserving of a point. Nice job. It's exactly the mentality because we knew what focal length lens we're using. Now we can know what shutter speed we can use. So let's take a look at the light meter. And what's going on here? Ooh, 2 stops overexposed. Team number 1, solve this problem. How do we fix overexposure, 2 stops on this image here?
Increase the shutter speed to 1,000.
Perfect. You guys are getting good. Nice prize. Take a prize. Good job. All right. Let's do another shot here. Okay, you guys remember this? Have I shown this one? I think so. Yes, we did. We talked about this one. All right, let you guys get a good look at this. Think about what is most important on that. Is this game working out?
They are loving it. Yeah.
How to re-engineer this photograph. You'll be able to look through like any magazine, any internet site and go like, I know what they did here, I know what they did there. Okay, who's going first here? I think we're at team 2. All right, so let's start with the easy question. What are we trying to do here?
Freeze motion.
Spot on, grab a point, nice job. All right, I think it's kind of an easy question, but team number 1, what lens did I use? General category of lenses.
Medium telephoto.
Okay. Medium or longer telephoto.
Yeah,
it was a
medium to
300
long.
millimeter lens in this case. And pretty soon you'll learn which lenses I own and which ones I don't own. But I have lens doublers and I got lots of different options in there, so don't take it too hard. Okay, so nice job. You get a point for that. Okay, so we're going back to team number 1. And I have no idea if we're keeping track and actually playing a fair game here or not. But it's a learning game, okay? That's the important thing. So team number 2, what are we going to do? Shutter speed, aperture, and where do we want to set it?
We want a really fast shutter speed, probably start at 4,000.
Ooh, nice job. Perfect. Spot on. You get a point for that one. Excellent. Okay. Team number 1, what aperture should we set? They're thinking. Consult.
If you can get it, 11 would probably be ideal. 8 or 11 right there in the middle. I don't know if you'd be able to get it though. At a shutter speed of 4,000.
I'm not going to fault you. I'm not going to give you a right. I'm not going to say that you're wrong because I thought this up at 4:30 in the morning and I didn't necessarily build this class specifically with this game design. I like your thinking. The other consideration that you probably knew about but you didn't say is that if we're choosing this fast a shutter speed, we're probably going to have to let in more light down here. And so I would ideally like to have a little bit of depth of field because it's hard to say where the bird's going to be. And so that gives me a little bit of wiggle room in case it moves around in there. And so it's good thinking, but you got to also think about this and where are we likely going to be. And so we're going to just let that one pass. And so this puts us at 2 stops underexposed. So now this is a problem that we're going to have to fix. How do we fix this? And we're going back to team number 2 to help solve this problem. So what would you do to fix this light issue? We need to add 2 more stops of light.
We want to keep our shutter speed as fast as possible, so we would open up the aperture to 2.8 and bump up the ISO to 200.
Okay, that's a pretty good call. I'm going to give you a right answer. What I designed is I went to 2.8 and I dropped this down to 2000. It's a very subtle difference, but I would grab a point. You're close enough on that. All right. So you see, you guys are getting closer and better at this. Okay, so let's pull up another picture. Let everyone get a good look at this one. See, now there's lots of consulting going on during this. Oh, whispering. Don't let the other team know what we're thinking. Any comments from the internet?
Lots of
Oh,
a lot
yeah,
of people
they're-
are getting it spot on.
Yeah.
Some people are like within 1 stop.
Yeah.
I was within 1 stop on that last one.
Yeah.
Felt good about that.
Okay, who are we starting with? We're back to team 1 for the first question, I think. Okay, so what are we trying to do in this shot? Let's bring in our options here. What's our idea here?
We are trying to maximize the depth of field.
Maximize depth of field. Nailed it. Perfect. Grab a point. Okay, team number 2, focal length. What sort of lens are we using here?
We think it's a wide angle or ultra wide angle lens.
Ooh, awesome job. Oh no, I just gave away the next answer by pressing the button. I thought I had something up there. I told you, this is a 4:30 in the morning program. Okay, so yes, you were right. It was a 20 millimeter lens. And that would be right on the cusp of what we consider an ultra-wide-angle lens. So yes, we did want to set an aperture of f/16. Sorry about giving that one away. It's kind of hard to go back in time and put the toothpaste back in the bottle. Okay, but anyway, we will move on. We're back to team 1. And what sort of shutter speed would we want to use in this situation?
We're going to assume that we're tripod mounted.
Because I totally made this game at 4:30 in the morning, let's just assume I'm not using a tripod until we get to that in the scenario. So just assume handheld on all the shots.
(125th of a second).
125th of a second. I'm just going to say wrong.
True.
I'm just going to say wrong. Team number 2, do you have an alternate answer?
Because it's a wide angle, we're going to say 1/30th of a second.
Okay. If it's a very wide angle lens, it's a 20 millimeter lens, we can safely use a 30th of a second in that case. And that's enough. And the fact that we're not letting in much light here means we need to let in more light down here. And by the way, how are we doing on these bowls here? Let's take a look. Ooh. You guys have to take one. I think that made the difference right there. It's very close. So we have 6. I think we have 7 there. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 7 for team 1, 8 for team 2. Oh. Okay, so very, very close. Okay, so this is kind of the ideal settings. Let's take a look at the light meter. Who was the next question for? I completely forget. For team number 1. Okay, so we're underexposed on the reading here, and we need to let in 1 stop of light. How do we let in 1 stop more of light in this scenario? I think I'm going to have to make a director's call after this. But I see a potential issue that I just came into, but I'm going to let him answer.
This was not a unanimous decision. However, the judges have decided, and we're going to try for an aperture of 11.
Aperture f11. Okay, that would make pretty good sense. I'm not going to have you lose a point because I didn't fully explain the rules because this is a 4:30 in the morning idea. This is the point. When you see the light meter is when you can then engage the tripod. Okay? And so I'm making this up as we go along. I'm sorry, but I'm not taking a point away from you. And so in this case, it would be
Shutter
best
speed.
to use the tripod and go down to a 15th of a second. So once you see the light meter, then you can use the tripod as a reasoning for that. So that's the scenario. Okay, here's your next shot. Yeah, I really ought to think these things through sometimes. Okay, and because I'm making things up along the way, I'm going to tell you right now, this is tripod from the start. Okay. All right, let's get going on this one. I totally can't keep track, but is team 2 you number 1? Or wait, who's
I think we answered the first question on the last slide.
Okay, so over here, what are we trying to do in this picture? And I have to admit, this is a little tricky, so it's a tough answer. But if you miss it, you lose a point. There's some information in the depth of field section that kind of is important in this particular picture that we'll talk about, I'm sure, in a few seconds. But 3, 2, 1.
Maximize depth of field.
Depth of field. What was it again?
Maximize?
Maximize depth of field. That is incorrect. Sorry. It's okay. Free opportunity for team number 1. So it's not depth of field that we're concerned about here.
You're trying to maximize your sharpness.
Maximize sharpness. That is incorrect as well. Let's go back to team number 1. Opportunity to earn that point back. And it's going to be getting very easy here very quickly.
Did you say it was not depth of field at all?
Was not maximize depth of field, was not maximize sharpness.
Okay, we're going with shallow depth of field.
That is incorrect as well. Another opportunity for team number 1. You'll
Freeze
understand
motion.
this in a moment. What do you got?
Freeze motion.
Freeze motion, very important. When you use a long telephoto lens, the moon is moving relatively quicker across the sky. And at night, you're going to have to use a very long exposure. And the key thing that you're doing is you've got to choose a shutter speed that stops that. And I may have given what the next question in here. And so the reason why depth of field is not important is because remember, depth of field gets shorter or gets narrower when you get really close to you. The Space Needle is literally about 2 miles away from me at this point. And you choose one aperture for this, a shallow depth of field for this, the moon's going to be close enough in background. And so 2 things that far away, it's going to be impossible to get a separation through focusing. All right, so that is freezing motion. Did you get your point?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so I'm not even going to ask you this question because, what would you set first? Because this was a 4:30 in the morning idea. Originally, my intention would be, it would be nice to be at a 60th of a second in this case. And this is, can I ask this one? I think this one is just too tricky, in this case, I obviously didn't have a very fast aperture, all right? And so, well, let's see. You know what? I'm going to ask you. Who's up for the question? Who's got the question? Question number 1. Okay, what aperture? Okay, it's going to be the aperture. What aperture would we want to choose? 5.6. Why?
Because I think you're far enough away that it's going to give you a large enough subject zone.
Okay, so I'm going to say wrong, but I'm not going to take a point away from you because this is a really, really tricky one. And what's happening is that I'm using a telephoto lens with a 2x converter. There's some extra things going on here. And what's happening is that when you put a converter on a very long lens, optically it's not real sharp. And so in order to get some of that sharpness back, I am trying to do a little bit what you talked about earlier about maximizing the sharpness. And so there is an element of truth in that. All right, let's take a look at the light meter. And let's figure out what we have to do. So I think, are we back at team 2 now? Okay, so we are woefully underexposed. How do we fix this woeful unexposure in this picture?
We're thinking we could probably bump the ISO a little bit, but
We're going to have to make a big change. So you don't even have to tell me how far to go. Just tell me which one you're going to go a long ways on.
because the picture has so many darks in it, it might be okay for it to actually be underexposed a little. But yeah, we'd probably go with ISO and maybe change the aperture if we can.
Incorrect answer. This is an extra. I should have saved this one for last. I'm going to, and so you got to take a point out. I'm sorry. It's far enough off. But I'm going to give team number one an opportunity here to. What major change are we going to make here? I think I've totally screwed this one up, by the way. I'm glad we're not playing for large dollars. Three, two,
Shutter speed.
shutter speed. That's it. Grab yourself a point. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, in this case, is I'm going to go down to about a half second. And if you haven't shot this type of photography, once you get slower than a half second, you're going to start getting blurriness in the moon. It's always nicer to have a fast shutter speed when you have a long lens. But this did not solve the problem, and this is just a problematic, and I didn't completely think this through. So I'm just going to kind of walk you through the rest of this. In this case, I'm going to just start bumping up the ISO until the problem is solved at this point. And in some ways, I could have gone down to 5.6. I was just trying to hold as much sharpness because you lose some with the teleconverter. Let's get back to some easier things. So let's take a look at the next shot, give you a good look at this one. I'm sorry about the last one, folks. It's the 4:30 idea. Are we at team two for the first question? Oh, you know what I forgot to mention on the last one? Okay, what focal length?
A super long telephoto.
Yeah. We're not going to give any prizes, but it was about 1,000 millimeters. It was shot with a crop frame camera as well. Okay, so let's go with this one here. Are we at team two for the first question? Yeah, like this is really important. Okay. What are we trying to do here?
Freeze the motion.
Freeze the motion is correct, but I would have also accepted maximize the depth of field because we do have flags in the foreground that are kind of nice to have in there, so I'm going to accept either one of those. Team number two, can you tell me what focal length was used in the general broad category? Three, two,
50 or below.
50 or below. You know, if you had said 50, I would have accepted it, but you said the below. And I think it left too much open, so it would be too easy to answer, and so I'm not going to give you the opportunity to answer it. I love the way I can just make up rules as I go. This is an 80 millimeter lens, so you were pretty close, but just hesitating the wrong direction. So let's, oh, darn, I pressed the clicker.
125.
Let's see. So let's say you missed that question. So we're going back over here. So what aperture would you set in this case?
F16.
F16. I would say that's close enough to what I'm giving. I said F11, but I think that's ballpark enough. Grab yourself a point. Good job with that. So let's go ahead and bring in the light meter and see what's going on. So we are 2 stops underexposed. Team number one, what sort of solution do you have for us to fix this underexposure problem?
And you said before we do now have a tripod.
You can employ a tripod now if you want. Yes.
Gotcha. Can we make 2 changes, or do we
Sure.
have to? Okay.
You get a bonus point if you can get both of them right.
We're going to bring the shutter speed and ISO both, shutter speed to 60 and ISO to 200.
Okay. Not sure what to do on this one. You got that one right. The choice that I went with was to change the aperture to f8. And so I'm going to say you get a point for that. I think it's worthy of a point. I think it was good out of the box thinking. And so the argument here is that you shoot a couple pictures at f8 to see if you're getting enough depth of field. And if it works, you go with it. And that way you can stay at ISO 100 without jumping up. All right, let's look at the next picture. The first question, of course, will be what are we trying to do here? The second question will be the focal length. All right, so let's get in here. So what are we trying to do here? Team number 2.
Freeze the motion.
Freeze the motion. That's right. Nice, easy one, I think. Grab yourself a point. Now the question is what sort of lens are we using? And I'll give you a hint. It's not a fisheye. Do anything you want. We're making up the rules as we go.
Is the range of your aperture in alignment with the lens that you used?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You probably used your 300.
Excellent. Good job. 300. So you get a point for that. I don't have any graphics for that. Just have fireworks or something. Nice job. Okay, so back to team number 2. Choose aperture, shutter speed, and make a setting. What do you think?
We're going to start with shutter speed at about 500.
Spot on. Nice job. Perfect. Grab a point. Okay. Back to team number 1. Pick our aperture. What do you want to do here? Team 2 is getting ready in case Team 1 misses. We should have a survivor round. I know we're running a little past our expected lunchtime, but we got a few more photos to go.
In the neighborhood of 5.6.
5.6. I think that's far enough off that I'm going to say, lose a point. And we're going to go back to team number 2. So get a point out of that. Come on, get a point out of there. Thank you.
We're going to put it at f11.
F11. That is even more wrong. I should make you take 2 points out of there. And so we're going to go back to team number 1.
2.8.
What's that?
2.8.
2.8. There you go. Grab yourself your point back. Well, it's a sports shot, and when you're shooting sports, it's kind of like a portrait. There's all this junk in the background, and you do want it to get out of focus. And while the primary thing is freezing motion, there is kind of a subtle secondary, which is shallow depth of field, which is kind of nice. But even if we didn't care about that, having a 500th of a second is a fast shutter speed, which means we're going to need to let in a lot of light. But I don't think we're done with this one yet. Okay, so that doesn't quite get us to where we're supposed to be. So I think we're at team 2. So team 2, can you solve this problem? We are underexposed here. How do we fix this problem?
We're going to bump up the ISO.
Grab a point. And I went up to 200 to see kind of where things were, and it finally got this off, and so I know I have to go up to 800 ISO to fix the problem. So good job there. Nice job. They come and go so easy, don't they? Okay, so here we go. Just some little stuff in the sand, kind of interesting here. What's going on here? What's our goal? What are we trying for? I think I may have 2 more after this. Okay. So I think not too long. All right, so let's see. What team number 1 are we at, I think? What are we trying to do in this shot here? Where's our options? Here's our options. What are we trying to do?
You're trying to just maximize your sharpness.
Maximize sharpness, very good. It's not moving, so we're not blurring, we're not doing shutter speeds. We're kind of shooting this flat on, so exactly right. Now, the next question is, what lens did we use to take this picture? All right, and I'm going to take a general, fairly broad range, so you got to just get it in the ballpark here.
We're going to guess a 50.
I'm going to say that's close enough, you get a point. It was actually a 70 millimeter lens. Okay, it would be very difficult to shoot this with a 300 millimeter lens. I'm not that tall. Okay, so yes, that's a good choice there. Now, back to team number one. What do we set first, aperture or shutter speed? Where do we set it? What would you make? What choice?
It's going to be your aperture. You're going to want it somewhere right in the middle, either 11 or 8.
Excellent, good job. Let's choose F11, grab yourself a point for that. Good job. Okay, back to team number two. What about shutter speed for this? I'm not used to it being so quiet. It's kind of nice that I can stop talking for a little bit. A few more seconds here.
We're going to assume we're hand holding it and start at 1/60th.
You should get like 2 points for getting that spot on. Nice job. But you're only going to get 1. Okay, so let's take a look at the light meter and see what's going on here. Okay, so we're one stop off. We're pretty close here, but we do need to fix this. How should we fix this? What's the best solution for fixing this problem? Team number one.
You're probably going to be okay with trying to reshoot it at a shutter speed of 1/30th.
Good job. We could throw in a tripod, but
Yeah.
Right answer. I give you a point for that. And I think this may be our last one here. Okay, so you remember this shot here? I know some of you kind of like the shot. It's one of my favorite. Get you a good look at the shot. Think about how it's taken, what lens, what are we concerned about. Okay, so first off, I forget, who's getting the question now? Who gets the first question? Team two? Team two. All right, so what are we trying to do here?
We think there's a couple things, but I think we're going to say shallow depth of field.
Shallow depth of field is correct. We want the person in focus. We want whatever that stuff is in the background nice and out of focus. So she's getting quicker at grabbing those points now. Getting a little bit more perceptive as we get towards the, I think this may be the last one. Okay, so team number one, what focal length lens do you think we use? General category.
Portrait, maybe a telephoto, like a 125.
Excellent. I was on a zoom lens and I was technically at 165, but that's a right answer, I would say. So grab yourself a point. Oh, darn it, I hit the button again.
4.0. 4.0.
Okay, that was these. So that was going over. So now we're going to have to switch over to the shutter speed. What shutter speed would you choose? I apologize. I should really have somebody else in charge of this. You can't do two things at once. So we're thinking about the shutter speed. What are we concerned about with shutter speeds?
We're going to try to start at about 125.
Excellent job. Point. It's close enough. 250. 125 is acceptable. 250 would be nice. So you get a point for that one. All right, let's take a look at our light meter, and we are, ooh, darn. We're kind of a lot underexposed now. And so we need to let in more light here. So team number one, what do you think we should do?
We're going to try lowering our shutter speed.
Okay. And I'm actually going to give you a point for that because I'm going to raise up the ISO and, come on, I'm going to change this as well, and hopefully this will get us, once again, 430 idea. Doesn't really work. And so I've kind of narrowed my way up. You had the right idea, so I'd grab a point for that. And there's nothing left, which is good because we are at the end of the section. So in theory, let's see, we got team one and team two, and you actually have one more over here. And We can count this at the lunchtime, but it looks like it's a rough time. But nice job, everyone. I hope, Internet, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it kind of helped you work through and help analyze photographs. You guys did a great job. Nice job. So what do you think, guys?
The internet loved this. I've never seen the chat room so busy, like throwing out answers. And a lot of people got all the questions right. So
Really?
good job, you guys.
Good job.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to take a 45-minute lunch break right now, and we want to know what you have in store for us when we come back.
I think that was it. That was everything I had
Oh, is it for the day? Can we play more games?
I gotta check my notes here. Okay, so actually it's one of my favorite sections on focus. There's so many things that controls the way a camera focuses, and it's a big day today. And so it's a big afternoon, so go grab something to eat, get some rest, and get ready for the afternoon, second session.
Well, I want to read a couple comments here real fast. Inkart says, I love everything about John's classes. They have been fun, haven't they? And I thought Photomarsh's comments in the chat room actually were highly appropriate. From Lebanon, Pennsylvania. I love John's method of teaching. He is my favorite Creative Live teacher. This game, even though it was created at 4 a.m., has been one of the greatest exercises to help me with learning how to balance between aperture, shutter, and ISO. Thanks. I mean, for creating it at 4 a.m., it's pretty good.
There's a few things I would tweak at this point.
Yeah,
but
well, you could probably not even say that, and we would think that it was totally complete. So that was a lot of fun. The chat room was having a great time with it.
Yeah.
Good.
We all were.
Yeah, I was too,
Yeah.
even though I got most of those answers wrong.
We got close. We were within a stop or two stops.
Yeah, with the help of the chat room, I was actually fairly accurate
you
each
guid
time.
had a large resource helping
I
you
get to
out
phone
there.
a friend every single time you ask a
Exactly.
question.
Well, I know a lot of us are talking about, okay, we're going to watch the rewatch later tonight because we didn't catch all of it the first time through. And even I don't catch all of the information that John shares the first time through. And wouldn't you love to have this class at your fingertips so that you can learn what you want, how you want, and at your own pace? I know I love to. When I own the Creative Live videos, I love being able to go back and slow down, pause, rewind, rewatch, even at 4 a.m. if I wake up like John does. But this is the right way to learn, is to have these videos at your fingertips later in like a month and a year from now when you're at a different level of learning, because we learn at the experience level that we're at right now. So when you're ready for that next step, you want these videos so you can go back and glean more of information from John and have with you forever. So learn on your own learning schedule. Grab the course right now for $99, and so you have control at the speed you learn this course.
Yeah, there's a lot of great information here. I don't know how anyone would absorb this all in one sitting. Some future, or some announcements rather. We have some upcoming classes. I'm going to try not to flub my words too much more. Getting free media attention is powerful and often misunderstood. Is an often misunderstood communication tool. Coming this Friday, join media strategist and best-selling author Ryan Holiday for his course on how to create smart, savvy, and provocative PR campaigns. There's a word
Sounds
you don't hear
fun.
often. Enroll for Smart PR for artists, entrepreneurs, and small businesses during the break that's on the calendar page, of course. And we'll be back in 45 minutes.
Before we continue on with the next segment of the Fundamentals of Digital Photography with John Gringo, we have a prize to give away, don't
A
we?
great prize. Yes, indeed we do. It's a Black Rapid camera strap. And let's see here. The winner is Teresa Soleil. I'm going to go Soleil on that one. And she entered on Facebook, and her winning quote was, "It's a better process to get your exposure right in your camera than to try and boost it later." Correct. And congratulations, Teresa. And we want to thank Black Rapid for the great prize. All right, John.
We ready to get moving
We're
on?
ready to get moving, yeah.
But you know, we went through a section that went a little long. We didn't have time to kind of talk about things a little bit. So I'd like to kind of find out from the students if anyone wants to grab a microphone and just talk a little bit about the exposure section that we just went through. How did you like playing the game? Is there anything that you thought about that you didn't think that you would normally think about, or any ideas?
I thought that was amazingly educational. I think just to look at a photo and force yourself to think through those things. I think I had thought I had a pretty good understanding of some of those things, but I've never even looked at a photo and thought about what lens it was taken with, and that was really eye-opening.
Nice.
My take on that is it made us think about what we learned today, and that your solutions were very precise, and my solutions would have been within, like I would try this, try that, within the range.
Yeah.
But I would be close to which shutter speed or ISO or aperture.
Yeah.
But it's very, very educational.
Good.
For me, I think the deconstructing of the settings in reverse was the most helpful thing that I've done so far. It really got me thinking of it in a different order, and it was extremely helpful for me.
Yeah, is it going to make you more aware when you're setting
Exactly.
up on the
Yeah.
field? Very good. Anybody else?
For me, it was eye-opening, and this is going to sound funny, to know how much I don't know, actually, because there's assumptions that I would have made about a couple of those photos that were completely wrong. And I also realized that I don't have as good an eye for the focal length as I thought that I did. So it makes me rethink some of the assumptions that I have there, too. So it kind of resets a couple of my own expectations, and that's a great thing.
Interesting. Excellent. Well, very good. If you want, you can. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, one thing I was just really surprised by just how careful you were not to increase the ISO. I never have heard of people being like that, careful with it.
Maybe I'm too militaristic.
Oh no. I mean, it's
with
just it was kind of a very interesting point.
All right. Well, excellent. Okay. Well, let's move on. And so we're at the halfway point, I think, officially. So we've made our way halfway, and now we're getting on to focus. And as important as exposure was in the last section, focus is the one that there's just no going back on. I mean, if you screw this up in the field, there's nothing in the software that's out today or even that I can see in the near future that's going to solve the problem. So you really have to get this right in the field. So I've broken this down into many, many different ways, and so there's a lot of different things involved here. We're going to actually cover a little territory that we've already covered just to refresh some of the important things. So first off, we're going to talk about just plain old focusing the lens. And I had mentioned this before when we had talked about lenses. When you focus the lens or whether the camera is autofocusing it, lens elements are typically moving away from the sensor and coming back when you are focusing to infinity. Now, for most things, this is not important, but it will be important when we get to macro focusing. If you want to focus up really close, you want to get this lens away from the body. Let's talk about manual focus. We're going to go back to the old days before autofocus. Back in the old days with manual focus, there was very nice, wide, smooth focusing rings on your camera. And nowadays, a lot of lenses, especially the standard kit lens these days, has a very, very small ridge for manual focusing, which is not the most pleasant device to use. It's a narrow focus ring, it's made out of plastic, and there's no distance information. There's no idea which is infinity and what is close up. A better lens will have a much wider rubberized ring, something a little bit of texture, something for you to grab onto. And it's going to have a distance scale down in here, which is kind of nice. The best type of lenses will have a little bit of depth of field scale. We saw this before when we were talking about other lenses. And so it's one of the ways you can look at lenses and see what other features it has to help you manually focus. Now, we talked about the different types of cameras, and one of the things I mentioned is that the single lens reflex camera has a prism system that you view the light through. And this is very, very helpful and can also help because some cameras have much better prisms than other cameras. And so if you do want to manually focus and you want to see through your viewfinder really clearly, here's some things to think about. A large viewfinder is going to be associated with a larger frame sensor. So the larger your sensor, probably the larger your viewfinder. And there is some differences from camera to camera. Next up, a bright finder, a pentaprism over a pentamirror. A pentamirror is generally in the entry-level cameras, the cameras that you're going to spend $500 or $600 on. When you spend $1,000 or $1,500 or $2,000, it's probably going to be a pentaprism, which is that glass block where things are going to be a little bit brighter and easier to see. The other thing that's going to help a bright viewfinder is having a bright lens, and this is one of the benefits of having a fast prime lens. The image that you get to see is just brighter, easier to focus with. High magnification viewfinders. Different cameras, and I've just listed a couple examples here, have different magnifications in their viewfinder. And one of the things they do, and I think it's just to make the camera a little bit smaller on the lower end cameras, is the magnification is lower. And what happens is that the size of the image that you're looking at is really small. It's kind of like when you go to a movie theater, and some theaters have a really big screen, and other theaters, they're like, oh, this is kind of like a little tiny screen. And that's part of the viewfinder experience that helps you focus. And then finally, something else called a large eye point. It's the distance from your eye to the viewfinder. How much distance do you need here? And I've listed a couple of current cameras and their eye point distance, and that's something that you'll see buried in the specifications of your camera. Higher-end cameras just have a larger viewpoint, so if you wear glasses, you want a larger viewpoint because that allows you to wear glasses on there. One of the nice things about having a full-frame camera is they have that nice big screen, so it is easier to see. So these are different considerations that are going to affect the viewing of what you're looking at through the lens, so if you do want to manually focus. Now, a lot of people are autofocusing most of the time, and the fact of the matter is I do use autofocus most all the time. My camera is in autofocus just about 100% of the time, but I'm going to share exactly the system that I use a little bit later on. Different cameras have different systems, but for the most part, there's going to be an autofocus switch on the lens. You can keep that in autofocus. If you flip it over to manual, then you need to do it yourself. Nikon folks, pay attention because they often have two switches. There's one on the lens and there's one on the body these days. In the past, it used to be on the body, and I think they are in a transition state putting it on the lens. And so if you have a Nikon camera, what I would do is I would leave it in autofocus on the camera body, and if you want to switch it, do so on the lens, because that's kind of the system that they're going towards. If either one of these is in manual focus, you're in manual focus. So they both have to be in autofocus for you to autofocus. The other thing about Nikon, and they're just a little bit different, they have a couple of different types of switches. They have a manual and an autofocus option right here. Down here, what's going on is that you have manual, but you also have manual and automatic, which basically means after you autofocus, you can manually change the focus and touch up, fix, or change the focus if you want to. In the case of a lens that has just this setup, you aren't supposed to go turn the lens again. There's a whole series of lenses, and they're kind of the lower end lenses. If they are in autofocus and you turn the focusing ring and it feels a little stiff, you shouldn't turn the ring on it. Generally, it should be nice and smooth. And so be aware of what type of lens you have and whether you can manually focus it at any time you want. But you can go ahead and put your cameras in autofocus for right now because that's what we're going to be talking about for most of this section. The first and most important thing to know about autofocus is that your camera is using focusing points within the frame, and they don't encompass the entire frame. You need to have subjects within here. We're going to talk about these in particular, but that's just the first part of it, where in the frame you are focusing. Next up, you need to know about what focus mode you're in, and there are a couple of different focus modes that we're going to talk about. Single autofocus focuses on a subject and then stops. If your subject moves, it'll be out of focus. There's another mode called continuous, and this goes by various names depending on the company, that will track subjects moving towards you and then moving away from you. The other thing we're going to talk about, and this is just kind of a preview of what we're going to dive into, is the buttons that you use. And there's a lot of different options because our shutter release, when we press halfway down, we're going to autofocus on our camera then before we take a picture. But there is a number of other buttons on our camera. Some cameras have an autofocus lock button that we can use in conjunction with this one. And then there is also an autofocus on button where we can use that in conjunction or separately from these. So there's a lot of different options that we're going to go through on this, and there's probably about a dozen or so different setups, and most people only need one or two. So it's just narrowing it down to the few that you need. So let's go back and really go through focusing points on our camera. So many cameras have 9 focusing points. There's some cameras that have many more, but this is probably the most common pattern that you're going to see out there or something like this. Now, the thing about these focusing points is you need to have something of contrast in these focusing points for your camera to work. A lot of people, I get a lot of questions once in a while from students who say, my camera just won't take a picture. The number one reason is because there's nothing of contrast in the frame and your camera can't find anything to focus on, so it decides not to allow you to take a picture. That's the default system in cameras. So if you line up this picture with your camera, you will not be able to take a picture. There is nothing of contrast. Yes, there are clouds back there, but there's nothing for these brackets to catch on. They need lines. They need contrast. So, do you have lines? Yes. Are they in the brackets? In this case, no. Your camera's not going to be able to focus. And as just a little brief side note, do you know how hard it is to find a tree that perfectly matches the opposite pattern here? I have to look long and hard for this tree. Okay, so the focusing points themselves are very, very important. And here's a little bit of behind the scenes on how they're working. There's different types of brackets and sensors in your camera. This is a horizontal line sensor. Yes, I know it's vertical, but it's looking for horizontal lines. And it can't see this line at all. And in fact, it can't see this line even when it's right in front of it. It can only see lines that are coming through. And it's kind of looking for broken horizontal lines. And then it gives the camera and lens information on how to focus and fix that problem. We have vertical line sensors that are looking for broken, out of focus vertical lines. And then it will instruct the lens on how to fix that. And so with our cameras, we're going to have different types of focusing points that are buried deep in the instruction manual about what sort of focusing points and how they can be used. You might see something referred to as an f2.8 horizontal line sensor. What this means is that it's looking only for horizontal lines. And what this means here is that you need to have an f2.8 lens to make it work. Another option that you might see is you might see a vertical line sensor that needs a lens at f4. So it's only looking for vertical lines, and it needs a lens of f4. And just as a reminder, this is kind of a behind the scenes. You don't see this in the viewfinder, okay? Now, in this case here, this is a cross-type sensor, and there are some sensors that are looking for both vertical and horizontal lines. And it's looking for contrast and information with any lens faster than 5.6. So, looking at these options here, what would I want in my camera? Well, I know everything that we've talked about in lenses so far makes us think that 2.8 is the better choice. But in this case, 5.6 is better because it works with 5.6 lenses. It works on f4 because f4 is faster than 5.6 and would work on 2.8 lenses. This is also the best because it's got both types of lines. And so ideally, I would have 1 million cross-type focusing points that are good at f99. That means they would work on every lens. That's what would be ideal. And so different cameras have different systems. I go through it in some of my camera classes, but you can kind of check in the information about your camera about which ones are which. All right, so this is our pattern for many, many cameras these days. And the one box in the center, on every camera that I know of, it's a cross-type sensor, which means the center on your camera is sensitive to both vertical and horizontal lines, which is great. Now, if your contrast moves out away from that, you couldn't focus on that. And you'll notice the different shapes of these boxes. A tall box typically means it's a horizontal focusing point, so it's looking for horizontal lines. So typically, on the left and on the right side of your camera, it's only looking for horizontal lines over here. If you put a vertical line through one over at the very edge, on most cameras, it's not going to be able to focus on it. And the opposite is true down here. You can see it's kind of a horizontal line. It's very easy to get this vertical line through it, in which case it's looking for vertical things to focus on. It's not going to find the horizontal. If you were to tilt your camera about 45 degrees, it would probably start to pick up on that point at some point. But the one that you got to keep in mind, because on all cameras, it's the center point that's really good. On every camera that I know, the center point is always the best. Now there's some other cameras that are a little bit fancier, I'll show you in a moment, but it's the center one that's able to pick all the directions and is the most sensitive. And so on your camera is a way and a place that I don't know because it's different on all the different cameras on how to change which focusing points. And one of the options you have is to choose what I call all bracket focus, which means that every focusing point is hot and active. It's looking for focus. And the default system built into your camera is that, in this case, we have a subject fairly close to us. We have some subjects further away from us. The default program on the camera is to focus on whatever is closest to you. So this is where the camera is going to focus. And it's going to kind of forget about the information that's coming in from over here. If you said, well, that isn't what I want the camera to focus on, well, then you could have to manually choose a single point and go change it to wherever it is that you want the camera to focus on. But that takes a little bit of time, and that's always been an issue with me, going in and fumbling around changing the focusing points. But it is an option, and it works very well in certain situations. The problem that I have with choosing some of these optional outside points is that they're never as good as the point in the center. And I always like choosing the best option possible. Now, another option that you'll see, and this goes by a variety of names, is what I call wide point. It's where it's kind of looking at one main area, but then it kind of looks to its nearby neighbors for help. And this can be good if you just don't want too small a box. You want a little bit larger area to work with. Now, many of the newer cameras have a lot more focusing points. They'll have 50 to 60 focusing points. Fact of the matter is that they work the same way, and in general will do the same thing that the lower number of points will do. So in this case, it's not really going to react any differently. It's going to choose whatever is closest if you have them all activated. You could choose one if you wanted to, and then you could move that around as to which one you're going to change. The advantage with these more focusing points is that when you get to the wide point selection, they might have a lot more options depending on the camera you have. You might have a choice of 5 brackets like this, or you might have 9, and then you can move these around to different parts of the frame, which is really nice. And so figure out on your camera how to change from single to potentially group point. Some other names that you'll see is zone, group, dynamic, and point expansion, some different names that you'll see, as well as all points. And there are reasons why you will choose one or the other, and we'll talk a little bit more about this. But in general, most of the time, for basic photography, I'll have my camera in the single point mode because I'm precise, I'm choosing what I want to focus on. Sometimes, in general, real quickly, I'll use group point or whatever the name that my camera has for it for sports photography. And I don't use all points, but I might use that sometimes in certain types of sports or action photography. And I don't have a slide here for stopping and questions, but this might be a good little point to see if there's any focusing point type questions.
Well, you've already knocked out a few of them.
Okay,
just
good,
in continuing. But we do have some more that I think are still relevant. Let's see here. King Leo Rick actually is asking about using the middle points to focus. Often people tend to use the middle point focus because it's the most accurate and then recompose the scene. But doesn't this, in theory, put the desired focus area out of focus?
You know, I have heard about this, and guess who did a test?
You did.
I did. So, folks, here's the theory, is that if you focus in the center and you move it off to the side, you're changing the distance to your subject. And in theory, they're right. In the real world, I haven't found it make a difference. I used the most shallow depth of field I could get my hands on. I used a 135 f2 at a fairly close distance. And I practiced doing this technique. And I found out that the biggest problem wasn't in the twisting, but was in the fact that you might move forward or backwards while you were twisting. And so if you have it on a tripod and do a perfect pan over, the focus point technically moves, but it's just super, super small. I mean, I had a depth of field of maybe a half an inch, and I would say the depth of field moved 1 millimeter or 2, which isn't enough even at that level. And so the biggest problem is when you're hand holding it, did your subject lean forward or backwards, or did you just that little bit? And I would say it's the option, you have 2 options then. You can either use center point and a slight refocus, which is very, very quick. Very, very nice about that. You can choose one of the outer points, but then you got to go fidget in to get to the outer points. If you're going to do a one-off shot, just one here, one there, just use the center point. If you said, oh, you look great over on the right side of the couch, I want to get a whole bunch of pictures of you over there, that's when I would choose a point off to the right-hand side if you're going to do several shots. And if that focusing point does a good job picking up that information.
Okay.
Pro photographer is wondering if you prefer to focus and recompose or change focus points when doing portraits with an off-center subject.
I think I kind of just answered
did?
that,
Okay.
and you weren't ready because you had that question
Sorry.
loaded up in the queue while I was answering that one. So I hopefully
You
that
got me
one.
on that one, absolutely. Okay,
Yeah.
let me find
That's not Lorraine's fault. She's got these things all planned out, and sometimes I step on her feet and get in front of her.
No, that's okay. Here, I have another one lined up from Amos K. Do I need my aperture at 2.8 to use the 2.8 horizontal line focusing?
Good, great question. No, you don't. One of the great things about having a lens that goes down to 2.8 is that you are looking through 2.8 when you're framing your shot up. When you're focusing, it's at 2.8. And then when you take a picture, it stops down to the desired aperture.
Quick question about taking landscape photos from Danny Gula. Would you use the multi-point setting for landscape images?
No, I would not use that. I would either use the spot focusing point or a technique called back button focusing that I'm going to explain in short order here.
Okay.
Okay, Wind Spirit is wondering, auto area AF on Nikon is the same as the group focus that you referred to?
It sounds like, I believe so.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Newbie 11, how many millimeters should my center point be set at? My camera gives me several choices, 6, 8, 13, etc.
6, 8. Oh, interesting. I think that they might be confused and they might be looking at the size of the center weighted metering area in a Nikon camera.
All right. Cheesy is wondering, why not leave it in continuous instead of single all the time?
The problem with leaving your camera in continuous is that you then have to have your focusing point on your subject when you take the picture. And we haven't got to the composition section. That's going to be in the last section of the class. And so if I want to take a picture of someone or something that's away from one of the focusing points, the camera would then continuously focus onto the background. And so for standard and basic photography, continuous is very inconvenient because it's focusing on the wrong thing. And there are ways around it, which I will be getting into as well. As I say, there's a lot of options.
Okay.
Question in class, I think?
Yeah, you may have a slide for this, but are you going to address how focusing in live view can be a little bit different than the focus points?
Yeah, focusing in live view, and that kind of brings up a good point that if you have, like your Sony camera, it's not an SLR, and this is kind of only with SLR photography. And so if you have a camera that has, it's not just interchangeable lenses, but the single lens reflex style, it has this type of focusing system in it. For those who have the mirrorless systems, a little Olympus, a little Sony NEX, they're using a different system that isn't quite like this, and so not everything applies. And in live view, in an SLR, it kind of goes into that mirrorless focusing system, and I will address that.
And what about 3D tracking?
3D tracking is not something that I've had a lot of experience testing, but according to Nikon's technical information, it's looking at color information to help judge what's happening with the subjects. What I've been able to glean from it is that it might be more accurate, but might be slower and more sporadic in the number of shots that it will get. And so it's something that I would recommend if you have that in your Nikon camera, do some testing on the types of sports and action photography that you use. It's only really necessary in action photography. And see if it works for you. It might for some people, and I think maybe for the majority of people, it's a little too much computer manipulation controlling the focusing. But you'll be able to figure out better for yourself than I can tell you.
You want to keep going with some questions?
Let's take one more and then we'll move on, because will be a thick session.
Okay, great.
But I want to kind of address the individual issues as we go along.
Okay. A couple questions about autofocus versus manual focus. El Costa Rica, how good are focusing points versus manual focus? And then Pro Photographer says, under what circumstances would you actually want to just use manual focus?
Read the first part of that question again.
How good are, I'm assuming that they mean, how good are autofocus points versus just using manual focus? So,
right. Well, autofocusing is much faster than any of us can focus a lens. And so it's really, really good. Now, there's a few exceptions to the rule. I think I mentioned something about Leica cameras, and you could manually focus, and you could literally be manually focusing a Leica lens as you're bringing it up to your eye, and by the time you get it up to your eye, it's already in focus. So in that sense, if you're really talented with manual focusing, that's faster than autofocus. But for most of us, under most situations, it's going to be faster than we can manually focus. And as far as accuracy, quickly, it's going to be better. If you actually want the best focusing system, it's going to be manual. And I'm going to show you a special technique on how to do it more towards the end of this section. All right, so let's jump back into this. So, of course, you need to figure out your focusing points. Next up, the other important section is you need to figure out your focusing mode. And this goes by different names. Now, normally the way your camera comes programmed from the factory, the standard mode, is that your camera is in what's called single autofocus, or what I will call single autofocus. Other companies will call it different things. I think Nikon calls this AFS, and Canon calls it singles, what do they call it? I think it's one shot. They call it the one shot mode. And so here's what happens is your camera focuses on a subject that's out there and then stops. If it can't focus on it, it won't allow you to take a picture. And there it is, actually. Why did I have to remember it? I put it right up on screen. That's why I put it up on screen, because I couldn't remember it. All right, so let's take a look at an example. All right, so we got our subject who's way off center here, right? So we can't really choose any one of these focusing points in order to focus on this out of focus person. So what we're going to do is we're going to move the camera. Move the camera over here, and now we're going to press halfway down, and we're going to focus on it. All right? And then once we're halfway down, we're going to bring the frame back to the way we want it actually taken in the picture, and then we're going to take the picture. So this is what we call focus lock. And we have to do this because our camera has what's called, it's in a mode called focus priority. And on some of the more advanced cameras, we can take it out of this mode. And what this means is that if you took a picture right here with the center point activated, you couldn't take a picture because there's nothing of contrast in there. So let's try this again. So you probably don't remember this picture, right? All right, so how did we take this picture? Well, we talked about the exposure section, but in focusing, you're going to move it over here and focusing. That was fun. Let's do it again. Okay, so it's out of focus. We're going to bring the camera over. We're going to focus on our subject where there's some nice contrast here, and then we're going to move it back the way we exactly want it framed. Now, technically, we could choose one of these here, but if we remember correctly, these were looking for horizontal points, and that's not going to work too well, and that's why this one's not going to work too well. So we could technically switch points, but in this case, it's just a lot easier to swing the camera over, focus, and then put it back in that area. So our picture's out of focus. We really don't have a place to focus, so we're going to move the center point over there, bring it back, and then we take the picture when we want to time it right. And so if you know exactly where you want to focus and you know the subject's not moving closer or further away from you, just kind of get it pre-focused, and then you're ready for the right moment and you take the picture. And so this is the standard mode that my camera is in most of the time, single autofocus. Now the other option is called continuous autofocus. And this is where you'll focus on a subject coming towards you and moving away from you. So it's constantly adjusting. Now Canon calls this AI servo, Nikon calls it AFC. Other companies will call it continuous focus. And if you want to shoot sports, this is what you need to do because your athletes and sports subjects are moving around. So when we're in the continuous mode, what I will typically do is I will press down the shutter release halfway down to focus on my subject, and then when they come into that subject zone, remember talking about the subject zone, when they get in the right area where I want to take pictures, then I'm going to lay down on the shutter and I'm going to grab as many pictures as my camera can take while they're in that zone. Now, something to know about this focusing system is that most cameras are in what's called a release priority. The priority is that you can release the shutter, which means you might end up with some out of focus pictures. What's going on is your camera is trying to focus as best it can. If it's a little out of focus, it says, don't worry about it. Just take the picture. Just get as best you can. Go to the next picture. Do the best job you can. And so in a series like this, a good camera may have a few pictures out of focus. I borrowed the top of the line Canon camera. It's like $7,000 camera. And when I shot a series like this, it got every picture in focus about half the time. The other half, one or two of those pictures was a little out of focus. When I shot it with more of an intermediate level camera, I'd get it exactly right maybe 40–50% of the time. Usually there's one or two that was wrong, but the percentage rate would be lower, which is why if you were doing professional sports photography, you want the best performing cameras with good lenses on them. But just be reminded that your camera's going to fire no matter what. And so even if it couldn't focus, it's still going to take a picture because it is going off the assumption that it's more important to get a shot that's slightly out of focus than a perfectly focused shot that wasn't shot at the right time. And you can go in and change this if you want in your cameras. I don't recommend it, but you can change it if necessary. So anytime you're focusing at something coming towards you or moving away from you. So you really have to think about that movement relative towards you. So if you're photographing somebody doing jumping jacks really fast, okay, they might be moving a lot, but they're not moving towards you and they're not moving away from you. So you can keep a single focus point. This, we're tracking their subject towards us and away from us. So anything that moves really quickly, you've got to flip over to that continuous mode. So single shot for most basic photography, sports and action is continuous photography. Now, of course, like just about everything else on your camera, there is an automatic option. And so this is going to look for movement and it's going to follow it if necessary. Canon calls it AI focus, Nikon calls it AFA. Now, what's going to happen here is that sometimes it's going to go here and sometimes it goes here. It depends on what sort of motion it sees in the camera. I recall, it was a couple of years ago now, but I was shooting the end of a cross-country race and the runners are coming in and the camera wasn't really locking on the subjects quite the way that I was used to. And occasionally it would lock in and take pictures as they came in towards me, but at other times it would lock on the grass behind them for some unknown reason. And I was like shaking the camera. It's like, what did I do on the lens? What's wrong? And I started coming to the realization that my lens was broken or potentially the autofocus system in my camera was broken. Until I got just a little gap in runners and I was able to check my camera, and my camera was in AI focus. And my camera was automatically switching off, doing what it thought was the best thing. And with Canon, I don't like this naming system because it's all very similar, but it means very different things. So be very aware of what mode you happen to be in. And I don't like this mode at all because in most things that we do in life, we can either figure out, are you shooting sports or not? It's a pretty easy question. If you're not shooting sports, I like the single autofocus system. If you're shooting sports, action, wildlife, birds in flight, things like that, you can go with the continuous system. It was kind of interesting when I was building my class for the Nikon D800. I had made all these classes for the lower-end cameras, and now the D800 is kind of this higher-end camera. And I was like looking through, and I couldn't find the auto AF mode in the camera. And I'm like, where is it? And I went through the instruction manual, and I said, it's not here. And then I went and I looked at the Nikon D4, and it's not in there. And I look in the Canon 1DX, and it's not there. This is a feature that they don't even put on the professional level cameras because they know the professionals will never ever use it. And I think that's very indicative of what they think about this mode. It's kind of an amateur mode where if you don't know what you're doing, but at this point, I trust all of you are going to know what you're doing, either single or continuous. So when you're choosing to set your camera up for focusing, you're going to choose the focusing points over which area you want to cover, and you'll be choosing the focusing mode. These kind of go hand in hand. And what I have found is quite common is choosing the single autofocus mode with a single point. Choosing continuous autofocus, I will prefer to choose a group point. If I don't have a group point on my camera, a lot of the lower-end cameras don't have group point, I would go with all points in that case. And so for sports, the problem is that single point is just too hard to match up with that athlete that's bouncing around out there. And so you need a little bit of a bigger target. Ideally, I like to have a target about the size of the subject. And so if I have someone moving towards me, just put that on their chest. And so, or focusing on their face. And so choosing the best one, but it's very hard to work with a small focusing point. And so if you're trying to focus on a little tiny birdie way off in the distance, that's going to be very challenging because that birdie is going to be in between these focusing points most of the time. You would need a camera that just focused on everything, and right now there isn't a camera that does that. So this might be a good time to check back in with some questions because we're going to be kind of leaving this aspect of it. So let's get this stuff cleared up.
Let's do that. You know, we have some questions about focus points and exposure. Now, I'm not sure you're going to be talking about this later today or tomorrow, but how to use focus points in combination with exposure, because a lot of times the exposure metering parts of the camera only happen in the center point. Is that right?
Well, one of the options you have is spot metering, and it's not directly in the focusing point, but it's in the middle of the area, and that varies from camera to camera. And I kind of think of them as separate issues. There's a lot of variety of situations, obviously, that you can put yourself in. There are some cameras where you can link the focusing point with the metering system, but I don't think there's a lot of people that use that, just because, I mean, what are the chances that the exact item that you want to focus on has a perfect, even middle tone gray exposure? And so...
I think you actually just answered the question.
Oh, good, because I wasn't sure if I did.
No, because I think that's exactly what they were talking about, spot metering linked to one of those points
Right.
that you can move around, but you're saying it stays in the center, even if you move the focal point.
Well, the metering does for most cameras. I know
Okay.
with the Canon 1DX, you can link metering to the focusing point.
Okay.
Which all sounds very cool. Oh, I'll link it and I can change it over there. But then, you realize, well, I'm focusing on a person wearing a black coat and I don't want a meter, I want to focus on that. And so I kind of think that you would generally take care of metering before you take care of focusing.
Great.
Jay Maranardele, sorry, I totally messed up that name. It's a hard one there. Street photographers use a term called zone focusing. Can you explain what that is, please?
Sure. Zone focusing kind of goes back to the depth of field talk that we did in using focusing. And for instance, if you focus at 10 feet, and you know with whatever given aperture and given lens, everything from 5 feet to 20 feet is in focus, you just put that camera at that setting, focusing and exposure, and you know everything between 5 feet and 20 feet will be in focus. And so you don't really need to focus the lens at all beyond that. It's just set, and everything in that zone is going to be in focus. Before autofocus, if you were going to be going to the Olympics, and it was your job to capture a shot of the winner of the 100-meter sprint, how would you do it? Manual focus is your only option. Well, one option would be try to focus and manually adjust as the runner gets closer towards you. Bit tricky because you could miss every time. The safe choice is to focus on the finishing line, all right, the tape, and take one picture right as they come across the line. You could maybe fire the motor drive as they came across the line a little bit if you had a little bit of depth of field. But that was the easy way of getting a shot because you knew that they were going to get to that line at a certain point. And that would be using that same technique. You just set up a zone, you wait for the athlete or the person or whatever it is to cross that zone.
Great. I think we got a question in studio here, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a question. This is about my camera. I go to a single point metering and then a single point focus point. And then in my viewer, you have a little square right in the middle, which you can move it to the left, to the right. Is that my focus point? Is that my metering point?
That's your focusing point in your camera. There's very few cameras that will move the metering point away from the middle. So that would be your focusing point.
So the metering stays in the middle.
Yes, on your camera.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we got some questions about kids, lots of people with kids,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
asking what the best way to photograph their kids, like setting to continuous, single focus,
Right.
what would you do?
I guess it kind of depends a little bit on what the kids are doing. The zone focusing that we were just talking about would be the way that I would want to do it, where kids are just kind of like randomly going in circles and stuff in, say, a little play area. If they are doing something very specific, like riding their bicycle down the street coming towards you, you would, of course, want to have it in continuous. This would be one of those rare situations where potentially using all the points might be better just because they're so randomly moving around. Just make sure that there's nothing that gets between you and your child, which is a good call. Don't let anything come between you and your child because it always focuses on whatever is closest to you.
Great, I think that just answered like 2 other questions too.
All
I think
right.
about 10. That also covered shooting sports and I think shooting animals too, a lot of animals. So good job.
Okay.
Let's see. From Missy Mako, when shooting portraits, do you suggest group or single focus points?
Well, the group focusing point, the danger on that, if let's say you're going to photograph a group, a big group that's standing there, and let's say they got like 3 lines of people that are all, bunched up. When you focus, you're going to be focusing on who's ever in the front row. And the way depth of field works is it kind of spreads out from the middle, and you're going to have a bunch of stuff in focus in front of the front people, and it may not reach the people in the back row. So I would focus more towards the people on the middle row, be a little bit safer. So I would probably be choosing the single point so that you can be very specific about where you choose to focus.
You know what? I think we're good to move on. You want to continue?
Okay.
Okay.
Go on. One other thing I'll just kind of mention here, because there are some other cameras. If you have, let's say like a Nikon D7000 or a Canon 5D Mark III, you're going to have much more than just a single group point. You'll have maybe 2 or 3 choices in here. And once again, if you're doing sports, I think these are really good. My favorite is with Canon, it's a 9-point focusing system. It just seems to be big enough to have a little bit more reach and grab than the single point, but not so big that it's just looking for everything. And so you need to find what works for you and the type of sports and activities that you do. All right, next up, we're going to be talking about the buttons on your camera that deal with autofocus. Not all, but most cameras have 3 significant buttons that can control focusing, and most people only use one of them. Of course, the shutter release is where you take a picture, but it's also how you activate focus. Many cameras have a couple of buttons on the back. The name varies, so check your camera. This is kind of generic terms. Many cameras have an autofocus on button. Many cameras have an autofocus lock or an AEL button or an AFL button, which is the autofocus lock. And sometimes these are on the other side. So this is a generic. This is not a real camera here, folks. Okay, this is an illustration. All right, so on your shutter release, the standard setup on your camera is to have autofocusing and metering combined, which means when you press halfway down, the camera is going to start to autofocus and it's going to initiate the light metering. All right, that's not a bad thing for general picture taking if you are pointing your camera at what you want in focus. The button, the autofocus lock on the back, can be very handy. If you press halfway down on this, you want to focus on something, but then you want to move off to the side. You could be using this button here. Now, where this really comes into play is if you are using continuous focusing. All right, because under single focusing, you can press halfway down and recompose, and you don't need this button here. So under the continuous mode, and where this would work out really well, for instance, let's take a bird photographer, and they want to capture birds in flight, and they're moving all around, and they want to have their camera in continuous. But the bird lands on a stick, on a branch, and they want to take a picture of the bird, but they don't want it in the center of the frame. Their camera's in the continuous mode. They would focus on the bird, press down on the lock button, leave their finger in, recompose, and take the picture. That's a lot faster and easier than switching focusing modes on the camera. So if you use continuous focusing primarily, this is going to be a very helpful mode. Another good option, or another reason why this might be helpful, is let's say you're photographing a wedding and you're photographing the bride and groom walking down the aisle. You want to get several pictures of them in focus, so you want to have your camera in continuous focus. But if they stop halfway to say hi to somebody and you want to like recompose them off to the side, you could quickly lock focus, put them off to the side, and take a picture. So this is mainly for people who are using continuous focusing a predominant amount of the time. Next up, if you want to separate autofocusing and metering, all right, so when you press halfway down, it activates the light meter, but does nothing for focusing. And this is what is commonly called back button focusing. And this is something that Canon actually started because they put an autofocus button on the back of their camera. And I always thought that was kind of strange. Why is there 2 focusing buttons? Why do you need this second button for focusing? And the advantage here is that you can focus down at any time you want. And it has nothing to do with metering, and you completely separate metering and autofocus. So what you would do is you would focus in on your subject, and then you can release the button, which is kind of nice. And then you can take the picture. The advantage here is that, let's say I want to take a picture of somebody and I don't want them in the middle of the frame. Using the traditional system, I would press down on the shutter release, focus on them, move them off, and take the picture. I would then have to come back to them, focus, recompose, take a picture. Okay, I get bored doing this after about 10 shots. All right, so what I could do with back button focusing is I would point the camera at them, I would focus with the back button, take my finger off, and my camera is now focused. And it won't refocus until I press that button again. I will then recompose the picture and just take as many pictures as I want. And the lens won't refocus because I'm not pressing the back button on the camera. Now, the downside to doing this is that you have to press 2 buttons every time you want to take a picture. You want to take a picture, you've got to focus first with this button, and then you shoot the picture with this button. But it allows you a lot of composition options without holding down and keeping your fingers halfway pressed on the button. And this didn't make a lot of sense to me, and I didn't really like the concept, and I never really gave it a try. But then for reasons I won't go into, I was forced to switch, and I had to switch my camera to this system, and it didn't go too well for the first couple days of shooting. I wasn't used to this system. And then I started getting into the advantages, and it was just really nice to focus, be done with focusing, and now I'm worried about more composition and timing of the subject. And now you can't pry this from me. So what I have done is I have deactivated the autofocusing on my shutter release, and I can only activate it back here. If I ever hand the camera to somebody to take a picture, well, I generally just can't do that because it's too much explanation. You got to press this button, and you got to press this button, and that's like way too much for most people. But once you get used to it, it's very nice to have that individual control, and this is called back button focusing. It makes it very easy to recompose the photograph. So with focusing lock, it goes by different names. AF lock, AF hold, AF stop. So with Canon, you'll see this little asterisk kind of star button. With Nikon, you'll see an AEL, AFL. And normally what this is going to do is it's going to lock the exposure. So if you press down on your shutter release and you pan your camera around, you'll see the light meter going up and down, however it looks in your camera. If you want to lock the exposure in, you would press this button. All right, so that's what it's normally doing. You can go into the menu system and you can turn this on, but you have to go into the menu system to turn it on to lock the focus. This is what autofocus lock is. Now you can use it as focus lock. So once again, this is going to be for people who normally keep their camera in continuous focusing. So if you, mostly what you do is shoot action, you might want to activate this. If I was a professional football photographer, I want to be ready for the action and constantly changing distances. But maybe I want to take a picture of the coach and I want to have him off to the side because he's yelling something at somebody and I want him way off to the right or the left-hand side. I would focus on the coach with maybe the center button, my shutter release, excuse me, and then I would lock it in here. And so there's a number of customized controls, and I don't use all of them. I've just figured out the few that work for me. And so if you do want to use this button as a focus lock, you have to go into the menu system on your camera and you have to turn it on. And for many cameras, you will have options because it's a combination button. It can be auto exposure lock, it can be autofocus lock, or it can be a combination of autofocus and auto exposure lock. So there's a number of options in there, mainly for people who use continuous focusing most of the time. And so we have our continuous focusing camera, so it's going to focus on the subject, in which case might want to use a group point. This is a good system, and that'll track the athlete as it's getting closer to us. We're going to press halfway down to focus, and we'll be able to track, we'll be able to shoot pictures during this entire process. And if at a certain point they stop, you can press halfway down on the focusing, the autofocus lock button, excuse me, and you can recompose the shot as long as they're standing there, and you could take the picture and they would be in focus. So very handy for people who are into sports photography that occasionally want to lock the focus on something else. And then you would take the picture. Once again, this must be something that must be turned on in your menu system. So some pictures where this might be useful. Up in Alaska, these bears are kind of roaming the field, but I don't want them in the middle of the frame of this shot. They've come to a pause for just a moment. I've focused on them, focus locked, move it off to the side. An oyster catcher was walking around looking for little bits and berries and food or whatever it does, and I wanted it off center. So I was tracking its movement towards me with certain action shots, but this shot, I wanted to lock the focus in off to the side. And so I don't use that system very often. I don't use that system really at all, but I know it's there, and if I did a lot of sports photography, that would be a mode that I would probably be using quite frequently. Now for the autofocus on button on the back of the camera, some of the options you'll see are pretty clearly labeled. Autofocus on. It's not something that they include on a lot of the lower end cameras. On some of the lower end cameras, you can use this little star button or one of the other buttons for autofocus on, but you have to dive into the instruction manual to figure out if your camera can do that. But this is kind of a mid-level to higher end camera option. And so in this case, you're going to press halfway down to focus. You're going to wait for the camera to focus completely and get it complete, at which point you would then do your light meter reading and take your picture whenever you want. So it separates these two so that you can do them independently as you want. It gives you more control. And so in order to set this up, you need to turn off the focusing in your shutter release button. And so in many cameras' custom menu somewhere, you can turn off the autofocus in the shutter release so that it only activates the light meter. So let's look at another example of how we would implement this in the field. All right, so we want to focus on something. We're using the center focusing point. What we do is we move the camera off to the side. And if we have just our shutter release, if we have autofocusing and light meter, we're going to press halfway down, focus, and move back into the picture. And this works for general photography very, very well. So that's kind of the standard system for focusing. If you use back button focusing, and actually let me jump back over here for just a second. If you wanted to take a second picture, what would we do? Would we just press down on the shutter release? No, because then it would be the scene in the background would be in focus. We have to move the camera back over here and take a picture. And then we've got to move it back over here to take our third picture. So it's a lot of work going back and forth. With back button focusing, what do? We bring the frame over here. We're going to focus with our back button. We'll reframe the shot. And now when we take a picture, it's going to activate the light meter and it's going to take the picture. And it's not going to do anything with focusing. So we can take a picture. And if we want to take another picture, and another picture, and another picture, we can just continue taking pictures, and we don't have to worry about refocusing because we have it set right from the very beginning. And so this is a system that a lot of advanced photographers have really drawn to. And it's a good system, but it does take a little learning. You may not like it right out of the gate, but it's a good one if you want to get into it for controlling things down the road. I was going to jump to live view, but maybe we should jump to some questions here.
Yes, please. All right. Abe Pack is wondering, is half shutter press then autofocus lock functionality the same as back button focusing?
It's different, and it has different implications. I'm trying to think of, for continuous focusing, if you shoot mostly sports, if your camera's in continuous, I would leave the focusing activated on the front dial. I kind of prefer that. But thinking about it right now, I think you could probably do it with the back button just as easy. The problem that I've had in shooting sports with back button is that I will often shoot sports with two cameras, and I quickly grab a camera, and I can find that shutter release right away. But sometimes there's 2 or 3 buttons in the back of the camera, and my thumb doesn't always land in the right area. And so for just quick shooting, I'm much faster with just one simple chore rather than trying to find that second button. Now, if I was only shooting with one camera, I could probably more easily focus with the back button. But there are 2 equivalent ways, and you could have 2 photographers arguing over which one's better, and it's your personal choice. This is the great thing about these cameras, is that you get to customize them to the way you like to work.
Alrighty, Orium is asking, are there trade-offs between continuous and single focus when using the back focus button?
I think some of those trade-offs are the ones that I kind of just mentioned in that. Trying to think if there's anything particular that I would throw in there. And that's, I guess that main thing would be, can you find those buttons quickly enough when you need to?
Okay.
Some people will actually tape up unused buttons so that their fingers only fall into the right area. But either system can be very effective. It just depends on how you like your camera to work.
Okay.
And that just answered 2 upcoming questions I had for you. And so I will move over to Sam Cox in Loveland, Colorado. How does back button focusing work with the AI servo focusing mode?
So the AI servo mode, which stands for Artificial Intelligent Servo Mode, which is the mode, which was the auto mode, the mode that I was not Is it was AI servo? Oh, wait, AI auto? Let me focus. Did they? Which one did they say?
AI servo.
Now I'm totally forgetting. AI servo. Which one is that?
think
Stump
that's
me for a second.
APS-C, right? Or AFC on the Nikon?
Okay, for the continuous one, it should work fine. It's
Yeah.
the auto one that we don't care about, which is AI auto. AI servo.
So many short, capitalized letter combinations here.
I know.
I know. Let's just move on to the next one.
So fair enough. Right. Great question, Sam Cox.
Brain freeze. Sorry, Sam.
Keep the questions coming. All right, how about another one from Sam Cox? And so we didn't answer that first one. Does pre-focusing either manually or with back button focus offer any speed advantage, maybe improve shutter lag time or burst rate?
No, not really.
Okay.
Any change in that either.
All right.
But go back to Sam's question. I'm going to try to answer that one.
You do? Okay. Let me see if I get it again. Okay, how does back button focusing work with the AI servo focusing mode?
Okay. That was the problem. The problem I had is I couldn't find the button in frantic situations real quickly. That was my main, and that's maybe just a John Gringo issue. Maybe you're perfect about that, and it would work totally fine with you. I would like to be able to use it because then I could just take my finger off and have the focus locked without having to press any buttons. And so I would kind of prefer to use that system, because the other system is I have to press down and then I have to hold this button in on the back and I got to keep it pressed in. And I don't like having to keep a button pressed in because you can't relax your thumb for a second if you want to hold it in for a few seconds. So I would prefer that system, but it just didn't work for me. Good to have options.
All right, I think you just knocked out 2 more questions. So when you're pressing the AF button on the back, you need to hold it down, right?
You got to hold it down, yeah.
There you go,
exactly.
boom.
Yeah. Now, having said that, there may be a camera out there that it locks in, and so know your camera. But on most cameras, you have to keep it locked in.
Okay, great. I think this is going to be kind of a personal preference question. JVH Studios asking from Mexico, what is better, to configure the back button for light meter or for focusing?
I think it's better for focusing, and you can use the front button for metering, but it's a great thing about customizing camera.
Fantastic.
All right, one more before moving on?
Sure.
All right, C. Welsh Photo. Is there any difference in quality when using focus points instead of recomposing, moving the focus points rather than the camera? Pros and cons?
Well, to change to a new focusing point takes more time than it does to focus lock. And so I will change focusing points if I have a specific plan for a series of shots. If I want to photograph somebody numerous times off to the side, I could use that. The main time that I use focusing points off to the side, for instance, if I'm focusing a runner coming at me, I might move the focusing point up to make sure that I'm getting their face in focus and not their arms or something else down below. Or if maybe they're coming around a turn and I want them on the left side of the frame. And so choosing a group of focusing points off to the left or to the right-hand side in continuous is the only way to get action off to the sides. Because if somebody's moving, you can't focus lock and change exposure, or you can't change your framing. You got to choose focusing points off to one side or the other.
Okay, well I think we're good to move on if you'd like.
Sure. Okay, let's talk about the new feature on cameras, which is Live View. And this is generally called Live View on most cameras. And there's a lot of different modes and or buttons that you can press to put your camera in to go into this mode. And this is where you get to see on the back of the camera what your lens is pointed through. It makes your really nice DSLR look like a cheap point-and-shoot camera. But there are some advantages to it. But I need to explain a little bit about how it's working so that you can see the problem that arises when this happens. So we talked about light coming in the sensor. And you have your main mirror here that's normally bouncing the light up. But there's something unusual going on in your mirror. So your mirror isn't a full mirror. It's a partially silvered mirror, which means that it can kind of see through the middle of the mirror. And the reason you can see through the middle of the mirror is that it will let a little bit of light come through to this secondary mirror. It'll bounce light down to another mirror, which eventually gets light to the autofocus sensor in your camera. And this is what all the manufacturers, Canon and Nikon and everyone else, has been working on making better and better for the last 25 years. And this is what allows us to focus on subjects moving as fast as 10 or 12 frames per second with the autofocusing. because it can see through here. And every time the mirror goes up, you take a picture, it comes back down, it checks the focus, and readjusts the lens. And so we absolutely have to have this for focusing. Okay? Now let's put our camera into live view. See what happens. We need to get that mirror up and out of the way so that light can come back to the image sensor. All right, well, what happens there? Oh, look at poor little old autofocus sensor down here. Nobody's paying any attention. Autofocus sensor is like, who turned out the lights? What's going on? Give me some information. I can't do anything with nothing. And so your camera can't autofocus with the traditional system. Now, light coming into the image sensor, your camera's looking at this, and it can't focus unless it can look at this and figure out what's going wrong. And so this is why SLRs do very poorly when it comes to focusing in live view. What ends up happening is they take the image that you get off the sensor, they run it through a little computer program, and they try to guess, is this out of focus or is it in focus? Well, let's move the lens a little bit. Okay, now that's a little bit better. No, it's not. Well, let's go back this direction. And it's very slow. And so if you put your camera in live view, it's not as good as it is with the mirror down. And so if you put your camera in live view a lot, you're going to have very, very poor performance in your autofocus. Let me just address for a moment mirrorless cameras, because they have a kind of different system. Their cameras are designed from the start not to have this other type of focusing system. And there's a variety of technical things going on behind the scenes that we're not going to get into that make them quite a bit faster. For instance, this little Olympus camera that I have over here is incredibly fast in focusing, and it's a mirrorless camera. It can focus on a still subject as quickly as my Canon camera. It's amazing at how quick it is. But it's kind of designed from the ground up for that type of focusing. Well, why doesn't Canon and Nikon just put that in their cameras? Well, maybe they'll figure out how to do it right at some point. But right now, they're completely different setups. So if you have a mirrorless camera, a Sony NEX camera, an Olympus OMD camera, there's plenty of other ones out there. Your camera is using what's called a contrast detection system. It just kind of looks for contrast and adjusts the lenses accordingly. One of the nice things about the mirrorless system is because it's looking at the full frame here, you can choose almost the entire frame to focus on. You could choose an area that encompasses nearly the entire frame from corner to corner. You'll have a lot of options, like we did see in the focusing points. You might choose a smaller group point, and you could also choose a single point that you could move anywhere you want in the frame. One of the other things that you might see in these cameras is a face detection mode, which will seek out individual faces and focus on the face. I'm not a real big fan of the face mode. It depends on the type of photography you're doing. In general, it's going to work just like the focusing points in that it will always look for whatever is closest to the camera. So if you have 2 or 3 people, it's always going to focus on what's closest to you. And I think most photographers would like to have more control about where their camera is going to focus. This might work out pretty good under some situations. Maybe when photographing kids, it might work out pretty good just because it's very quick to keep up with them. But with a mirrorless camera, I once again go back to the single point. Right now, most of the mirrorless cameras are not very good at shooting action, but if they are good and you do want to try it, I would probably work with the group area. So it's the same recommendations with the SLR. So kind of jumping back to live view for the SLR cameras, you're going to go into that button and you're going to turn on the focusing. What I do like with the live view is it's really good for getting the camera in an unusual position. So whether that's down low on the ground or up pretty high, some of the cameras have flip-out screens, which can be pretty handy. And so for getting into an unusual position, and I love unique points of view. We'll see about that in the composition section. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't know how hard I can hammer it home. You get really poor autofocus when you put your camera in live view. I think it's most beneficial when you use a tripod. Very nice. You can see the camera. You can see the picture that you're going to get with 2 eyes. It's kind of nice for that. And so I can compose. I can level the horizon. And there's a more advanced technique I'm going to show you in just a second with manual focusing. So if you want to manually focus using this, you can get very, very accurate results. And so if you do want to manually focus, there's going to be a zoom button on your camera, and it's going to vary from where it is. And so let me show you a little bit about what manual focusing with live view looks like. So first thing you need to do is kick your camera into the live view mode. Whoops, I had a little mistake there. Let's try this again. All right, so you put your camera into the live view mode, and then you need to figure out where your magnify button is on your camera. On this particular camera, it's over there on the left-hand side. We magnify in, and in this case, we're magnifying in 10 times. You're then going to go over to the lens, and you're going to focus the lens. And what's going to happen there is you're going to be able to see what you're doing in the viewfinder magnified 10 times, which is far more accurate than your own eye, because now you have eagle vision. So once you get it focused, you press the magnify button to come back to the full frame, and you would take the picture. And so what you've done is you just zoomed in, and you figured out what the focus is right at the critical point, and you backed off. Now what I have found is that this is the most accurate way to focus a camera. But for me, I can pretty much only do it on a tripod. So let me show you a short video of me doing this on the camera. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to manually focus the camera the best I can with what I see on the back screen. Now I'm going to zoom in 5 times. I'm going to zoom in 10 times. Now I'm going to go back to the focusing. I'm going to adjust focus so that it's at the sharpest point, and then I'm going to go back to the full picture. And so for a landscape photographer, for architecture, for anybody working from a tripod who has lots of time to set things up, this is going to be the most accurate system that you can do out there. It's a little bit slow, a little bit manually tedious. I don't do this for all my pictures, but when I can do it, man, you know for sure that you got it as sharp as humanly possible. So let's run through everything we just did, a complete review. So we have the option of manual focus and autofocus, right? Now, if you are going to manually focus, you can use the viewfinder, and you want to have a really good viewfinder for that. And that's just a really simple way of focusing. Just hold it up to your eye, turn the ring, and focus. It's a good thing to do. If you want to manually focus, you can do it off the LCD in the back of the camera. That is going to be the most accurate way to focus, but you do need to use that image magnification in order to do it. If you do want to autofocus, the first option is single, so it focuses on a subject and stops. After that, we have the choice of choosing a single point focusing. Now this is what I would consider fast, precise, and versatile. So this is why I use this system most of the time. You could choose it with group points. It's fast and easy because you kind of have a larger area, but we lose a little bit of the precision of the single point. We could go with all points, and it's fast and easy, but it kind of loses some of the versatility because it's kind of just hitting all of those points. The other option, of course, is we can go with continuous. Now, you could go with a single point for pinpoint action, but how often are you photographing pinpoint action that's moving around? It's not very practical for most people most of the time. You could choose a group point, and I think this is the best choice for action. And then we have all points, and this is good for action. A lot of cameras don't have this option, so this would be what I would choose if you can't get to this one, doing action. And then finally, we have autofocusing with live view, which we can choose. You can actually go in, I didn't talk about this before, but you can choose a single mode. You can choose a continuous mode, which is also slow. Or you could choose a facial recognition mode, which is slow as well. And so not the best modes for that. But maybe we can leave this up on screen while we go to questions.
Let's do that. So, question about focusing and recomposing. People are still trying to wrap their minds around this. I know you said earlier that you did some tests, and then focusing with the center point and then recomposing didn't really have any effect on sharpness that you noticed, right?
Right.
But Dribbles_7 from DC is asking if that makes more of a difference if you're using a really large aperture, like maybe 1.2.
Well, I was using a 135 f2 lens, focused up close, which is going to have darn near the same depth of field as an 85 1.2. Longer focal length, they're roughly equivalent. Do your own test. If you don't believe me, do your own test, and there's nothing like proving to yourself whether I'm completely nuts or maybe I'm right. So one of those two may be true.
Okay.
Okay, Ivan Ruse is wondering, Ivan Ruse from California, why while shooting video only live view is available? example, the T4i
Right.
650D.
So if you remember the example that I did where the mirror, we're looking profile in the camera and the mirror popped up, you can't look through the viewfinder because the mirror is up and blocking the focusing screen. And so that's just part of the way SLRs, and that's why I think long term in the future we are going to have electronic viewfinders in our SLR, and we'll be able to look through the viewfinder. Right now, the only company that can do that is Sony. They kind of stand apart from everyone because they have good fast focusing, and you can look through the viewfinder to shoot video if you want.
I want to be sensitive to time. We have about 4 minutes to our next break.
What I'm thinking is that we should just kind of push our way through the next section, which is actually just a little short review,
Okay.
and then we'll take our break.
Sounds good.
So
Okay.
that was everything you wanted to know and more about focusing the lens. And so when I talk about focus, the section is on focus. This is all about getting sharp pictures. And so of course what you have to be aware of when you're shooting pictures is your shutter speeds. And we've talked about them before, so we'll just do this quick review. Remember, we're going to choose our very fast shutter speeds for stopping motion. And there is definitely a different type of blur, and I haven't created the slide for it yet, of motion blur versus focus blur versus something else type blur. And so look at your subjects, see if they are truly sharp. Did you choose a fast enough shutter speed? 500th of a second does a great job with standard human sports photography. 250th is still a pretty fast shutter speed for subjects that are moving around moderately fast. 125th of a second will normally do a pretty good job. This guy's jumping around playing his guitar, so he's a little bit blurry there. But I think that's still a little bit of good blur there. I kind of like that. Shows the action. 60th is pretty good for general human action. So people milling about, 60th of a second does a good job at that. Starting to get back into those slower shutter speeds, 30th of a second does a very good job on panning. I love 15th of a second. It's my favorite panning shutter speed. And then using those slower shutter speeds for the water movement or anything else. And then using really long shutter speeds for nighttime action. And so just be really aware of your shutter speeds and being aware, are they stopping the action? Are they blurring it as much as I would like it to blur? And just become a master of shutter speeds, because that's the essence of what we do in photography, is we stop time. Become the master of time. And so just, I know we've already talked about it, but it's just really good to know. I don't know that there's any questions, so this actually might be a good time to head to break. We can hit a few questions if you want, or we can.
We do have some questions.
Sure.
So let's do some of those. You may have touched on this a little bit earlier. Tatanzuleta asks, is it bad to zoom in with the lens to focus and then zoom back out? Does the focal plane change?
Yes, that is a bad technique. It was okay at one point in time when we knew lenses held their focusing point. And just to let people in a little bit on what's going on is they've been redesigning lenses, and there's compromises in everything they do. And in the old days, you used to be able to zoom in, focus on something, and then zoom back. And now lenses are not technically zoom lenses. They're varifocal lenses, and the focus point can change. Now, there might be some out there that are true zooms that hold the focusing point. And so it's better to focus at the zoom millimeter, the focusing place that you want to be at. So zoom first and then focus. And the only way to magnify in is with live view. That's the safe way to do it.
Cool. Another question from the internet. John, what extra tools do you have to help you focus in the dark, or rather in a dark scene? Some lenses tend to hunt in autofocus mode.
Yeah, a lot of cameras will hunt for focusing. They're dee. And what you need to do, I activate the center focusing point, because that's the best one. And some cameras are a little bit better than other cameras. And I'm looking for that edge detail that has the brightest and the darkest edge, so it can lock onto that. Some cameras have an autofocus light that will kick out and turn on when it needs to autofocus. If you put on a flash, sometimes it'll have a light on there, or it will have an infrared light. And those can be helpful, but I tend to turn those off. And it's not because I'm a private investigator sitting in a car sneakily pointing a camera out the window and I don't want anyone to see the lights on me. I do like to be a little bit more subdued and stealthy when I am shooting, and I don't like a lot of lights and beeps and things going off on my camera. I have at times actually taken a flashlight to shine it on something when I'm doing nighttime photographs so that I could help focus on a particular area. And so sometimes
right.
I'll just have a little bit more powerful hand flashlight.
Alrighty. Fashion TV is asking, John, in your opinion, how accurate is live view for tweaking exposure? Do you always just take a test shot?
It's going to depend a little bit on your camera, but the cameras that I've been using recently are pretty accurate for live view, just going off of the screen. And so most of them will have a light meter in there as well. But I would trust the light meter first over just the way the screen looks, but just take a look at how good your camera is. Most of them are reasonably close these days. And just kind of remember as we go through this that exposure, it's nice to have it spot on. If you're a little off, like a third off, don't freak out. That's not a big deal. Focusing, if you're a third off, whatever that means, but if you're off on focusing, freak out, fix it. We can fix exposure a little bit. We have a little bit of latitude when it comes to exposure, but focusing, we really got to nail it.
Alrighty, well, the questions list just keeps on growing, So, but we can't ask them all at the moment. Unfortunately, we have to go to a break. John, when we get back, what kinds of things are we going to be covering?
Well, I think I'll just mention the one thing I think a lot of people are like, what's he going to say? Top 5 Canon lenses, top 5 Nikon, and the 3 worst.
Awesome.
And also, I want to mention you're going to be speaking about hyperfocal distance, because I
Yeah.
know we've been getting questions about that here and
Yeah,
there.
we will.
So.
We'll talk about micro adjustment and some other advanced techniques for focusing.
Wonderful. Okay, great.
Will be a great next section. Okay, so also the awesome comments for you keep coming in as well. Tesla is saying, I've been a professional photographer for a long time, but listening to this reminds me of different choices that I need to remember. Thanks, John and Creative Live. And La Macha says, I bought John's workshop and it's downloaded from day one, but now there's nothing like watching it live. Good job. I'm sure I will watch and rewatch John's workshop for years to come.
I think I'm going to be rewatching this too. You would think that we'd be able to catch all this sitting here, but it's not as easy as it looks. And
Not at
actually, during lunch, I was talking with our very smart, very good-looking studio audience. And I think the consensus was that none of us have ever come across a more complete or easy to understand photography fundamentals workshop. This has just been incredible. And I've really enjoyed it. And if you agree with me that this is pretty special and that you're learning a lot, I want to encourage you to take advantage of the live price. The price of this course is $149, but the great thing is if you buy it during the live broadcast, it's only $99. At $149, I think all 5 days of this material is a good value, but at $99 for all of this material, we still have 2 full days left. I hope you'll agree, it's a wonderful value. So I want to encourage you to buy the anytime access to this course. The buy button is right under the video that you're watching. We're going to take a 15-minute break, so now's a good time to do that, and we'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back to Creative Live and the fundamentals of digital photography with John Gringo. We're on the home stretch of day 3. It's been a lot of fun so far, and before we jump back into it with John, I believe we have another prize to give away, right, Lorraine?
We have a really cool prize to give away this afternoon. It is a SanDisk 16 gigabyte SD card, and it's valued at $159. Our winner is Barry Barth, and he participated on Facebook. The quote is, "I don't have a slide for that. I've only heard that once."
Maybe twice.
That's a really good quote.
Yeah.
Good job, Barry. Congratulations on your prize, and thank you very much, SanDisk, for the wonderful prizes so far this week. And I'm going to toss it back over to you, John, to take us in the home stretch of day 3.
All right. Well, I think we're about ready to get going on focusing, but I think the guys in back, you guys need to fix that thing because they're always screwing up back there. I don't know. Whoa, hey.
Hey.
Well, hi, look at that. Yeah, nice deal. But you guys gotta go. No! Okay, we don't want to have my alter ego out here. That's just not a good thing at all.
That was great for how little that was rehearsed.
Oh, we're having fun with the big screen. Okay, so let's get back into talking about focus. All right, so we'll be covering some of the territory that we've already covered, talking about depth of field. And so one of the learning projects that you have in the handout or the download at home is to go out and shoot your own test. I like to play foosball, so I shot a test on my foosball table, shooting at 1.4. Look at that really shallow depth of field. And versus f/22 where everything is in focus. And doing this type of little test is going to give you great valuable resources just in your brain about what sort of depth of field you're going to get with different types of lenses. And if you have wide-angle lenses and telephoto lenses, the effect is going to be different. And so just be very familiar with it. You should be able to look at a photograph and tell, did you have enough depth of field for everything to be in focus? Remember, we're going to be opening up our lens for a shallower depth of field, and we're going to be stopping down our lens for a great depth of field. And so the depth of field is also affected, as we've said before. Once again, just reviewing, don't mean to repeat myself, but this is important information. You're going to get more depth of field with a wide-angle lens, less depth of field with a telephoto lens. Take your lenses out, play around with them, see what they're like at different apertures. And once again, remember when you get really close up, you're going to have very shallow depth of field. So there's all those factors. There's the aperture you've chosen, the lens you've chosen, and then how close you are. And so when we look at all these factors combined, let's bring them all up. So you got your aperture setting where you got lots of depth of field, you got minimum depth of field. All right, how about focal length? Wide-angle lenses give you more depth of field, telephoto lenses give you less depth of field. And then, of course, our shooting distance. If it's far away, more things are in focus. You remember the picture of the moon and the Space Needle? And if things are close up, they're going to be very less depth of field. All right, so the problem in real life is that you don't typically shoot pictures at f/22 wide angle of things far away. There are some things that do that. You know you'll get lots in focus. When you set f1.4 with a telephoto lens and you're up really close, you're going to get very shallow depth of field. But what about if you set the camera here, or here, or here, playing around with all these different settings? It's a mix-up of what you're going to get in any one situation. So let's look at some more photographs and some examples of different apertures with different lenses. So an aperture of 1.4 with a wide-angle lens, we can get some pretty shallow depth of field. We've got this really going out of focus here, and you'll notice that we are very close to this tulip in the foreground, which is one of the main reasons why this is going out of focus in the background, but it's partly because of the 1.4 as well. Remember the scenario if we're out shooting pictures at 1.4, but everything is kind of far away. Well, pretty much everything is going to be in focus. Both pictures are shot with a 24mm lens, this one and the previous one. The difference is that these subjects are much further away. They're 50 or 60 feet away rather than 3 feet away. Comparing a couple of shots shot at f2.0. This is with a 50mm lens. You'll notice we have a fairly shallow depth of field here. And when we shoot it with a wider angle lens, we get a little bit more depth of field. Let's compare those side by side. 24mm lens versus a 50mm lens with the exact same exposure settings. We're going to get more depth of field with that wide angle lens. Comparing 2.8. 2.8, out of focus background, our subjects are in focus. But 2.8, everything's in focus. And even though this is with a telephoto lens, it's because it's very far away. One of the things that you'll probably take away from this is that the distance between you and your subject has a great deal with how much you're going to get in focus. And so a telephoto lens, 2.8, and you can tell they're getting pretty close to you here, we're definitely going to have out of focus in the background. Things that are far away tend to be more in focus. A 35mm lens at f4, a little soft here, not completely in focus, draws your eye to the background. So wide angle lens, f4, pretty close to you, we're getting that shallow depth of field in the background. 4.0 with a 200mm lens, giving us that pretty shallow depth of field. Moving on up to 5.6. Getting a fair bit of depth of field here because we are shooting with a 28mm lens. They're still pretty close to us, but we're stopping our lens down a little bit more at 5.6. 5.6 in this case, everything's in focus. Even though it's with a 300mm lens, it's because these subjects are so far away, relatively in the same plane of focus. 5.6 with a 400mm lens, but we're very close to it, super shallow depth of field. f8, kind of getting into that in-between range. So we're getting pretty good depth of field in here. Only when it gets very close to you does it get out of focus, the slightly wide-angle lens. Getting pretty good focus here with the telephoto lens, but things are generally further away. Look how shallow the depth of field is here. It's very, very close to the camera. Getting pretty much everything in focus at f11 with an ultra wide angle lens. Macro photography, definitely going to have very shallow depth of field. And so it really looks, after looking at these series of pictures, that it's more the distance between you and your subject that has to do with depth of field than it does the actual aperture. It's a very important factor. f11, getting everything in focus at 100 millimeters. Definitely going to have a lot of depth of field in here. Anytime you shoot at f16 with a super wide angle lens, you got a lot of area to work with. But if you are into macro photography, you can see how shallow the depth of field is down here, even at f16. Stopping our lens all the way down to 22, very common for your landscape photographer. And when you want all the penguins all the way up to the mountaintops, in focus, f22. But here we are getting some shallow depth of field because we are at 700 millimeters in focal length. Rarely get the chance to stop down to f32. There is a bit of diffraction that happens here, which is a little less sharpness. But sometimes if you want everything as much in focus as possible, that's what you have to do. But even focusing at close up, f32, it's not going to hold everything in focus. f32, it's still going out of focus up here because it's a telephoto lens and it's relatively close to you. So just really be aware of those three factors that control focusing, which is, of course, your aperture setting, your focal length, and your shooting distance. Very important. I just wanted to kind of go through it again for everyone. All right, let's go on to a new subject we haven't talked about, depth of field preview. So in this case, when you are holding your camera up, viewing it, you are looking through your lens at its maximum aperture. And when you take a picture, the lens stops down to whatever setting that you have set. All right, so normally you're going to be able to see things nice and bright through your viewfinder, but it's also going to be the shallowest depth of field possible. It may not be the depth of field that you're going to see when you actually take the picture. And so in the days of film, we didn't know how much depth of field we would get until we actually took the picture, developed it, and saw what we got. And so some of the professional cameras, film cameras, had a depth of field preview button. And there are many cameras that have this button on it, and it's less of a big deal now because you have digital cameras and you can just take a picture and see what depth of field is. And so the way this works is that when you press the button, the aperture in the lens stops down like this. And what's going to happen is that you're going to see more depth of field. Now this button varies in where it is, but it's usually on the front of the camera. And what's going to happen is because it's stopping the aperture down, it's going to let in less light and it's going to become very, very dark and hard to see. But you have to look beyond the darkness and you have to look at the sharpness to see if it's sharp. So for instance, I can read the number 6, but I can't read the number 5. Over here, I can make out 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I can see that it has more depth of field. Forget the fact that it's dark, has nothing to do with it. You're looking at sharpness. So if you have depth of field preview, you can use this. Now, I don't use depth of field preview very often. I'll often just take a picture and look at the resulting picture. But there has been an occasion where it's very bright out and I can't get a good view of the viewfinder. And it's a lot easier just to use the depth of field preview button than taking a picture. And so it's a simple little device you can use to check to see if you have enough depth of field for what you're shooting. Magnify playback. So if you want to ensure sharp pictures, one of the great options is to shoot a picture, play it back, and see if you got it sharp. So make sure that you are familiar with playing back images, magnifying, and then scrolling around, depending on how you scroll around, to make sure that your subject is sharp in the frame. Anytime you have a chance to shoot something a couple of times over and it's really important, I will go in and I will check to make sure that the focus was spot on. And so that's just going to be a magnify button, and all digital cameras have that. I know it's quick to come to questions and answers, but let's see what we can take care of.
Let's see here. Let's start with this one. Redhead17 from Liverpool. Where is John focusing with wide angle lens and small aperture? So I guess, when would you use a small aperture and a wide angle?
So it depends on the type of shot that you're taking. In general, if you're focusing on something that's in the foreground and something in the background, you want everything to be in focus. For right now, it's somewhere in the middle. We're going to get a little bit more precise in our advanced techniques coming up.
And following up on that, I'm assuming your answer is going to be the same. From PhotoChaser, what are the focus points for that amazing penguin shot that you had, which was really beautiful, by the way, with the mountains behind them?
Right.
Was that in the middle as well?
Somewhere in the middle, and what you mean by the middle varies, and we're going to get into this when we get into hyperfocal distance.
Okay.
Tumbleweed 22, is the depth of field preview available in both live view and through the viewfinder?
I'm glad they asked that question. So yes, you can put your camera in live view, look at the screen on the back of your camera, and hold in the depth of field preview. One of the advantages to doing that is that your camera boosts the signal and compensates what you see so that it's nice and bright, so it's easy to see what's going on. And so you can really see how much depth of field you're going to get. The only requirement is that you're able to see the screen properly. You can't have too much sunlight on it. So under normal lighting or subdued lighting, it would be a technique that's very, very good. However, I will mention, just having said that, if it gets too dark, your camera won't be able to boost the signal enough, so it's not going to work in nighttime photography where you want lots of depth of field. So there is a limit to how much your camera can boost that signal.
Okay. Question about macro photography and depth of field. This comes from Pro Photographer. What best methods can be utilized to slightly increase depth of field when shooting macro?
Well, there's a special technique that we talked about the other day about Helicon focusing. It's a software program where you shoot different slices of focus. Just for instance, you focus at 1 foot, 1.1 foot, 1.2 feet, or whatever the numbers may be. You do these several pictures and then add them together later. Beyond that, it really has to do with camera positioning. For instance, if I wanted to photograph something flat, and we'll just pretend we have a camera here, and I wanted to photograph this flat on right here. Okay, let's just say I wanted to photograph my hand, and I wanted my hand sharp. I wouldn't shoot it from this angle of view, because that's coming at an angle and the depth of field would fall off. I would shoot it straight above, perpendicular to the subject. And so you want to make sure that you are straight above and below and flat on your subject. And so if you're going to photograph a caterpillar, well, maybe you want to photograph it head on, but if you want more of it in focus, you would photograph it by the side. And so you want to think about really where your camera position is as probably being the first step in that regard.
Great.
All right, again is asking, this is the section I need. How am I supposed to know, or how am I to know the distance I can reach, since my distance from my subject plays a part too? Is there a sight he has up his sleeve?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what they're asking for, but
Can I add a little bit to that? Because I
Please
think
do.
I might know. Like sometimes you'll be taking a picture of someone and you set your aperture, and that distance that's actually going to be in your depth of field, whether
Yeah.
you're close to them and maybe their nose is in focus but their face isn't, or you're farther away, and there's two people standing next to each other and one of them is in focus and one of them isn't. Is there any way to tell that distance that is going to be created when using certain apertures?
well, there's the depth of field preview.
Yeah.
There's taking a picture and reviewing it, and then there's just good old experience. And if somebody feels like, well, that's incredible. I remember when I was sitting down, I was working at a newspaper, and one of the more experienced photographers was sitting down, and he was explaining to me how he set up something. And, he just got so used to it. Oh, yeah, if it's f/22, it's from here to there. And if it's f/8, it's from there to there. And if it's f/5/6, it's there to there. And, he just knew this off the top of his head as a feel. And the more you do it, the more you get used to it. The same way you would know how loud to raise your voice in order to talk to somebody. You could talk like this if they're right next to you. And if you know they're a little bit further away or they're really far, how loud do you know to raise your voice? Just through experience. And so through practicing and test shots, I highly recommend just going out when you don't have to and shoot pictures for fun. You'll learn stuff.
The voice is a good analogy. I yelled for years. Can you hear
Nobody
me?
told me I was
yes,
yelling.
I'm right here. I want to know what your answer is for this one as well. I think it's going to be a fun one. Oh, it just moved on me. Let's see. Oh, here, Jody M. Do you have to activate the depth of field preview button in the menu because nothing seems to happen when I press it?
Well, hopefully that is the depth of field preview button because
Okay.
for many cameras there's this mysterious little button, and this camera is a film camera, and on this one it had a lever on it. But some cameras have a little button on the front of it, and it might be on the left side, it might be on the right side, or maybe your camera doesn't have it because a lot of entry-level cameras don't have it. If it's not working on their camera, most likely it's not really the depth of field button, or the camera's turned off, or there's a problem with the camera. I can't think of a good reason. Well, okay, here's the other thing. Could hit on a common problem here. Let's say you have a 50mm 1.4 lens on your
Right.
camera, and it's at 1.4. It's not going to do anything. It's going to stop down to 1.4, which means it's not doing anything. Change the aperture on your lens to f16 and then see if it does it.
Okay, great.
That's probably the ticket there.
All right, Aid is asking, how do you avoid depth of field movement when taking more than focus manually?
Nope, I didn't get that one.
Okay, how to avoid depth of field movement when I take
I'm
more
not sure
than
about that
focus
depth of field
manually?
movement.
All right.
I'm going to send that one
Re-
back to the
yeah.
cook to have him
Rephrase that
Send
for us,
that back
and
to
I
the
will be
show.
sure to ask that again.
Okay, I think as far as focus questions and depth of field questions, I think we're okay to move on.
We'll have room.
Okay.
We got moderate content for this
Okay.
section. All right, let's see, where are we next? Okay, working our way through the sharpness, and is it time to get on to lens sharpness? Okay, let's talk about the sharpness of your lenses. Nikon's a good example. They have an 18 to 55 lens, so why in the heck do they need to have a 17 to 55? Isn't that a little redundant? 18 to 55, 17 to 55? They're both designed for the same cameras. Why do they need to have two lenses? Well, this lens is a $100 lens. This is a $1,000 lens or something like that. There are different quality lenses, and there's a lot of different things that go into higher quality lenses. With Nikon and Canon, they have kind of little designations. Right now, Nikon is putting this gold stripe on some of their highest end lenses. They have a little N, which stands for nano coating. Nikon, more than any other company I know, loves letters. Alphabet soup of lenses. Canon, they have the L series, the luxury series. The term that I heard is that this is the best lenses they know how to make. It's something that they'll see with the red stripe up here. And so you see any lens with a red stripe, you can plunk down at least $1,000 to get you started. They're generally their high-end lenses. Now, with any of the lenses, just to refresh, in case anybody missed the other day, your lenses are going to have the sharpest pictures when you set the aperture to the middle of the range. Lenses are typically not as sharp when you open them up. In fact, I don't know of any lenses that are sharper when you open them up compared to where they are towards the middle. And they're not going to be as sharp if you stop them down all the way. Now, how much that changes? It varies from lens to lens. One of the ways you can check a lens sharpness is if the MTF chart is available for it. Canon puts these right on their website. They're available from some manufacturers, but not all. It stands for modulation transfer function. We're not going to get into some of the specifics, but I'll teach you the real basics on how to read an MTF chart. Down here at 0 is the center of the lens. 5 millimeters, 10, 15, 20, and 20 some millimeters from the center of the lens. So lenses are stronger and sharper in the middle and more out of focus in the corners. As we move up the scale here, we're getting greater sharpness, and the different colored lines indicate different types of sharpness at different apertures. There's a lot of different ways of comparing it. And so this would be a very good lens. This would be a less good lens. This lens falls off in sharpness as it gets to the corner. Down around the center of the picture, it's still pretty good. It's just that when it gets off to the edge, it's going to be a little bit weak in that area. And so once again, the center of the lens is here. This is the outside corners over here. And as a real general thought here, anything above 0.6 is considered sharp. Okay, that's good. Anything above 0.8 is really good. All right, so this lens here is completely above the 0.8 and is really, really good. So that would be a great lens. So let me show you. These are made up charts that I made. So here are some actual charts from some different lenses over here. And once again, you need to check out the way that they do their charts, but generally the lines will mean Either they're focusing close up or they're focusing at distance, they're using certain apertures, or they're looking for certain types of sharpness. So there's a lot of different ways to grade this. And what you generally want to look at is just the overall lines. Anyone want to pick out what they think is the worst lens here? Is it really hard to figure out? It's this one here. It's these lines all over the place streaming down. I think the best lens here is probably this one here. I don't know exactly which lenses I picked for this, but that's kind of the basics on how you read a chart if you want to. Now, the other thing to kind of know behind the scenes on the chart is that some of these charts from some of the manufacturers are theoretical and they're not true. When they design the lenses, they can design in theory what the MTF chart is going to look like, and it's not an actual test. And they don't necessarily tell you this information, but it's kind of a behind the scenes thing. All right, so if you like sharpness, if you want to be a pixel peeper, which is a person who peeps at pixels, who looks very, very closely at individual pixels. Is this one sharper than that one? And you have all sorts of arguments about how and who has the sharpest brick wall photograph. You're going to love a site called dxomark.com because they go in and they really analyze things. And so I'm kind of summarizing, and this is a very debatable list that I'm about to show you. But if you own Canon, here are 5 of the top Canon lenses you can own for sharpness. And see if you can notice any kind of generalities about these. There's no zoom lenses. Isn't that kind of interesting? All right, let's take a look at the 3 worst Canon lenses. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Right there at the bottom. And let's take a look at Nikon. What do we got here in our top 5? You know what I think is kind of interesting is the 85-1.8 sells for a lot less money than the 85-1.4. And they ranked it above the 85-1.4. Now, it doesn't let in as much light. It may not be constructed as well. It may not have some other features. And this is just one little thing. And once again, this is very debatable. And if you want to argue with me, well, it's going to be an endless argument because it's one of those things that there's so many ways to calibrate and judge a lens that this is just kind of one simplified version that I took of it. And the bottom 3, zoom, zoom, zoom. And so somebody was asking earlier in the class, what do I think about big zoom lenses? Well, they don't perform real well in sharpness compared to the other lenses. Now, how much of a difference is this going to make? How bad is the worst lens? My guess is that you could take the worst lens on the bunch, shoot pretty much anything you want, post a picture on the web, and nobody would ever know that you had that lens. Start making large prints, start needing to crop in, start needing certain other aspects of it, you're going to start noticing those things. I don't know, do we want to go to questions here? We've got some people still taking notes here.
Can I ask a question? I'm surprised that the new Canon 24-70 Mark II isn't on that list under the best, sharpest lenses.
Well, it's kind of unusual because it might make it on depending on what sort of characteristics you wanted to narrow it by. As I said, this is very, very subjective. I'm not saying this is an end-all, be-all list. And yes, the new 24-70 version 2 from Canon is very close on that list. And it kind of depends on what sort of numbers you're looking at. Very debatable.
All right. Beauty of the Lake from St. Pete asks, what are your favorite lenses for micro four thirds? Which one do you use? And how are the kit lenses that come with micro four thirds cameras such as Olympus, one that you have?
Right. So I actually own a little Olympus OMD EM5. Got the long name on it. And it came with a kit 12mm to 50 lens that I heard very modest reviews on. But it was a very affordable lens that came with. Well, one of the first things I wanted to do was to get a faster lens because that lens is just painfully slow. It goes down to like 6.3. And so I picked up the Leica-designed Panasonic 25-1.4, which is definitely a sharper lens and better. And I've done some testing with some of the other prime lenses from Olympus. They have a 12mm, a 17mm, and I compared them with the 12 to 50 that I have, and they're definitely sharper. But for the way that I use this camera, which is more my point and shoot camera, it's not my all-out serious camera, the difference isn't enough that I need to go out and buy the lenses. I mean, I could afford to go out and buy one or two of those lenses, and I like the prime lenses, and I don't mind switching them. It's just for this camera, for me, it's not really necessary. I mean, I like to think that I would be a lens snob, and I have to have the absolute best of everything, but you take what you really need, and it works for you, and so there's certain compromises that we're going to make, and the 12 to 50 is okay for me right now. But there's other better lenses out there, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. And you should be too.
Great. Well, since I asked about the Canon, I should be fair and ask about the Nikon now. And somebody in the chat room, Hannah Carter, wants to know about the 24 to 70 Nikon lens. I used to own that, and
yeah.
I had a love affair with it. What are your thoughts?
Nikon 24 to 70, I think is pretty good. I think the one that's really good is the 14 to 24 lens. Mm-hmm. That's the one that's amazingly sharp for a zoom lens. Actually sharper than some of the prime lenses in that category. And so prove me wrong, that's fine, send me all sorts of lists, write me letters, but go to DxOMark, and what's kind of cool is that they get really intense, and I'm trying to summarize things so far. I mean, there are scientists that you think I geek out, I can't even get in the room with these geeks, okay? Because the way that they test them is that one of the big problems in my little concept here is that you need to choose a camera in order to test them first, because different lenses will perform differently on different cameras. So you choose a 1DX, the order shifts. You choose a 5D Mark III, the order shifts. And so it depends on which camera and how many megapixels it has and how it works. And there's other things going on, how it reads contrast and how it matches up with that lens. And so you really have to think about a lens and a camera combination together to really get a final result from that.
I think that might have answered this upcoming question from Midu. He says, I read once a guy that said people count a lot on a lens sharpness and there's no such thing, and that we can get a sharp picture out of any lens. What do you think?
Well, there's some definite lenses that just are not as sharp. I know that for sure. I have a Sigma 50 1.4 lens, and I know that at 1.4, it's not real sharp. It's pretty good. I mean, if I want to shoot at 1.4, I'm going to shoot it at 1.4. I don't mind that I would prefer that it's sharper, but things come at a cost. I saw that Carl Zeiss is coming out with a new lens, and I don't know if it was just for Nikon. I don't know if they're going to be coming out with one for Canon, but it's a 55 millimeter 1.4. And they said that they have basically pulled out all the stops to make this the best, absolute best normal lens ever made in the world. And for a 55 millimeter lens, it's huge. I mean, it looks like a 70 to 200 lens. I mean, it's pretty long and big for a 55 millimeter 1.4 lens. And so you want the best, most perfect lens. And I don't even know what it's going to sell for. I'm afraid to ask. It'll probably be $2,500. I mean, Leica introduced what they say is their best 50 millimeter lens ever. And Leica lenses are already pretty expensive. Like, you want a Leica 51.4 lens, I think you better at least start with $3,000 set aside. It may be going up from there. And so if you want a 51.4, it's $3,000 something. They introduced a 50 millimeter f2, a stop slower, at around $7,000 because it's supposedly that much better. And so, I mean, you can drive yourself batty going for lens sharpness. And it kind of makes me think about some audiophiles that are spending $100 a foot in cable to go between their receivers and their speakers. And, you can just drive yourself, as I say, crazy going after sharpness. And, it matters to a point. And you got to decide when that point is that it's reached a good enough level for you. And everyone's going to have their own point, and everyone's going to think everyone else is nuts for either not having strict enough standards or having too strict a standards. Depends on what you're doing with your pictures and what your demands are.
Alrighty, well, we have several people asking if you could recommend some good lens review sites. So if they want to check out some lenses, they don't have to send you emails all the time and ask you what you think. Any suggestions?
If you want to go look at lens sharpness, DxO Optics is doing that. DP Review does a great job with cameras, and they don't do as much in lenses, but they occasionally do lens reviews. You can go to websites like Nikon Rumors and Canon Rumors, and they occasionally do reviews on lenses. And actually, now that I think about it, the end up be-all best website for reviews, in my opinion, and I got to remember the name correctly, is thedigitalpicture.com. Thedigitalpicture.com. And I don't know who runs it, but like I was reading about the new Canon 300-2.8, and I started reading this review about it, and he's got pictures of it. Here's the front, here's the side, here's what it looks like with the shade on, here's what it looks like with the shade off, here's what it looks like it turned to the left, turned to the right. And I'm scrolling down, I'm reading, and I'm getting a little tired. And I look over at the scroll bar, and I'm hardly even gotten started over on the side. I mean, it's just a page after page after page after using the lens. And he uses all the lenses. Now, in the past, he did a lot of Canon testing. So he's really, really good with Canon lenses. And so that's very well fleshed out at that site. And then also has gone into Sigma and some other brands, but has gone more recently into Nikon as well. It's not quite as filled out with the reviews there, but quite good. And that's the best lens review site, my favorite. Okay. So if I really want to get a lens, I'll read through because they nail it pretty much right on.
Great.
Perfect. All right, there are quite a few people that are wondering what's the difference between this and this, so I'll just throw out a few. Daniela is asking the difference between DS and FX lenses. Beauty of the Lake is asking what's the difference between ED and EF lenses. And TL Rubio is asking the difference between G and ED lenses.
Okay, I may need you to repeat some of those
Sure.
letters to me in a moment.
Sure.
So what's going on is the lens design department comes up with a new idea. We're going to do this because this will make the lens better. Well, what are we going to call it? Well, let's call it extra low dispersion. Do you have like a little code name that we can call it? Can we shorten it? Yeah, let's call it ED. And so they have all these letter codes in there. So they vary from manufacturer. So give me the first.
DX and FX.
DX and FX are Canon terms for a full frame sensor and a cropped frame sensor. And FX stands for full frame, and DX, I'm not sure what the D stands for, but D is the digital format maybe. And so that's the smaller 1.5 crop. The next letters?
ED versus EF.
Okay, those are completely different things. ED stands for extra low dispersion glass, and that's from Nikon. And back when I was getting into photography, that was the stuff that I couldn't afford. All right. Now they've started, it's kind of been, we've had a trickle-down theory working where it's kind of reached all their lenses, our ED lenses. Now, EF is a Canon term for electronic focus, which basically means any lens after 1987. What's the next set of letters?
And the next one is G lenses and ED lenses for Nikon.
Okay, well, we already talked about the ED lenses.
Right.
G lenses from Nikon mean they have an electronically controlled aperture. If you have a Nikon 5200, 5100, 5000, 3200, 3100, 3000, and there may be a couple of other cameras like a D40, they only connect up to the camera via electronics, and so you have to have an electronic lens, a G lens, to work on those basic entry-level entry-level Nikon cameras. If you were to stick a lens, say from the mid-90s, onto your camera that wasn't a G lens, and before G, it doesn't make any sense, it was D, but right before G is D, those lenses will not autofocus. You could take pictures, you could manually focus, you could set your aperture and do other things on the camera, but you can't focus in that case. And so there's lots of little letters. If you go to Nikon's website or Canon's website and go to like the learning page or about their lenses, they'll kind of have the code list of all the letters and what they mean.
That just knocked out a whole bunch of questions. Thank you so much. I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, excellent. So working our way through getting everything in focus. The next thing we need to worry about is camera movement. And so we've already talked about this maybe once or twice, but that would be stabilization of our lenses. And so the general rule of thumb for hand holding is 1 over the focal length of the lens. So if you have a 100 millimeter lens, 100th of a second will probably do you pretty good for holding it steady. Think about your list of shutter speeds. For your 70 to 300 lens, something around a 60 to 250. Now, if you have VR, it depends on how good your VR is, but you might be able to get away at a 15th to 1/60th of a second. Canon came out, interestingly, with a prime lens, 28 millimeters, but is image stabilized. So I know I could handhold it at a 30th of a second. I might be able to handhold it all the way down to an 1/8 of a second. If you have a really wide lens, it's going to be easier to handhold that. Nikon has a very cool wide-angle lens that has VR, vibration reduction, in it. You might be able to get away at a 1/4 second holding that one. On the sides of the cameras, you're going to see some controls for the VR. So there's going to be an on and off switch, and you should have these things switched off. If they're on a tripod, you can leave them on for all the handheld work. There is also, with Nikon, a normal and an active mode. Normal is general handheld photography, including panning. The active mode is for photography from a moving platform. So if you're in a boat, a train, a car, a mechanical device, and what happens is that the sensor in the camera turns on a sensor that is more sensitive to mechanical type movements, which move at a different type of vibration rate. And once again, no matter what you do, turn it off when you put the camera on a tripod. And as much as this is true, there is an exception to this rule as well, and that's if you have a very large lens and you have wind blowing and your tripod is not truly holding your camera steady, at which point then you could turn the stabilization back on. So there's exceptions to everything I say. Canon has an image stabilized mode, and there is an on and off switch for that. They have a mode 1 and mode 2, but it means something completely different. So if you switch from Canon to Nikon, you got to learn the new system. So mode 1 is for normal handheld photography, and mode 2 is only for panning. What happens is when you are panning, we're going to actually talk about that a little bit, you don't want the horizontals automatically trying to correct for your sideways movement. You want your sideways movement. And this mode ensures that you can do that. Now, Canon's lenses and cameras are smart enough to know when you're held in the vertical and in the horizontal, so it knows which lenses to turn on and turn off when you're doing that. But once again, turn this off on a tripod in most all situations. Something to really think about is your subject movement versus your movement. Are you moving the camera, or is the subject moving? Because there's going to be a different look to the focus. Is everything evenly out of focus, or is just the subject that's moving a little blurry? So you have to be able to look very closely at your pictures and diagnose what was going wrong in them. We've talked a little bit about tripods. We'll talk about them more in the gadget section. Great way to prevent blur due to camera movement. It's awesome for getting great depth of field, so it's something that all landscape photographers are going to have. I like it for composition. It's kind of a nice platform to work from. I mean, once you have it set up there, you don't have to carry it. You can think about things, you can look at the viewfinder, make your changes. It's a great platform to work from. And so if you refuse to use tripods, there's just a lot of pictures that you're going to miss. In a particular position. And so you're not going to get a shot with this with a handheld camera because there's cars moving down here. See these little cars moving? This is probably maybe a 10 or 15 second exposure. Not going to get that handheld. But depth of field is also important. So we're going to make a trip back to our gum wall to talk about depth of field. All right, so here's a picture taken with a 24 millimeter lens. And we have a very shallow depth of field. Notice how our gum is out of focus and nice in focus and then out of focus. This was shot at f1.4. All right. Now, if we were hand holding this camera and we wanted more depth of field, let's see if we can draw on the audience, a little participation here, so get ready to answer this. What's the slowest shutter speed that you could use in this situation for hand holding the camera? Somebody should be able to pretty quickly come up with a shutter speed that we can hand hold this camera with this lens at. And you're going to need a microphone in order to answer. So grab the microphone.
I'm guessing it's 60.
Why?
I was guessing.
You were guessing. Does somebody else have a better reasoning behind their guessing?
It's memory.
What did we just say about that old formula, the rule of thumb?
1 over the focal length.
1 over the
so
focal length puts
about
us at what sort of shutter speed?
1/20th.
1/20th, something in there. And so if we wanted to set it at 1/25th, which is the closest one we can get to, we have a little bit more depth of field here. All right? So this is the photograph from the lazy photographer who wasn't willing to bring their tripod out, but they wanted depth of field. This is taken in the middle of the day when you might not expect to need a tripod, because tripods are only good for nighttime, right? Remember that. All right, well, what if we bring out a tripod? Then we can set our cameras at f/22, and look how much more depth of field we have. We do need to have the camera at 1.3 seconds, so it's a lot longer shutter speed. So let's kind of keep the slice up here. So this is the tripod-toting photographer. Down here we have our shallow depth of field. And in the middle, we have our lazy photographer who doesn't want to bring a tripod with them, but they want depth of field. This is the problem with not bringing around a tripod. Now, I know some of you would argue that I could lean into the wall to brace myself, but this isn't the wall you want to lean into, trust me. All right, so tripods are very, very helpful. Let's just go through a few photographs and show you. In here, I wanted to make sure everything was in focus, so I wanted to be at f/16. When I was at f/16, I was at 8 seconds. I'm not going to handhold that. In Bhutan, I wanted everything in focus, so it's all nice and detailed. f/16 means I was at 2 seconds. Middle of the day, just not a lot of light in here. Natural light coming in through the windows. Down in Brazil, before sunrise, I wanted enough depth of field to keep all this in focus. At f/11, I was at 30 seconds to get that exposure. In Australia, these trees, I wanted to show all the lines as sharp as possible, so I chose f/16, but I needed 2 full seconds in the middle of the afternoon. Very similar to the penguin shot that we saw recently. Wanted as many penguins in focus as possible at f/22, but that meant I needed 1/8 of a second, which was a little bit slow for hand holding. Back in Bhutan, I wanted f/16 to really keep this nice and sharp, have good depth of field, and then I also wanted a slower shutter speed to blur the movement of the prayer wheel, and 1 second did a good job at that. In Mali, wanted to have the details in the foreground as well as the background in focus with f/16. I needed a shutter speed of 2 seconds. So if you want to use these really deep depth of field where everything is in focus, you're going to need some pretty slow shutter speeds. And so you're going to need a tripod. It might help out to have a cable release. The shortcut for the cable release is the 2-second self-timer, which does a good job in many cases. But this is nice to have for other reasons. And so for keeping your pictures nice and sharp, some tripod tips to think about. Get a good tripod with little or no center post. Having this center post put all the way up at the top makes it a very unstable platform from which to shoot. You can use your cable release or self-timer, as I just mentioned. You can also use mirror lockup, which is a technique I'm going to talk about in just a moment, to prevent a little bit of vibration. And use a little bit of a delay, because the mirror comes up, it's going to vibrate. I'll talk about that in a little bit. And make sure that your tripod is in good, solid ground. I've seen people put it on boardwalks where people are walking around and it's moving. And so you have to really make sure that you get it into the nice dirt or concrete, or make sure it's just solidly in there. We're going to talk about some accessories, and one of the accessories that's very handy for people that have longer lenses is a tripod collar, so that the center of gravity is in the middle of the entire platform here, not balanced way out on the camera. And then, of course, using a good, strong tripod head that holds the equipment that you're going to be working with. So we'll take a look for questions and answers at this point.
Sure thing. Here's a question for you. Beauty of the Lake asking, since it's easier to carry a monopod than a tripod, is there any special formula to find out when you should be carrying a tripod versus when a monopod would be good enough?
Monopod does very, very little in which to prevent blur. It depends a little bit on how much you move, but it helps a little, but not that much. The main purpose of a monopod for me, in my opinion, is to support heavy equipment. So if you go to the football game, you'll notice that there's lots of photographers with monopods because they have equipment that weighs 10 pounds and they need to have it ready to shoot at a moment's notice. And that's very tiring on the arms to hold that weight up there for the entire game. So the monopod makes that a very easy way to support that equipment. For the general purpose of shooting at lower shutter speeds, it's going to help you out by 1 or 2 shutter speeds, which is kind of like stabilization. it can help, but it's not a substitute for a tripod.
Got it.
All right. There are some situations where you want to have a long time exposure and you want to be on a tripod, but for example, Vividly by Victoria, she's like, what if you're on a bridge that is constantly moving to some degree? Keep it a long
that's terrible.
exposure and you're on a tripod. And,
Yeah, here in Seattle, there's a nice viewpoint from Jose Rizal Bridge in South Seattle, and it's an older bridge, and whenever a bus comes across, you can really feel it. And so when I was there shooting, I was trying to time my pictures between the stoplight and when the cars were there. If a bicycle came across, it wasn't a bad thing, but even a moderate-sized car, you could feel a little vibration, and a bus would shake it quite a bit. And there's really nothing you can do in that regards. You got to wait. You got to go there when there's no other traffic.
And just time yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, we got Marty McFly, 81 here,
Nice,
Professor.
nice.
What's your opinion on beanbags for those who can't or don't want to have a tripod around?
They can work in situations. I'm a big supporter in being innovative and creative about finding new ways. I mean, the little tabletop tripods, they're kind of cheap tripods, but they do the job in many cases. And I'm a big fan of those. And beanbags typically work quite well if you're going to go on safari and you want to kind of rest the camera on the top of the Range Rover. That'll keep it cradled in, which is kind of nice. They work in some situations quite well. Other times, the problem that I have is I've gone on some trips where all I have with me is the tabletop tripod. And then I'm stuck thinking about, well, what sort of interesting shot can I get 6 inches off the ground, because that's what I'm kind of stuck doing. So it does limit you quite a bit, but it's easy to bring. So once again, the compromises.
All right. Now that we're getting into gear, the gear talk has started, and people want to know what the best way is to carry a tripod in the field.
I usually just carry it in my hand. And I know that doesn't sound real complicated, but I'll just carry it because I just don't like a lot of straps on it. Mm-hmm. If I'm going a major distance between point A and point B and I'm not likely to take pictures, either because maybe I'm on my motorcycle or my bike, or I'm just hiking and I just need to get to point B, strapping it onto the backpack is fine. I had a shoulder strap for my tripod and it just tended to get in the way. And so I just hold it in my hand and hike with it in my hand. And, for anyone who lives in a city, it kind of looks like a weapon. And so I remember walking around from some professional sporting events in Seattle in the past where I would take a monopod or tripod, and I was swinging it like a cop with a billy club, Just don't mess with me, because I had all this camera equipment, and you just look slightly more intimidating with it. So it can be actually helpful in some ways. But I'll hike with it just in my hand and just switch hands. I'm going to save it for the tripod section. I'm going to show you some modifications later.
Cool.
We've got a lot of great tripod questions. Do you want to keep going with these, or do you want to move on?
Let's try to keep it focused on focus.
Focus.
But we do have plenty of time for questions.
Great.
Okay. Let's move on with this one then. I'm trying to find it, but if I can, I'll paraphrase. Aha! Aggie B photo. There she is. Australia pic in the afternoon. How slow of a shutter speed could you get away with in a windy situation if you wanted a sharp picture on a tripod in the wind? I think you actually talked a little bit about this earlier.
That answer will depend on how windy and how much surface area, how big a lens you have. That's where it's a disadvantage to have a big telephoto lens, because it's like a sail in the wind. And so, as I've said before, and we'll talk more about tripods later on, most people don't like tripods, so they don't buy a good one, and it moves around on them, and they don't like it then, and they don't use it. So you do have to get kind of a good tripod that's appropriate to what you're doing. And sometimes, if I am really serious, I had a project where I had to have a camera in position outside, and it had to be exact. I was actually shooting a time lapse, and I brought out sandbags, and I hung sandbags from the tripod. Now, one of the things many tripods have is they have a little hook on the bottom, and you can hang your camera strap to weigh your tripod down. So that might be a trick. You take your backpack off, and even if it doesn't have that on it, you can kind of wrap it around the legs. I remember I was doing a shot at Mount Rainier, and I created a little rope system that I would hang a rock from the bottom of my tripod to help weigh the tripod down. Because the heavier the tripod, the better when it comes to stability.
All right, cool tips. I look forward to the tripod section.
Yeah.
All right, another question from Beauty of the Lake from St. Pete. Why is it important to turn off VR when on a tripod?
Why was it why?
Why is it important to turn off VR when on a tripod?
Well, the best I can figure, and as with everyone else, we're trying to guess on this, is that in the lens to work the stabilization system, there's one lens that's generally moving up and down and another lens that's moving back and forth. And so as you move, it's constantly moving. And what happens when you get it locked down perfectly steady, the lenses will move a little bit to kind of look for movement. And that little movement, when you take the picture, will be causing the problem of a little bit of out of focus area. And so to make sure that those aren't moving, that they're in their standard straight position, you need to turn it off.
You open the floodgates and the tripod questions. They are just pouring in, lots of tripod questions. I know we're going to move on. We'll try to work some more in, hopefully a little later, but let's continue.
Okay.
Focus on focus.
Focused. Yes. Okay, so we're actually getting near the end of this, and so I just have kind of some hodgepodge advanced techniques. And the first thing I'm going to show you, and I hope it doesn't start running right away, so I'll just talk about it right now. It's a telephoto shot of the Space Needle, and what I did is I had my camera with a relatively long lens, and I took my finger and I flicked it against, like right here, and I just kind of flicked the camera just a little bit. And I wanted to mimic what it's like when the mirror comes up in the camera. Because when the mirror comes up in a camera, it causes a little vibration. Generally, it's not much. But take a look at this video and watch how much the slightest little vibration happens with a lens. And notice not only how much it has, but how long it takes to dissipate. Looks like a good old earthquake in Seattle, right? And all I'm doing is just barely flicking the very bottom side of my camera. And so this is the problem with a single lens reflex camera, is that we have a mirror in the camera. Let's bring up our diagram here. Thank you. All right, so when you press the shutter release, the mirror is going to pop up, okay? And it pops up with such force that it causes a little vibration in your camera. It's not much. And the designers of the camera are a little bit in conflict because they want to get the mirror out of the way as quickly as possible, all right? And so the quicker you get it out, well, then you got to break it and slow it down and get it stopped and then get it back down again so you can shoot another picture. And so that causes a little bit of vibration in the camera. So many cameras, not all cameras, typically middle to higher end cameras, has a feature called mirror lockup. And in mirror lockup, when you engage it, you press once down on the shutter release and it locks the mirror up. You stop, you wait for the vibrations to settle out, which usually takes between 2 and 5 seconds, and then you press the shutter release again. The shutter opens up with no vibration. And so for people who are doing big telephoto lenses, macro lenses, those are the landscape photographers, shooting at very slow shutter speeds, you want to use mirror lockup. How much of a difference does it make in a photograph? I did a little test example. See if you can see the difference between the camera turned off on the left side and on the right side. Clearly sharper on the right-hand side. Now this picture was taken at 1/8 of a second, which is an area of the shutter speeds that's going to have a lot of problems. And what I have found with my own experience is that there's a vibration zone, sounds like the name of a good song, it's the vibration zone around 1/8 of a second, spreading out a couple of shutter speeds in each direction, that you're likely to get this sort of problem in there. You're not going to have it at 1,000th of a second. It's just shutters going up and down too fast. You're not going to see it. At 4 seconds, it's going to dissipate, and it's not going to be a problem, most likely as well there. So hopefully the guys in the back have the sound turned on in here. You're going to be able to hear it at home. I want to give you the sound because what's distinctive and unique about these shutter speeds is you can't tell the difference by ear, the difference between 1,000th of a second and a 500th of a second. It just sounds the same. But right in here, you can start to hear the difference. And for me, it's become a warning. When I hear that type of click, I know that I'm in the vibration zone. All right, so we're going to do a little audio test in here. We're doing all sorts of quizzes in here. All right, so listen to these shutter speeds. So let's bring up our little speaker. We're going to listen. You're probably not going to be able to tell the difference in the first couple. So here we go. Let's hope this works. You'll hear the sound twice. So that was a 60th of a second. Let's try a 30th. if you're really good, you could hear that there was a slight delay, more of a delay than there was at a 60th of a second. Now you can really hear that difference. Okay, so if you can clearly hear the beginning and the second shutter, you know you're getting into slower shutter speeds. And in order to really keep you on your toes, we're going to have a little pop quiz right now. We're going to have an audio test. All right? So what's going to happen is you're going to hear the shutter sound twice. And then you should write down what shutter speed you think this is. All right? And you'll hear it twice. And then after it plays, I'll show you what it is, and you'll hear it twice again. All right? Here we go. So people are scribbling down. Write down at home. See if you're smarter than these folks here. Okay, let's just kind of call out. Don't pick up the microphone. I'll just kind of repeat. What sort of answers do we have? 1/2. 60? Oh, I love this. It's like Jeopardy. He's showing me the screen. So you think it's a 60th of a second? 1/30th of a second? 15th? 30. Wow. Nobody got it right. 1/8 of a second. All right. You ready, guys, for round 2? Listen up. Oh. That's what you heard before. I'm sorry. So that was kind of playing it again. Okay, here comes the new one.